to plant stored seed stock deliberately, they also began protecting their plants. This changed the evolutionary pressure that these food plants experienced, as they no longer had to survive in a natural environment. Instead, people created a new environment for them, and selected for other characteristics than nature previously had. Seeds recovered at archaeological sites clearly show that farmers selected for larger seeds and thinner seed coats. Thick seed coats are often essential for seeds to survive in a natural environment, because the seeds of many wild plants remain dormant for months until winter is over and rain sets in. But under human management, thick seed coats are unnecessary, as farmers evade responsibility for storing seeds away from moisture and predators. In fact, seeds with thinner coats were preferred, as they are easier to eat or process into flour, and they allow seedlings to sprout more quickly when sown. The health of cities like New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco represents an astonishing turnaround from the past, when A-density isolation too often meant death. Throughout most of human history, proximity enabled the spread of infectious diseases that struck down those humans who had the boldness to risk living near one another. Huge investments in massive waterworks were needed to predict the spread of cholera and yellow fever, just as huge investments in policing were needed to reduce crime in the 1990s. The massing of millions in small land areas requires a vigorous private-public sector to combat crime and illness. This perhaps explains why people in New York are so much fonder of big governments than people in rural Kansas. ABC density curb private density predict public density curb public isolation predict private isolation curb private. Moral rights are a special form of copyright protection that exists only for works of visual art. When an artist paints a mural on a building, his moral rights attach to the artwork, even if he actually sells the copyrights to the art. His moral rights forbid him to prevent even the copyright owner from destroying, damaging, or changing the artwork. The primary authority for moral rights in the United States is the Visual Artists' Rights Act of 1990. Moral rights have a narrower or greater scope in other countries, in that they cover other types of copyrightable things. In the United States, the artist's moral rights may not be transferred or end upon the artist's death. Just as copyrights may be transferred in writing, moral rights may be claimed abandoned if done so in writing too. ABC allow greater abandoned allow narrower abandoned allow greater claimed forbid narrower claimed forbid greater claimed moral rights. People overestimate their ability to understand why they are making certain decisions. They make up stories to explain their own actions, even when they have no clue about what is happening inside. After they've made a decision, they listen to themselves about why they made the decision and about whether it was the right one in the circumstances. Daniel Gilbert of Harvard argues that we have a psychological immune system that exaggerates information, that confirms our good qualities and ignores information that casts doubt upon them. Harvard Daniel Gilbert. In one study, people who were told they had just performed poorly on an IQ test spent a lot more time reading newspaper articles on the shortcomings of IQ tests. People who had been given a glowing report from a supervisor developed decreased interest in reading reports about how smart and wise that supervisor was. ABC accepts decreased accepts increased ignores increased ignores decreased. Did agriculture improve or hurt human nutrition? The conventional wisdom has always been that agriculture provided more food and a more secure livelihood, and that this was the reason for its adaptation adoption. This idea was challenged and tested in a major research agenda some years ago. The results were stunning and clear. Skeletal evidence showed that, everywhere in the world, hunters and gatherers were reasonably well nourished, but agriculture led to a slow increase in population and a slow deterioration improvement in nutrition. As numbers increased, people turned more and more to starchy foods, not adequate nutrition in themselves. Only very recently, with the rise of refrigerated transport and other modern means of shipping and storing, has agriculture fulfilled its promise of providing really adequate diets to a huge population? Even today, billions of people live on unbalanced diets, too starchy and too thin on the nutrients that hunter-gatherer diets provide, and see abundance vein, ABC adoption improvement abundance adoption deterioration vein adoption deterioration abundance adaptation improvement vein adaptation deterioration vein. Many sayings contain germs of truth, and some are indeed profound, but they aren't reliable sources of knowledge and can be misleading. For example, take the saying, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks." This isn't true of all dogs, and certainly isn't true of all human beings. There are many older people who are capable of making radical leaps in their ability. This is not to deny the effects of aging. The point is that what is roughly true, that as we get older it becomes harder to learn new behavior, is not true for everyone in every respect. At most, the saying captures the idea that it may be difficult to maintain the ways of an older person. However, the saying implies that you can never teach any older person anything new, which is a hasty generalization and one which is fairly obviously false. A classic example of a rule-based error occurred in 1986 with a disastrous decision to launch the Space Shuttle Challenger, even when the engineers warned against it. 1986 Challenger. The decision was taken against technical advice, because the management team concerned were applying rules which focused on building up public interest and attention. The fact that the shuttle was about to carry the first civilian into space was an important part of that. Putting off the launch, they felt, would be bad PR, and might have adverse consequences on funding. As it happened, however, ignoring the engineers' warnings was even worse. It meant that the shuttle exploded, killing everyone on board. The rule of risking bad PR isn't a bad one, but in this case it was applied in exactly the wrong situation. And the negative consequences for the space program as a whole, not to mention the families of those killed, were far more serious than a delayed launch would have been. If there is to be toleration in the world, one of the things taught in schools must be the habit of weighing evidence, and the practice of not giving full consent to propositions which there is no reason to believe true. For example, the art of reading newspapers should be taught. The schoolmaster should select some incident which happened a good many years ago, and roused political passions in its day. He should then read to the school children what was said by the newspapers on one side, what was said by those on the other, and some biased account of what really happened. He should make them understand that everything in newspapers is more or less untrue. The critical skepticism which would result from this teaching would make the children free from overly naive appeals to idealism in later life. To most people, the difference between mathematics and literature is apparent simply from comparing the appearance of a mathematics text with a literary one. There's a language of mathematics with its own symbols and terminology, mysterious to non-specialists, while most literary works are written in language which, if not always of the everyday kind, is at least familiar. In artistic texts such as novels or poetry, we find that the particular words a writer uses are of great importance to the aesthetic effect. It is often remarked that poetry, in particular, loses something in translation. With mathematics, the situation is quite different. We could even say that mathematics is concerned precisely with those things that are variable under linguistic translation. In that sense, there is not really a language of mathematics. Rather, mathematics is an abstraction of whatever can be said equally well in any natural language. Oxygen is what it is all about. Ironically, the stuff that gives us life eventually kills it. The ultimate life force lies in tiny cellular factories of energy, called mitochondria, that burn nearly all the oxygen we breathe in. But breathing has a price. The combustion of oxygen that keeps us alive and active, sending out byproducts called oxygen-free radicals. They have Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde characteristics. On the one hand, they help guarantee our survival. For example, when the body mobilizes to fight off infectious agents, it generates a burst of free radicals to destroy the invaders very efficiently. On the other hand, free radicals move uncontrollably through the body, attacking cells, rusting their proteins, piercing their membranes and corrupting their genetic code until the cells become dysfunctional and sometimes give up and die. These fierce radicals, built into life as both protectors and avengers, are potent agents of aging. A, B, C? When people ask, what's wrong with the way we're doing it now, that what they're really asking is, why they should start moving when they've been motionless for so long, or why they should chart a new course after so much time on their old course. An individual or an organization that makes daily sacrifices to the status quo is fighting nature. A good rule of thumb, if it's been done one way for 2 years, there's an 80% chance there's a better way of doing it. You can't expect to get anywhere by repeating yesterday in a world that isn't. The world of business in particular is increasingly intolerant of dull performance and resistance to change. Fortunes are being lost or, more appropriately, swept away by a flood of new thinking and initiative. The old maxim, "He who hesitates is lost," has taken on renewing meaning. ABC that doesn't renewing that isn't renewing, what doesn't renewing what isn't renewed what doesn't renewed. A, B, C? The problems with our talking together do not stem from an absence of words. We have an excessive multitude of words, more words, less and less meaning. 500-channel television services, millions of websites, and an endless stream of opinion from every media source about the latest political or social scandal. A race races their way to you in a wild contest for your attention. Given so many different perspectives, we lose sight of any common sense we might make of it all. As a result, whatever gold standard of commonly held and deeply shared meaning that might have lain beneath our words is scattered and lost. Our world is filled with piles of words, many of which are full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Perhaps more critically, we find it very hard to say what the gold standard of meaning is, or how we might restore it. ABC race whenever signify races, whenever signify race whatever signify races whatever signifying race whatever signifying. A, B, C? Help your teen eat well. Balanced mini meals eaten regularly throughout the day rather than heavy meals far apart can help lower stress. It's important to pay attention to good nutrition, since your teen will most likely prefer junk food. In particular, avoid pseudo-stressors and stimulants such as caffeine, sugar, and processed foods. These either raise stress or increase adrenaline stimulation, which is why caffeine-based drinks are so popular in a stressed-out culture. Discourage your teen from using caffeine coffee or sodas late at night to help him stay awake while doing homework or studying for a test. Stress can deplete nutrients in the body, so providing your teen with a high-quality vitamin and mineral supplement. Add extra B-complex vitamins if he is particularly stressed, as these get depleted the most. B. ABC prefer what provide to prefer what provide prefer, why provide to prefer why providing prefer why providing. A, B, C? An example of image processing is fingerprint recognition. Fingerprints of a number of known criminals are taken. The print is a black and white image. These fingerprints are stored in computer databases. When a fingerprint is found at a place where a crime has been committed, it is compared with those stored in the computer databases. Fingerprint experts provide a method of comparison of the prints, and this is used by a computer program for comparing comparison fingerprints. This reduces considerably the time to search through files and identify prints of those whose prints are close to the ones found at the place where a crime was committed. Currently available algorithms for fingerprint identification have excellent recognition. They correctly identify the person involved in more than 95% of cases. 95. ABC found comparing has found comparison have is found comparing has is found comparison has is found comparing have. Darwin realized that change in nature is very slow. But, he argued, we know that change can be much quicker when human beings are in charge of the process, selecting the traits they desire in their plants and animals. He called this artificial selection, and humans have been doing it for thousands of years. Darwin bred pigeons, and exchanged many letters with his fellow pigeon fanciers. He knew just how quickly the shapes and behavior of their show pigeons could change, when the breeders carefully selected pigeons with certain traits for breeding chicks. Farmers had been doing the same thing with their cows, lambs and pigs. So were plant breeders, when they tried to improve their crops, or produce more beautiful flowers, had. You know how very different a sheepdog is from a bulldog. It is easy to create variety in animals, if the breeders select the traits they desire. Many parents and pediatricians do not consider the occasional consumption of junk foods or fast foods to be harmful. It is harmful, however, when these foods are eaten regularly, and replace nutritional foods in the child's diet. The problem is that children are exposed to many more commercials for junk foods and fast foods than for more healthy or nutritious foods. In 2004, for instance, food, beverage, candy, and restaurant advertising expenditures hitting $11.26 billion, while advertising for healthy foods was less than $10 million, hit. It is believed that such advertising of foods high in calories, high in fat, high in salt, and low in nutrition has contributed to childhood overweight. As eating habits formed during childhood often persist throughout life, such advertising may well contribute to adult overweight as well. For too long, scientists have denied the existence of positive sensory experiences in other species, because we cannot know for certain what another being feels. But in the absence of compelling evidence to the contrary, it is more reasonable to assume that other creatures, who share so much in common with us through our shared evolutionary origins, do, in fact, experience pleasure. We cannot feel the hummingbird's response to a trumpet flower's nectar or the dog's anticipation of chasing a ball, but we can imagine those feelings based on our own experiences of similar situations. What we can observe in animals, combined with our capacity to empathize from our own experience, leave little doubt that the animal kingdom is a rich repository of pleasure, leaves. And as we grow to acknowledge the pleasure that attends animals' lives, evidence for it will grow rapidly, for we are more likely to find something when we are looking for the emotion. A showbox-sized device called MOBILTRAK has been developed to detect the radio station that your receiver in your car is tuned to as you arrive at a shopping center, concert parking lot, or mall. Mobile truck. Some people have criticized the technology as an invasion of privacy. It does not record your conversations or any other automobile or personal information, however, just the station to which you have tuned in. Such monitoring systems are already in use in a number of major cities. The information provided is a kind of rating system which stations in the area can tell which has the largest audience at a particular time, and what kind of music or programs people are listening to at any particular moment, by which. Such information is valuable to broadcasters who want to convince advertisers that they have a large market share, and are providing the content that people desire. MOBILTRAK. In order to successfully release himself from the control of his parents, a child must be secure in his parents' power, as represented by their loving authority. The more effectively they communicate that authority, the more secure the child feels, and the better able he is to move away from them toward a life of his own. During this lengthy process, whenever he feels threatened, he turns back toward the safety of his parents' love and authority. In other words, it is impossible for a child to successfully release himself, unless he knows exactly where his parents stand, both literally and figuratively. That requires, of course, that his parents know where they themselves stand. If they don't know where they stand, if, In other words, they are insecure in their authority. They cannot communicate security to their child, and he cannot move successfully away from them. Under the circumstances, he will become clingy, or disobedient, or both. Necessity of parental intervention in ensuring children's safety, roles of parental authority and children's social skills development, consequences of offering parental supervision for children's independence requirements, for preventing children from being disobedient to their parents, importance of communicating parental authority to children for their independence. What we do know definitely about email is that it shows incredible diversity in both form and function. In response to parental pressure, a reluctant 10-year-old sends grandma an email, thanking her for a Christmas present, while a trial lawyer puts opposing counsel on notice, by email, that his client refuses to settle. After dispatching a hastily written email to a friend, saying "I'll be late for our luncheon meeting today," I turn around and carefully edit my email requesting a larger budget next year. Trying to characterize email style with a one-size-fits-all definition is about as meaningless as describing an average American meal, meatloaf or minestrone, potato pancakes or pad thai, cola or cappuccino. By now, email has become so domesticated, at least in the United States, that its style and content are as various as the people using it. Making excuses by email varied styles and uses of email, reasons that people favor email do's and don'ts in writing email, writing styles for business email. Suppose we need to measure the temperature in a vineyard. If we have only one temperature sensor for the whole plot of land, we must make sure it is accurate and working at all times, no messiness allowed. In contrast, if we have a sensor for every one of the hundreds of vines, we can use cheaper, less sophisticated sensors, as long as they do not introduce a systematic bias. Probably, at some points, a few sensors may report incorrect data, creating a less exact, or messier, dataset than the one from a single precise sensor. Any particular reading may be incorrect, but the collection of many readings will provide a more comprehensive picture. Because this dataset consists of more data points, it offers far greater value, that likely compensates for its messiness. The importance of accurate measurement, the benefit of obtaining a large set of data types of sensors appropriate for vineyards, factors influencing the value of the dataset, the effects of technology on grape farming. Although the nature and range of agricultural products found in most American communities are shaped by the decisions made by large multinational firms, important environmental, social, political, and economic reasons justify the re-emergence of a smaller-scale, more locally controlled food system. A new civic agriculture is emerging and taking hold in every region of the country. Community-supported agriculture, farmers markets, specialized agricultural districts, alternative food stores, and consumer cooperatives represent important manifestations of the movement toward a civic agriculture. These new organizational forms have the potential to nurture local economic development, maintain diversity and quality in products, and provide forums where producers and consumers can come together to strengthen bonds of local identity and solidarity. By rebuilding the linkages between farmers and consumers wherever possible, communities throughout the United States will establish a foundation for a more socially and environmentally integrated food system. Emergence and potential of civic agriculture, diminishing interest in small-scale local farming problems of large multinational agricultural firms, demand for improvement in agricultural technology, necessity for an environmentally friendly food system. Cattle are born with the ability to convert grasses that we humans cannot digest into flesh that we can digest. They can do this because, unlike humans who possess only one stomach, they are ruminants. They possess a second stomach called a rumen, a roughly 45-gallon tank, in which resident bacteria convert cellulose into protein and fats. In today's feedyards, however, cows fed corn and other grains are eating food that humans can eat, and they are quite inefficiently converting it into meat. Since it takes anywhere from 7 to 16 pounds of grain to make 1 pound of beef, we actually get far less food out than we put in. It's a protein factory in reverse. And we do this on a massive scale, while nearly 1 billion people on our planet do not have enough to eat. Dangers of eating feed-cured beef. Moral concerns with cattle farming. The ability of cattle to convert grass into nutrients. Inherent unreasonableness of feed-cured operation. A new management method of cattle feed-cured waste. Although we normally think of floods as destructive events, floodplain ecosystems depend on floods. For example, cottonwood tree seeds only develop after a flood, and waterfowl depend on floodplain wetlands. Many species of fish gradually lose out to stronger competitors during normal flows, but have adapted better to floods, so their populations increase as a result of flooding. Thus species diversity is maintained by interchaining periods of flooding and normal flow. Deltas are created and expanded by floods. At normal times, when rivers are confined within their banks, the flowing water transports sediment out to sea and deposits it on the ocean floor. But during floods, river water rises above the stream banks and covers the delta land. When the flood waters slow down, they deposit sediment, thus expanding the delta. How ancient people used floods in agriculture. Importance of preserving water resources. Beneficial impacts of floods on ecosystems. How to prevent floods using simple measures. Devastating floods that changed world geography. Disaster response is becoming increasingly complex with each new event. Whereas dozens of agencies used to converge upon the scene of an earthquake or flood, there are now hundreds, and occasionally thousands. In response to the December 2004 tsunami events, for example, over 200 organizations addressed the single issue of water quality, while thousands more provided food aid, shelter, medical assistance, and many other victim and rehabilitation needs. Studies have found that despite coordination attempts, these responding agencies still tend to work independently and in an uncoordinated manner, resulting in unnecessary delays and inefficiencies in the distribution and provision of relief. Lags, gaps, and inaccuracies persist in the vital information upon which coordination depends. Even when the non-governmental organizations and local community organizations involved in response would like to work together, they are often left out of the coordination planning processes, before and during disaster response. Insufficient relief to be distributed to victims of disasters. Lack of organized effort among disaster response agencies. Demand for immediate assistance at the scene of a disaster. Shortage of responding agencies in cases of disaster events. Absence of independent work among disaster responding agencies. We can say that the new media can be defined by all four characteristics simultaneously. They are media at the turn of the 20th and 21st centuries, which were integrated and interactive, and use digital code and hypertext as technical means. It follows that their most common alternative names are multimedia, interactive media, and digital media. By using this definition, it is easy to identify media as old or new. For example, traditional television is integrated as it contains images, sound, and text, but it is not interactive or based on digital code. The plain old telephone was interactive, but not integrated as it only transmitted speech and sounds, and it did not work with digital code. In contrast, the new medium of interactive television adds interactivity and digital code. Additionally, the new generations of mobile or fixed telephony are fully digitized and integrated as they add text, pictures, or video, and they are connected to the internet. Practical limits of traditional mass media. Risks and rewards of sharing information online. Strategies for effective digital data transmission. Criteria for distinguishing new media from old ones. Characteristics of conventional communication devices. Competition between a major city airport and a secondary airport is becoming a common feature in Europe and, to an extent, in North America and elsewhere. Major city airports tend to be located within the city boundaries, and they are convenient for passengers. Until recently, they handled all or nearly all of the traffic for the city. In recent years, secondary airports, located at some distance from the city, have entered the market for airport services. These airports may have been small regional airports, or they may have been military airports. They are less convenient than the major airports, but they have been able to attract cost-conscious traffic by offering lower charges. These have particularly appealed to low-cost carriers (LCCs), whose passengers are price-sensitive but willing to put up with inconvenience to save money. They also offer the LCC an opportunity to fly passengers to or from a city without entering head-to-head competition with full-service carriers. Policies to support a major city airport. The successful emergence of secondary airports, marketing campaigns of airports around the world, the necessity of building airports outside city boundaries, problems caused by excessive competition between airports. In our efforts to be the good child, the uncomplaining employee, or the cooperative patient, many of us fall into the trap of trying to please people by going along with whatever they want us to do. At times, we lose track of our own boundaries and needs, and the cost of this could be our life, both symbolically and literally. When we are unable to set healthy limits, it causes distress in our relationships. But when we learn to say no to what we don't feel like doing, in order to say yes to our true self, we feel empowered, and our relationships with others improve. So don't be afraid to say no. Try to catch yourself in the moment and use your true voice to say what you really want to say. Illustrations are useful for understanding abstract lecture material, and so are practical applications. Think of how principles in a lecture can be applied to real-life situations. Students sometimes discourage themselves by asserting that they will never have any practical use for the academic material they accumulate. An important aspect of learning is to imagine how principles on a chalkboard can be applied at a workshop. For example, watching the effects of various reinforcement schedules on animals in a Skinner box, an experimental box used in labs to monitor the frequency of pigeons keep pecking, or rats' lever-pressing responses to food or liquid reinforcement may seem a million miles away from the real world. If you can, however, see how some of these schedules can be applied to child-rearing practices, or help explain gambling behaviors, then you are more likely to remember the principles. As long as children are reading, they might as well read something worth remembering. The other day a mother thanked the good Lord that her oldest son had been forced to read every single word of Silas Marner and Lorna Doone when he was in school under the strict guidance of Ms. Fittich, because he hasn't read a single book since. We think that because great books are hard to read, children will not like them. Whether they like them or not, they need to learn what real reading is. Otherwise, they will not be exposed to their cultural heritage, for unless the classics are read in school, chances are they won't be read at all. Witness how few people read Silas Marner and Lorna Doone today. Those who have missed this experience will probably never know what it is like, and will thus be condemned to journey through life never fully literate. Democracy today is complex. Defining democracy as a majority rule that benefits all people is too simplistic to be useful. Rather, democracy is best understood as a system that spreads power through its institutions and procedures so that the domination of one person, group, or interest can be kept to a minimum. Domination, an unethical form of power, can be political, economic, or social in nature. Power, or domination, cannot be extinguished. Therefore, power must be spread throughout the system, so that it is not embodied in any one individual or institution. A democratic system includes incentives so that people will voluntarily and collectively participate in politics in a thoughtful and deliberative manner. Because everyone participates in shaping the political regime and its institutions, no one is able to overly impose his or her power on another. This definition of democracy admits that people individually, or in groups, are not to be trusted. However, collectively, people can create rules, institutions, and values that benefit everyone. Before the market took on the sense of an impersonal, global mechanism by which supply meets demand at some equilibrium price, the market was a physical place, where buyers and sellers meet face to face to exchange goods. Shopping is, at its best, both an end and a means. It is a means for people to acquire the goods needed or wanted for living. Unless we were in a society where people produced everything for themselves, some form of specialization in trading is necessary. Shopping in some form is thus a necessary activity. We can say more than that, however. Meeting in the marketplace to exchange goods can be a healthy and humane activity that is valuable for its own sake. That is, shopping is not just a means toward meeting needs. Instead, it is a social activity whereby people meet and interact. Shopping can help meet the need for human sociability. Today's market is far more impersonal than it used to be. Being economically active is most crucial for human survival. Excessive shopping can lead to a loss of time for other activities. Shopping is a social interaction as well as the act of purchasing things. The virtues of division of labor and specialization should be recognized. In his book, Joachim Ernst Barron points out that the ear is the only sense that fuses an ability to measure with an ability to judge. We can discern different colors, but we can give a precise number to different sounds. Our eyes do not let us perceive with this kind of precision. An unmusical person can recognize an octave and, perhaps once instructed, a quality of tone, that is a C or an F sharp. Barron points out that there are few acoustical illusions, something sounding like something, that in fact it is not, while there are many optical illusions. The ears do not lie. The sense of hearing gives us a remarkable connection with the invisible, underlying order of things. Through our ears we gain access to vibration, which underlies everything around us. The sense of tone and music in another's voice gives us an enormous amount of information about that person, about their stance toward life, about their intentions. Vision tends to dominate and override all other senses after birth. This sense of hearing does not develop much. The ear perceives things so accurately that it is most reliable. Our perceptions are subject to distortion based on our beliefs. Music, once created, is open to the interpretations of the performers. Through evolution, nature came up with effective solutions to its challenges, and they were improved over millions of years. Nature is effectively a giant laboratory where trial and error experiments are conducted, and through evolution the results are implemented, self-maintained, and continually evolving to address the changing challenges. These experiments involve all fields of science and engineering, and they led to an enormous pool of inventions. The evolution process ranged in scale from nano and micro, e.g., viruses and bacteria, to macro and mega sizes, e.g., our life scale and the prehistoric giant animals like the dinosaurs. Although there is still uncertainty about the cause of the extinction of the giant terrestrial creatures, it can be argued that the evolution experiments with the terrestrial mega scale failed. Namely, as opposed to the large marine creatures, e.g., whales that survived to live in our time, the extinct mega creatures can now be found only at excavation sites and natural history museums. Flexibility allows species to avoid extinction. Evolution is the foundation of modern biology. Evolution is the result of natural experimentation. Which species is fit for survival is often predetermined. Valid results should be obtained through multiple tests. We often hear that people change only when a crisis compels them to, which implies that we need to create a sense of fear or anxiety or misfortune. Two professors at Harvard Business School, writing about organizational change, say that change is hard because people are reluctant to alter habits that have been successful in the past. In the absence of a dire threat, employees will keep doing what they've always done. As a result, the professors emphasize the importance of crisis. Turnaround leaders must convince people that the organization is truly on its deathbed, or, at the very least, that radical changes are required if the organization is to survive and thrive. In other words, if necessary, we need to create a crisis to convince people they're facing a disaster and have no choice but to move. There is a widely held notion that does plenty of damage, the notion of scientifically proved. It is nearly an oxymoron. The very foundation of science is to keep the door open to doubt. Precisely because we keep questioning everything, especially our own premises, we are always ready to improve our knowledge. Therefore, a good science is never certain. Lack of certainty is precisely what makes conclusions more reliable than the conclusions of those who are certain, because the good scientist will be ready to shift to a different point of view if better evidence or novel arguments emerge. Therefore, certainty is not only something of no use but is also in fact damaging if we value reliability. A few decades ago, people in wheelchairs, as well as many on crutches and with strollers, couldn't use paid telephones or revolving doors, or buy articles of their choice in a supermarket, where many shelves were placed too high or too low to be reached with ease. Stairways needed to be replaced by ramps. In recent years, this picture has changed greatly. Paid telephones have been placed in lower positions, many ramps have been built to accommodate those in wheelchairs, and other important control areas, such as light switches and elevator controls, have also been lowered. But much else needs to be done. For example, most ramps were simply added to comply with laws governing the handicapped. Both the materials selected for these ramps and their angle of incline frequently lead to their icing up or becoming slippery during the winter. It is worth noting that the weight attached to the significance of individual differences among children risks obscuring the common features of their development. There is a body of educational theory that argues that in general terms, the process of learning among human beings is similar across the human species as a whole. No system of education can work effectively unless it is based on general principles that are capable of engaging with the needs of a group of children. An effective teaching method must involve starting from what children have in common, as members of the human species, to establish general principles of teaching and, in the light of these, to determine what modifications of practice are necessary to meet specific individual needs. We can learn nearly as much from an experiment that doesn't work as from one that does. Failure is not something to be avoided but something to be cultivated. That's a lesson from science that benefits not only laboratory research but design, sport, engineering, art, and even daily life itself. All creative avenues yield the maximum when failures are embraced. A great graphic designer will generate lots of ideas, knowing that most will be thrown away. A great dancer realizes that most new moves will not succeed. The same is true for any architect, electrical engineer, sculptor, marathoner, or microbiologist. What all these suggest is that you should aim for success, while being prepared to learn from a series of failures. Moreover, you should carefully but deliberately press your successful projects or accomplishments to the point where they break, stall, crash, or fail. After 2 centuries of opposing Native American languages, the U.S. government in 1990 passed an act to encourage their use, and then allocated a small amount of money, about $2 million per year, to Native American language studies. As that number illustrates, though, governmental support for endangered languages has a long way to go. The money that the government spends to preserve endangered species dwarfs its expenditure to preserve endangered languages, and the money spent on one bird species alone, the Californian condor, exceeds that spent on all of our 100+ endangered Native American languages combined. I'm all in favor of spending money for condors, and I wouldn't want to see money transferred from condor programs to endangered language programs. Instead, I mention this comparison to illustrate a gross inconsistency in our priorities. If we value endangered birds, why don't we assign at least as much value to endangered languages, whose importance would be easier for us humans to understand? The names of pitches are associated with particular frequency values. Our current system is called A440 because the note we call A, that is in the middle of the piano keyboard, has been fixed to have a frequency of 440 Hz. This is entirely arbitrary. We could fix A at any frequency, such as 439 or 424. Different standards were used in the time of Mozart than today. Some people claim that the precise frequencies affect the overall sound of a musical piece and the sound of instruments. Led Zeppelin, a band popular in the 70s, often tuned their instruments away from the modern A440 standard to give their music an uncommon sound, and perhaps to link it with the European children's folk songs that inspired many of their compositions. Many purists insist on hearing Baroque music on period instruments, both because the instruments have a different sound, and because they are designed to play the music in its original tuning standard, something that purists deem important. Should A always be tuned at 440 Hz arbitrary tuning? A new trend in music: how to correctly measure frequency values. How do musicians detect pitch differences, unstable pitches? A common thread in music. Many people believe that if they stop exercising, their muscle will turn to fat. This is simply not true. Neither muscle nor fat will turn into the other. Both are highly specialized kinds of tissue that play specific roles in your body. Muscles consist of spaghetti-like fibers that contain contractile proteins designed to exert force. Fat cells are round containers designed to store fat. The reason muscle grows or gets smaller is that training increases the size of muscle fibers, whereas stopping exercise reduces the size of these fibers. Fat cells, in contrast, grow in size as they store more fat due to excessive calorie intake. If, on the other hand, you use more calories than you take in, fat cells shrink. But in no case do your long, thin muscle fibers change into round masses of fat, or vice versa. Why people try to build up muscle? The best way to get fit: weight training. How to make your body function properly? Weight gain comes from excessive calorie intake. Behind the myth that unused muscle turns to fat. Difference in degree of interest in the problem creates the fundamental division of all mankind, between those who believe in getting things done, on the one hand, and those who believe in doing things right, on the other. Most of the complex problems we've got in this country today are the result of thoughtless, can-do men attempting to solve one simple problems in careless ways that left a mess, left nasty half-solved problems, like wounded lions, in all our streets. Simple solutions and easy ways seem very seductive, but when you go to repair something for the third or fourth time, you realize it would have been truly easier to have done the job carefully in the first place. The right way is the hard way sounds like one of life's cruel truths, but a reasonable man wouldn't have it otherwise. For the hard way to be the wrong way too would be completely unfair. It's bad enough the way it is. Easy ways to get things done: aiming high, be the best you can be, breaking bad habits, easier said than done. Simple steps to keep your surroundings clean: do it right the first time, save yourself trouble. Superheroes are an interesting group. They fly, travel through time, save the world, and perform feats of immeasurable strength, all before lunchtime, while the rest of us go about our daily responsibilities. They are indeed a tough act to follow. It seems that they are, for the most part, spared the ordinary tasks of everyday living: laundry, carpooling, child-rearing, dishwashing, and punching a time clock. Certainly, the kind of work that they do is beyond our abilities, and who would want the responsibility of saving the world anyway? But beds must be made, children must be cared for, shopping must get done, and the trash must go out every day. These are the acts of heroism that we, lay people, perform. Hidden powers of superheroes: daily tasks, heroic acts of ordinary people, everyday tasks made easier with technology. Save the world, superheroes mission. Superheroes are a reflection of our aspirations. Does the term collector bring to mind that weird old lady down the street, whose house is overflowing with old phony books, classic cat toys, and dust balls everywhere? Her collections may be an overgrown mess, but don't let that discourage you from starting your own. Collections can actually be cool, if they are full and well maintained. It's really just a way to surround yourself with the things you love. And, if those things increase in value as time goes by, they can turn into an excellent investment. Original native skateboard decks from the 80s now sell for thousands of dollars, and classic Barbie dolls pull in hundreds. Whether you're into lunchboxes, snow globes, or random things with penguins on them, building a collection will send you on a rewarding quest that can never be completed. Of course, completion is not the point. The fun is in the endless search for those last 3 Buffy the Vampire Slayer action figures missing from the lineup on your desk. Collecting as an investment, what's collectible and what's not, how to organize your doll collection, start a collection, an everlasting quest, get out of your mess and start living your life. Herbs and spices are wonderful ways to add a rich variety of interesting flavors and smells to foods that you prepare. In many traditional cultures, spices serve as an inexpensive way to turn basic, economical ingredients into appetizing fare. In the Western diet, we've been able to afford to use large quantities of fat and sugar as our primary spices. But what a cost we've paid in terms of our health. Many herbs and spices, in contrast, have remarkable medicinal value. Turmeric, an ingredient in most curries, for example, is a marvelous anti-inflammatory, rivaling aspirin. Some herbs and spices may be costly per ounce, but you use only small amounts, so it doesn't amount to that much unless you buy saffron, which I don't, because this is one spice that can be ridiculously expensive. How culture affects food choice. Western diet, a blessing or a curse. Prepare more of your meals at home. Herbs, they cost more than you think. Make foods more delicious with herbs and spices. In the war of sun and dryness against living things, life has its secrets of survival. The beaten earth in the desert appears defeated and dead, but it only appears so. A vast and inventive organization of living matter survives by seeming to have lost. The dusty sage wears oily armor to protect its inward small moistness. Some plants swell themselves with water in the rare rainfall, and store it for future use. Animal life wears a hard, dry skin or an outward skeleton to resist being dried out. Every living thing has developed techniques for finding or creating shade. Small reptiles and rodents burrow or slide below the surface, or cling to the shaded side of a rock. Some insects of bolder inventiveness have devised personal refrigeration systems. Those animals, which must drink moisture, get it secondhand: a rabbit from a leaf, a coyote from the blood of a rabbit. Life goes on in the desert. Dynamic life cycles of wild animals. The desert, birthplace of all life forms. Uses of natural resources in the desert. How animals find their food and shelter. The pioneers of ethical travel have been those small specialist tour operators, often founded by one person with a passion for a place and desire to share that knowledge and experience with others. Often they were practicing responsible tourism before the term had been thought of. Now, however, there is a coherent vocabulary to express the philosophy behind ethical tourism, a clearer set of objectives to work towards, and a greater will to make it happen. Look on the websites of many specialist tour operators and you will see a clear mission statement, the vision and responsibility of the company, and also the responsibilities of the traveler. The prize-winning Rainbow Tours, for example, which works in Africa, states, "We aim to turn the rhetoric of ecotourism into reality through our code of practice." That code of practice emphasizes the local, working with local partners, encouraging development in marginalized economic communities, and promoting less well-known destinations. Top tips for safe travel. Pros and cons of ethical travel. Who benefits from tourism? Most ethical tourism begins to take root. Tourism, a pathway to poverty reduction. Man's control of fire produced the first transformation in human life. Early man was now no longer a predator. Control of fire enabled him to breed animals and to clear land. Without this, agriculture, the second transformation, would not have been possible. Control over fire also introduced the possibility of cooking, which distinguished man from the animals and may be regarded as the origins of science. The use of smoke may also have been the first form of communication. Control over fire, of course, also led to baking, ceramics and smelting, which enabled metal daggers and then swords to be constructed. But the third great transformation, and the most important, after agriculture, was industrialization, the union of fire with water. The use of fire to heat water and produce steam, a new form of energy, enabled machines of unprecedented size and power to perform certain routine skills much better and much faster than was possible by hand. Fire as a weapon against animals, how humans have evolved with fire. Fire can be a friend or an enemy. New forms of energy triggered by fire. Fire conquers metal, but water controls fire. The success of human beings depends crucially on numbers and connections. A few hundred people cannot sustain a sophisticated technology. Recall that Australia was colonized 45,000 years ago by pioneers spreading east from Africa along the shore of Asia. The vanguard of such a migration must have been small in number and must have traveled comparatively light. The chances are they had only a sample of the technology available to their relatives back at the Red Sea crossing. This may explain why Australian Aboriginal technology, although it developed and elaborated steadily over the ensuing millennia, was lacking in so many features of the Old World. Elastic weapons, for example, such as bows and catapults, were unknown, as were ovens. It was not that they were primitive or that they had mentally regressed. It was that they, and did not have a dense enough population and therefore a large enough collective brain, to develop them much further. Were too tightly connected to develop new technologies. Focused on developing and elaborating elastic weapons had arrived with only a subset of technologies inherited. None of their relatives' technologies in Africa failed to transfer their technical insights to the Old World. The great 18th century Scottish philosopher, Hume, set out one day to clear up the mistaken problem, which has puzzled many people: why not all women, but only a small minority, are pretty. He had no difficulty in showing that the question means nothing at all. If all women were at least as pretty as the most beautiful woman of our acquaintance, we should think they were all ordinary, and should reserve the adjective for the small minority who surpassed the average. Similarly, when we are interested in a certain type of progress, we restrict the term progressive to those cultures which are at the forefront in that type of development, and pay little attention to the others. Progress thus never represents anything more than the in a given direction, predetermined by the interests of the observer. Social agreement, current tendency, maximum progress, biased interpretation, cultural achievement. We all know from experience that some of our dreams seem to be related to daily problems, some are vague and incoherent, and some are anxiety dreams that occur when we are worried or depressed. But whatever the source of the images in our sleeping brains may be, we need to be cautious about interpreting our own dreams or anyone else's. A recent study of people showed that individuals are biased and self-serving in their dream interpretations, accepting those that fit in with their pre-existing beliefs or needs and rejecting those that do not. For example, they will give more weight to a dream, in which God commands them to take a year off, to travel the world than one, in which God commands them to take a year off, to work in a relief camp. Our biased interpretations may then do our actual dreams tell us more about ourselves, interfere with our daily lives more, affect our self-image more strongly, help us to control our emotions better, make more correct predictions about our future. Health is the outcome of a process that involves patients and health professionals working together. Mutual trust and confidence contribute greatly to the effectiveness of that process. However desirable it might be in other markets, considering special characteristics of health and medical care, an arm's length, adversarial relationship between buyer and seller should not be the goal of healthcare policy. It is one thing for a healthy individual to choose among competing health plans, and another to expect a sick patient to shop among competing physicians and hospitals. Not only is cooperation between patient and physician often essential in the production of health, but cooperation among physicians is also valuable. Thus, the perfect competition that economists set as the ideal market structure for producing and distributing most goods and services benefits both patients and physicians, helps to expand the healthcare industry, is far from ideal for health, and medical care effectively enhances the quality of healthcare, results in an overall reduction in healthcare expenses. University serves in a sense as a place where people, whether students or faculty, pursue knowledge for the sake of learning. Depending on whose opinion you ask, this can be the majority of what universities do even today, or it can be a minor function left over from less productive days, before universities really got down to the business of producing employable units. I believe that, while few students in university today are occupied in the pursuit of knowledge exclusive of other goals, this activity still forms a background priority in the purposes of many other students. The majority of those whose goals are purely job-oriented have not turned their backs entirely on the established wisdom of finding a job that interests them, and any student that is interested in his or her subject is engaged, to some extent, in. So this aspect of university is certainly not gone, it's just tangled up with a lot of other priorities, much like the institution itself, endeavoring to develop social competence, exploring various options for a career, preparing for better job opportunities, pursuing a bachelor's degree, learning for its own sake. Business, as well as government when it is in line with business interests, uses a classic uncertainty campaign to delay taking action on a problem that would cost business money. According to David Michaels, a famous professor of public health, industry and its consultants are well aware that their use of uncertainty to challenge science exploits the very nature of science, in which knowledge is accumulated over a long period of time and the understanding of that knowledge also evolves. Michaels sees a growing trend that demands proof of a scientific finding over precaution in the area of public health. Business always disputes scientific conclusions that might support regulation of a particular substance or activity. Animal data are considered not relevant to humans, human data are not representative of the population as a whole, and exposure data are not reliable enough to support regulation. There are many ways to, when it comes to scientific findings, create doubt, provide feedback, elaborate regulations, produce more net profit, contribute to the society. Conductors often acted as exclusive promoters of their own music. But if they were required to devise an entire season of programs, they would also have to engage with other repertory. Given such responsibilities, they were able to consider, for example, Mendelssohn's role in the revival of interest in the music of Bach. Had the composer not taken upon himself to organize the first public performance of Bach's St. Matthew Passion in Berlin in 1830, over 100 years after its premiere 1727, it is questionable whether Bach's music would have exercised such a strong influence on early Romantic music. Likewise, Liszt used his position as music director in Weimar and organizer of the Allgemeine Deutsche Musikverein General German Music Association to conduct the works of many unknown composers, thereby helping to enhance their status with the general public, compose many great operas, nurture talented young musicians, persuade the public to support them, shape public taste in profound ways, gain both fame and wealth with ease. People who have made creative contributions to the arts and the sciences are usually very convincing in ascribing their success primarily to the fact that they. Paolo Uccello, the great Renaissance painter, who was one of the discoverers of how to represent three-dimensional objects on flat surfaces, used to wake up at night in his cold small room in Florence and walk back and forth, crying out loud, "What a lovely thing perspective is," meanwhile annoying his sleepy wife no end. Albert Michelson, the first American to win a Nobel Prize in physics, spent his entire adult life devising more and more precise ways of measuring the speed of light. When he was asked in his old age why he had done so, he answered, "It was so much fun." What these anecdotes suggest is that a person would not invest mental energy in the usually frustrating goal of breaking new ground, unless he or she derived profound satisfaction from the activity, tried their best, enjoyed their work, had rivals to compete with, changed their strategies quickly, were surrounded by excellent advisors. In 1974, the brilliant Caltech physicist and teacher Richard Feynman gave an address to his university's graduating class, in which he unveiled his first principle of science, You must not fool yourself, and you are. As Feynman well knew, any scientist would be elated to make a breakthrough discovery, to unearth the Rosetta Stone of his or her field. For most, the motivation is not money, not fame, not the short-lived glory that comes with a major new find. It is to make a difference to human knowledge, to contribute new and lasting insight about things not understood before. And therein lies the rub, for so strong is the desire to make a breakthrough, that it's easy to become fascinated by a notion that is later shown to be dead wrong. Recent examples include polywater, cold fusion, and perhaps even the claims of ancient life on Mars. Supposed to make a difference, the type who resists being fooled, the easiest person for you to fool, too smart to be deceived by yourself, the person to make sense out of reality. Mastering the technologies of iron and steel, of glass and concrete, engineers in the late 18th century inspired awe with their bridges, railway stations, or docks. More novel than their abilities was the fact that they completed these projects without asking themselves. Charged with erecting a bridge, they tried to design the lightest frame that could stretch over the widest span. When they built a railway station, they aimed for a hall that would allow steam to disperse safely, let in a large amount of natural light, and accommodate a constant crowd of travelers. They demanded that steamships carry cargoes of impatient passengers punctually across heavy seas. But they did not appear to give much thought to whether there should be a Corinthian or a Doric set of capitals gracing the upper galleries of a ship, whether a Chinese dragon might look pleasing at the end of a locomotive, or whether suburban gasworks would be done up in a Tuscan or Islamic style. What their projects would cost, what style would be best to adopt if their reputations would be enhanced, how the projects would fit into their surroundings, what the presumed impact on transportation would be. A lot of nutritionists encourage children to drink milk. As children get older, they tend to drink more sugary sodas and sweetened fruit drinks and less juice and milk. And over the past few decades there has been a gradual increase in the amount of soft drinks that children consume, and a decrease in milk consumption. Milk contains protein, calcium, and other vitamins and minerals. Replace it with a soft drink and you've just removed all those important nutrients from a child's diet, without adding anything back except calories from sugar. One of the goals in building a healthy diet is to eliminate sources of empty calories that don't provide the body with other things it needs. By drinking more milk, children are letting their beverage intake benefit their health. To help them build strong bones during childhood, because it keeps them fit all throughout their lives, even though other healthy alternatives are available, because some nutrients in milk cannot be found in any other food, out of not only an appreciation of its benefits but fear of its alternatives. It's amazing how little it takes to. A few years ago, two researchers, Jeff Cohn and Greg Walton, gave Yale students a short biography of a man named Nathan Jackson, who had become a successful mathematician. But they altered one key detail on some of the sheets. In half the cases, the researchers made sure Jackson's birthday matched that of the student who was reading the biography. Then Cohen and Walton gave all the students some math problems to solve. The students who had read the essays with the matching birthdays worked on the problems 65% longer than the students without the matching birthdays. These students felt a sudden sense of kinship with Jackson, and were motivated to follow his success. Trigger a memory, spark the imitation instinct, keep your students satisfied, get students' minds off their troubles, create extraordinary intra-group competition. Rats. At a poultry market in Greenwich Village, pest control authorities could not understand how rats were stealing eggs without breaking them, so one night an exterminator sat in hiding to watch. What he saw was that one rat would embrace an egg with all four legs, and then roll over on his back. A second rat would then drag the first rat by its tail to their tunnel, where they could share their prize. In a similar manner, workers at a packing plant discovered how sides of meat, hanging from hooks, were knocked to the floor and devoured night after night. An exterminator named Irving Billig watched, and found that a swarm of rats formed a pyramid underneath a side of meat, and one rat scrambled to the top of the heap and leapt onto the meat. It then climbed to the top of the side of meat, and gnawed its way through it around the hook until the meat dropped to the floor, at which point hundreds of waiting rats fell upon it. Are mistakenly thought to be ugly and nasty are smart, and often cooperate with each other. Don't eat foods that they associate with illness. Can selflessly behave for the good of other rats. Can be conditioned to avoid eating a particular food. A. B. One reason many people keep delaying things they should do is that they fear they will do them wrong or poorly, so they just don't do them at all. For example, one of the best ways to write a book is to write it as you can, getting onto paper the thoughts that come to you without regard to style and edition. Then you can go back to revise and polish your writing. If I only wrote when I knew it would be perfect, I'd still be working on my first book. Do you have a hard time relaxing if your house is a mess or if things are out of order? Do you beat yourself up for making mistakes? I've got a simple message for you today. It's time to let go of your B. It becomes a stumbling block that keeps you stuck. A. B. Long prejudice, clearly optimism, clearly self-criticism, quickly perfectionism, quickly pessimism. A. B. Recently, researchers have suggested that the purpose of laughter is not just to communicate that one is in a playful state, but to actually induce this state in others as well. According to this view, the peculiar sounds of laughter have a direct effect on the listener, a positive emotional arousal that mirrors the emotional state of the laughter, perhaps by activating certain specialized brain circuits. In this way, laughter may serve an important biosocial function of coupling together the positive emotions of members of a group and thereby coordinating their activities. This would explain why laughter is so infectious. When we hear someone laughing, it is almost impossible not to feel cheerful and begin laughing too. Yet another potential social function of laughter is to motivate others to be in particular ways. For example, laughter can be a method of positively reinforcing others for desirable behavior. Laughing with, as well as a potent form of punishment directed at undesirable behaviors. Laughing at. A. B. Regulating, cooperate, regulating, experience, strengthening, recover, inducing, behave, inducing, specialize. A. B. Speed is infectious. Slower media, such as magazines and newspapers. A. The fastest media, such as the internet and television. Articles become shorter and shorter with clearer messages and less analysis. Super brief news items get updated continuously. Everyone has 10 seconds to spare, but who has a few minutes to spare? Concern to simplify and speed up information gives the edge to the fastest and most compact media. What gets lost in this speedy information environment is context and understanding. Time pressure compels consumers of information to scan multiple channels, scooping up and filtering large amounts of data in search of what is interesting or important. But they do not necessarily be much of what they scanned. The last bit of data pushes out from consciousness a bit of data previous to it. A. B. Imitate, classify, imitate, remember, inspire, classify, interrupt, remember, interrupt. Out. A. B. Proteins are what you get when you string amino acids together, and we need a lot of them. No one really knows, but there may be as many as 1 million types of proteins in the human body, and each one is a little a. By all the laws of probability, proteins shouldn't exist. To make a protein you need to assemble amino acids, which I am obliged by long tradition to refer to here as the building blocks of life in a particular order, in much the same way that you assemble letters in a particular order to spell a word. The problem is that words in the amino acid alphabet are often exceedingly b. To spell collagen, the name of a common type of protein, you need to arrange 8 letters in the right order. But to make collagen, you need to arrange 1055 amino acids in precisely the right sequence. But and here's an obvious but crucial point: you don't make it. It makes itself, spontaneously, without direction, and this is where the unlikelihoods come in. A. B. Error, long error, vague surprise, vague miracle, long miracle, common. A. B. Lowballing describes the technique where two individuals arrive at an agreement, and then one increases the cost to be incurred by the other. For example, after the consumer has agreed to purchase a car for $8,000, the salesperson begins to add on $100 for tax and $200 for tires. These additional costs might be thought of as a metaphorical lowball that the salesperson throws the consumer. One explanation for the effectiveness of lowballing is in terms of self-perception theory. When the consumer agrees to purchase the product under the original terms, that behavior might be used by the consumer to infer his sincere interest in the product. This inferred sincere interest in the product may enable him to endure the increased cost. An alternative explanation is in terms of impression management theory. If the consumer were to withdraw from the deal after the slight change in the terms of agreement, he might foster the rather undesirable impression of being an irresponsible consumer unaware of these necessary charges. Lowballing is effective in sales contexts because the consumer, by not withdrawing from the deal, tends to A his purchase decision or tries to save B. AB justify time justify face cherish time modify face modify trouble AB. When we talk about young people not caring about politics, not knowing about anything beyond their own lives, we are often wrong. Low voter turnout rates are often taken as indicators of indifference, as proof that young people care only about themselves, but perhaps it is politics that fails young people and creates distance. Alienation, or the feeling of disconnection from others and from society, is a central adult fear, but is a condition that the youth-blaming discourse itself often serves to create. There is no evidence that young people today are any more alienated than previous generations were, nor that they are more likely to turn alienation into violence. Youth culture does not create alienation. On the contrary, it frequently creates connections for those who feel outside of the mainstream. It is adult-run institutions, like politics, that exclude and caricature youth, and fail to meet the needs of many young people. Young people are sometimes considered a society, but it is the older generation who is to blame for what the youth do and need. Be burdensome upon justifying dangerous to dictating dangerous to neglecting disconnected from dictating AB. Many budding physicians undergo extremely hard training because they are interested in the intellectual challenges of medicine, or because they want to ease pain and suffering and cure the sick, or both. But the financial pressure hits home early. Medical school education, though heavily supported by various types of federal granting agencies, is still incredibly expensive. The average private medical school bill was about $50,000 in 2009. The typical medical school graduate begins practice with a six-figure debt. The annual cost of malpractice insurance can exceed $100,000. Medical associations estimate that, in order to meet debt payments and various overhead expenses, many doctors will have to be earning more than $200,000 a year within 5 years of starting practice. Such pressure can't help but shift money-making to a more central place in a doctor's decision-making. Owing to issues, beginning doctors have been forced to give priority to striving for AB ethical stability, ethical justice, professional promotion, financial profit, financial fame. AB. The programs that most successfully bring groups together involve person-to-person interaction. A good example is Elliot Aronson's Jigsaw Classroom. In this program, students work together in mixed-race groups, where each member of the group is an expert on one aspect of the assignment. For instance, when studying Mexico, one group member might study its geography, another its history, and so on. The geography experts from each group get together and master the material. They then return to their own groups and teach the material to team members. Thus each group member cooperates not only with members of other groups but also within the group. Studies of the Jigsaw Classroom have demonstrated that it leads to more positive attitudes toward other racial groups and that students learn the material better and perform at higher levels. Jigsaw. According to Aronson, children in jigsaw classrooms grow to like each other more and develop higher self-esteem than do children in traditional classrooms. A leads to higher performance and improved self-worth, while helping increase B attitudes toward others. AB cooperative learning, constant cooperative learning, favorable increased motivation liberal voluntary participation liberal. AB silence is recognized as a critical element of psychotherapeutic counseling, with studies suggesting that the most successful sessions are those with significant periods of silence occurring between client and therapist. When speech dominates, the counseling is notably less effective, presumably because less thinking is taking place on each side. Thinking and silence are symbiotically connected. Counseling in general has now recognized the importance of leaving space for thought, as in the increasingly influential practice of coaching in the business world. In the words of one recent study in this area, it is within an attentive silence that managers come to know their internal emotional states and their ways of processing experiences. As a colleague used to say, ask an open question, and then zip the lip. Another observes, effective coach mentors create golden moments by looking for and recognizing when silence is better than asking yet another question. In a counseling session, silence is A between client and counselor, since it leads to be on both sides. AB avoided distrust, avoided tension, approved relaxation, approved reflection, reinforced appreciation. AB. In a study of junior high school students and their parents, 2 University of Michigan psychologists investigated how parents perceived their child's math performance. In general, parents were fairly accurate in their assessment of the level of their children's math achievement. However, parents gave significantly different explanations for the performance of sons and daughters. For example, parents credited a son's success more than a daughter's to talent. Parents attributed a daughter's success more than a son's to effort. In this way, well-meaning parents may unintentionally discourage their talented daughters from pursuing the study of math by indirectly communicating that the girl is hardworking rather than gifted. A study conducted by a group of Finnish psychologists discovered that a similar pattern existed in the evaluations parents in Finland gave for their first-grade child's performance in both math and reading. According to the above studies, parents showed a bias when making B about their child's performance in a subject like math. AB age-based attributions, gender-based attributions, gender-based predictions, ability-based excuses, ability-based predictions. AB. In 1845, Edgar Allan Poe published The Raven. 1 year later, Poe published the critical essay The Philosophy of Composition, which described the process by which this poem emerged. We might have expected Poe, as a poet in the Romantic Age, to describe the flash of inspiration by which the entire poem appeared at once. As Poe put it, most writers, poets in especial, prefer having it understood that they compose by a species of fine frenzy and ecstatic intuition. Yet Poe always prided himself on his analytic powers. As a result, Poe chose to present the origination of The Raven in a contrary light. It is my design to render it manifest that no one point in its composition is referable, either to accident or intuition, that the work proceeded, step by step, to its completion with the precision and rigid consequence of a mathematical problem. He emphasized that logic dictated every choice, from the poem's length and themes down to single words and images. In his essay The Philosophy of Composition, Poe dismissed the notion of artistic A, and argued that writing is B, not spontaneous, with the composition of his own poem The Raven as an example. AB style, artificial value, artificial purity, experimental intuition, analytical tradition, analytical A. B. Oil and gas resources are not likely to be impacted by climate change, because they result from a process that takes millions of years and are geologically trapped. A. Climate change may not only force the shutting down of oil and gas producing areas, but increase the possibility of exploration in areas of the Arctic through the reduction in ice cover. Thus, while climate change may not impact these resources, oil and gas reserves and known or potential resources could be affected by new climate conditions, since climate change may affect access to these resources. In Siberia, b. The actual exploration challenges the time required to access, produce, and deliver oil under extreme environmental conditions, where temperatures in January range from -20 degrees C to -35 degrees C. Warming may ease extreme environmental conditions, expanding the production frontier. AB on the other hand, for instance, as a result, however, in other words, therefore. A. B. Just as American societies changed when they encountered whites, so European societies changed when they encountered natives. Textbooks completely miss this side of the mutual accommodation and acculturation process. A. Their view of white Indian relations is dominated by the original pattern of the frontier line. Textbooks present the process as a moving line of white and black settlement Indians on one side, whites and blacks on the other. Pocahontas and Squanto aside, the natives and Europeans don't meet much in textbook history, except as whites remove Indians farther west. B. Whites and Native Americans in what is now the United States worked together, sometimes lived together, and quarreled with each other for 325 years, from the first permanent Spanish settlement in 1565 to the end of Sioux and Apache autonomy around 1890. AB for example, as a result, for example, in short, instead, in fact, instead, besides, however, that is. A. B. Because natural family groups are not common in domestic settings, most people do not have the opportunity to see how horses in such groups behave with each other. They will not see how little aggression there is, or how much friendly interaction occurs. A. Aggression is certainly more common in domestic groups of horses, because they are often put in situations where they have to compete for some resource. This may be personal space, especially in small paddocks, or when passing through gateways, where they may be crowded. Water buckets or troughs may be too small to accommodate all the horses comfortably, or they may be sited in places where horses have to push and shove in order to get near them. B. Many domestic horses have concentrated feed given to them out in the field or paddock, and because of the feed's attractiveness to the animals, it may increase aggression within a group. AB however, on the other hand, however, in addition, therefore, in contrast, moreover, consequently, moreover, likewise. A. B. It is almost as if the British are keen to present themselves as a nation of Philistines. And yet, hundreds of thousands of people are enthusiastically involved in one or other of the arts, but in typically British fashion with a more or less amateur or part-time status. A. Every town in the country has at least one amateur dramatic society, which regularly gives performances and charges no more than enough to cover its costs. All over the country, thousands of people learn handicrafts such as pottery in their free time, and sometimes sell their work in local craft shops. B. There are thousands of musicians of every kind, performing around the country for very little money, and making their own recordings in very difficult circumstances. Some amateur British choirs, such as the Bach Choir of London and King's College Chapel Choir in Cambridge, are well known throughout the world. AB for example, similarly, for example, therefore, in addition, similarly, nevertheless, in contrast. A. B. Web ads very frequently instruct users to click here. In online advertising, the imperative is an indicator of direct user addressing. As a matter of language use, these directive speech acts are not strict commands, which would be too offensive and addressing in the advertising context. A. They function as a kind of polite request with a reduced impact on interactions. The illocutionary force of the advertising message gives the users some space to act. In their implicit communication, it is initially the advertiser who wants something from the user, and not vice versa. B. The use of imperatives is still far more forceful, more striking, and often shorter than a politely worded request or an indirect speech act that avoids imposing on the other. Online advertising needs to initiate an action, and for this reason, imperatives are employed. According to DoubleClick.com, the instruction "click here" tends to increase click rates by 15%. A, B, instead, consequently, instead, nevertheless, similarly, consequently, similarly, nevertheless, moreover, consequently. A, B. When you watch a theatrical production, you engage in something called the willing suspension of disbelief. A. You know very well in your conscious mind that everything that is happening on the stage is not real. Yet you willingly suspend your disbelief of the action on stage, in order to allow yourself to be drawn into the production, and to experience the story with all of your emotions. If the actors are doing their job well, you may, for a time, actually believe that what is taking place before you is real and that the events and interactions you are seeing are only just now taking place for the first time. But if, B, the actors have become complacent and the action is boring, you will not be able to fully suspend your disbelief, and you will have the uncomfortable awareness of watching actors who are merely reciting memorized lines. A, B, moreover, as a result, moreover, on the other hand, however, as a result, that is, on the other hand, that is, in addition. A, B. As big businesses, TV networks are tied to other powerful business organizations through interlocking boards of directors. For example, the board that runs CBS includes members of the boards of IBM, AT&T, and so forth. A. The networks are tied to the government. Former top officials hold board positions in major media, and well-known journalists alternate between working for the White House, the State Department, or other government agencies, and reporting on those agencies. On the surface, the media and the government, the media and big business, may appear to be adversaries. B. They are more like tennis players who, after battling for a championship, go out for dinner together. The collaboration between the media and the government is most obvious during coverage of U.S. military actions. TV news anchors regularly use the pronouns we and us, as if they were part of the invading force, not detached, objective reporters. A, B, in other words, therefore, in other words, in fact, in the same way, as a result, in the same way, in fact, on the other hand, as a result. A, B. It has been argued that the literate merchants and wealthy elites of Europe were attracted to new science because it offered new ways to exploit resources for profit. Some of the early scientists made it easier for these groups to accept the new ideas by demonstrating how the ideas could be applied directly to specific industrial and technological needs. Galileo, A, consciously sought a close connection between science and the material interests of the educated elite, when he assured his listeners that the science of mechanics would be quite useful when it becomes necessary to build bridges or other structures over water, something occurring mainly in affairs of great importance. B. Galileo stressed that science was fit for the minds of the wise and not for the shallow minds of the common people. This made science part of the high culture of Europe's wealthy elites at a time when that culture was being increasingly separated from the popular culture of the lower classes. A, B, therefore, in short, for example, in short, by contrast, otherwise, for example, at the same time, by contrast, at the same time. A, B. In advanced industrial countries, negotiations between multiple countries worked fairly well to promote substantial reduction of tariffs. A. Revolutionary progress in transportation and communications has reduced transaction costs in international trade. These promoted globalization, which has dramatically increased international trade. Accordingly, the opportunity costs of insulating a country from the world economy have risen. Businesses in a country with high tariffs and other restrictions cannot take advantage of less expensive products in world markets. Nor can they transfer stages of their production processes overseas, because high trade barriers make inter- and intra-firm transactions very costly. b. Import restrictions deprive domestic industries of advantageous opportunities, strategic perspective and, consequently, international competitiveness. AB as a result however in addition thus as a result for example in addition however nevertheless thus. Fourier? Jean-Baptiste Joseph Fourier was a French mathematician and physicist. When he was 8 years old, his father died, and less than a year after this tragedy, his mother passed away, leaving him an orphan. A charitable lady helped him attend a local military school. He wanted to become an officer but was not allowed to, because he was the son of a tailor. In 1795, he became a teacher at the École Normale in Paris. During the post-revolution frenzy, he spoke out against the use of the guillotine, for which he almost lost his life. When Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, Fourier and other scholars accompanied the expedition. Having returned to France, Fourier began his research on heat conduction. His mathematical theory of heat conduction earned him lasting fame. During his stay in Egypt he contracted a strange illness that confined him to well-heated rooms for the rest of his life. On May 16, 1830, Fourier died in Paris. Georg Dionysius Ehret? The 18th century is called the Golden Age of botanical painting, and Georg Dionysius Ehret is often praised as the greatest botanical artist of the time. 18. Born in Heidelberg, Germany, he was the son of a gardener, who taught him much about art and nature. As a young man, Ehret traveled around Europe, largely on foot, observing plants and developing his artistic skills. In Holland, he became acquainted with the Swedish naturalist Carl Linnaeus, who devised the first standardized system for naming and classifying plants and animals, the basis for the modern system of biological classification. Through his collaborations with Linnaeus and others, Ehret provided illustrations for a number of significant horticultural publications. His reputation for scientific accuracy gained him many commissions from wealthy patrons, particularly in England, where he eventually settled. 18. The word academy comes from the district of Athens where Plato taught. The Renaissance academies were modeled on Plato's academy, both because they were informal like Plato's lectures in the park outside Athens and because they revived Platonic philosophy. Many academies were more like groups of friends, with the emphasis on discussion among equals rather than teaching. Giovanni Giorgio Trissino, a poet and amateur architect who tried to reform Italian spelling, had an academy, and so did King Alfonso of Naples, the philosopher Marsilio Ficino, and the aristocrat and art patron Isabella d'Este. After the Renaissance, Queen Christiana of Sweden described her academy in Rome as a place for learning to speak, write, and act in a proper and noble manner. Poems were read, plays were put on, music was performed, and what we now call study groups got together to discuss them. Academy. William Edward Dubois? William Edward Dubois was born in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, in 1868, the son of French-Haitian barber Alfred Dubois and African-American domestic and laundress Mary Burgart Dubois. When he was in college, William added his mother's maiden name to his own and came to prefer it, Burgart Dubois. His mother encouraged his education, and a sympathetic high school principal, Frank Hosmer, saw that he had adequate knowledge of Greek and various subjects, and that he was prepared to enter Fisk University. While he would rather have gone directly to Harvard, in later years Dubois wrote that his time in Atlanta both opened his eyes to racial injustice, and forced him to isolate himself and develop a hard shell, which served him well when he did reach Harvard University, and became the first of African origin to earn a Ph.D. there. 1868 William Edward Dubois. Pavekashi? Deep in the Amazon basin, the remote community of Pavekashi can only be reached by aeroplane, followed by a trip down the river in a motorized canoe and a half-hour walk down an open jungle path. The community-run lodge is built from sustainably sourced materials using the traditional methods, and offers single, double and family rooms with private bathrooms. Due to the difficulty of access, the shortest available stay is 4 days, but this is barely enough time to see and experience everything that this project has to offer. The lodge offers a wide variety of jungle activities, traditional fishing, guided walks, night walks, hiking, birdwatching, animal tracking and canoeing. It hosts talks about local culture, and gives visitors the chance to spend time with the local Quechua and Chilean people, learning firsthand about community life. A satellite communications system is available for emergencies, including healthcare, and longer-term options are available for scientists and students. Corona dell'Enola? The Corona dell'Enola, a column with rings, is the official symbol of Bertinoro and also the symbol of traditional hospitality in Romagna. It was built during the 13th century, to end the dispute among local noble families about hosting foreigners. It was decided that the families would be able to own, on a rotating basis, one of the 12 rings attached to the bottom of the column. Then, it would be the guests themselves who would choose their hosts depending on which ring they tied their horse to on arrival. The column was removed and forgotten about for 4 centuries, but was recovered and pieces during the restoration were carried out on the town hall. On 5 September 1926, it was re-erected on its original spot. In memory of the old tradition, on the first Sunday in September, there is the Festival of Hospitality. Romagna. Edmund Halley. Edmund Halley was born in London and educated at the University of Oxford. He was a mathematical genius, publishing his first paper on the orbit of planets at age 20. He was intrigued by the theories of the British physicist Sir Isaac Newton, and encouraged him to write Principia, which Halley then published in 1687 at his own expense. Halley's most important scientific work was Astronomiae Conjecti Synopsis on Cometary Astronomy. In this work, Halley applied his friend Newton's laws of motion to all available data on comets. He theorized that comets follow an orbit around the Sun, and thus can reappear periodically. Based on his theory, he predicted the return of a comet in 1758. Unfortunately, Halley died before he could see that he was correct. The comet was named in his honor, and Halley's comet has continued to show up every 75 and 1/2 years ever since. The Way to Rainy Mountain? Published just 1 year after his Pulitzer Prize-winning novel House Made of Dawn, N. Scott Momaday's The Way to Rainy Mountain is widely regarded as his greatest work. Thematically, both works deal with alienation, personal identity, place, and the oral tradition. However, the texts differ in 2 important ways. First, unlike House Made of Dawn, which is set in the American Southwest, and incorporates aspects of Navajo culture, The Way to Rainy Mountain is set on the Southern Plains, and focuses on Kiowa culture. Second, The Way to Rainy Mountain is not a novel. Part myth, part ethnographic commentary, part autobiography, and experimental in form, The Way to Rainy Mountain resists literary categorization. Part of the work's originality derives from its unusual style. However, its re-examination of both Euro-American and Native American culture marks its uniqueness. N. Scott Momaday House Made of Dawn Navajo N. Scott Momaday The Way to Rainy Mountain Beddington Zero Energy Development. One successful brownfield restoration is the Beddington Zero Energy Development BZ near London, England. A total of 82 houses, 17 apartments, and working spaces were built in 2002 on a former industrial site that had been cleaned up. BZ is unusual because it uses zero energy, or only the energy from on-site renewable sources. The material used to build BZ came from less than 56 kilometers away, which cut down on the pollution created to transport building material. All BZ houses have solar panels, which reduce the use of electricity. The development uses tree waste, such as wood from branches and twigs, to fuel a combined heat and power plant. BZ buildings are also well insulated, which prevents heat from being lost in winter and keeps them cooler in summer. Residents use public transportation or carpool and drive special cars. These autos are powered by electricity or LPG, a gas that does not use ozone-destroying chemical compounds. LPG Beddington Zero Energy Development. A friend of mine was sitting in the Miami airport reading a magazine, while she waited to catch a plane to New York. Her attention was distracted by a rough, noisy quarrel taking place at the ticket counter. "But I must get to New York today," an angry lady hotly told the clerk. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but there are no more seats available," came the reply. "But my 8-year-old daughter is on that plane. I can't let her fly into New York City all by herself," she cried. "Sorry, lady. The flight is full," came the same answer. My friend had been watching and listening to the woman's woeful story, and her heart was touched with compassion for the distressed mother. She walked over to the ticket agent and offered to take a later flight, if it meant the woman could use her ticket to travel to New York with her daughter. The agent welcomed my friend's solution and quickly issued a revalidated ticket to the woman, and then arranged for another flight for my friend, his. As we sat down, I remembered that on both Richard Pratt's previous visits Mike had played a little betting game with him over the claret. He had asked him to name it and to guess its age. Pratt had replied that should not be too difficult provided it was one of the great years. Mike had then bet him a case of the wine in question, that he could not do it. Pratt had accepted, and had won both times. Tonight I felt sure that the little game would be played over again, for Mike was quite willing to lose the bet, in order to prove that his wine was good enough to be recognized, and Pratt, for his part, seemed to take a grave, restrained pleasure in displaying his knowledge. Mike Pratt. Many years ago, veterinarian Marty Becker gave his father a miniature Schnauzer, Pepsi, as a gift. The dog became his father's best friend. For years they shared the same food, chair, and bed. Then, when he was 70 years old, Marty's father died of a heart attack. Soon after family and friends left his house, Pepsi ran downstairs to the spot in the basement, where Marty's father had died, and stood as rigid as a statue. When Marty picked Pepsi up, the dog went from rigid to limp in his arms, and let out a painful moan. Marty later found out from his mother that Pepsi hadn't been in the basement for 10 years, because he was afraid of stairs. Had he overcome his fear, in order to say goodbye to his lifelong friend? Pepsi never recovered from his companion's death and slowly died. When Marty buried Pepsi, he was convinced that Pepsi had lost the will to live once the human to whom he was so closely bonded and devoted was no longer around. Hershey? She thought Joan the most beautiful of babies, and she thought of Joan always as her baby, and Joan seemed to Millie to feel that Millie was her whole world, too. When Millie came to her in the morning, even before the nurse entered the room, Joan was apt to begin to crow with delight at her coming. And when Millie bathed her, changed her garments, talked to her in that cheering, reassuring tone which, despite her own mood, she was always able to summon for Joan, Joan fairly wriggled with delight. When in the morning it came time for Mrs. Jones to go to town and Millie was summoned to take the baby, Joan always came to her eagerly. And sometimes when either Mr. or Mrs. Jones offered to take the baby from Millie, Joan would laugh aloud and throw her arms around Millie's neck, and snuggle her face into the nurse's shoulder, as though it were a game which she played. He? It was 2 years now, since McIntosh had been appointed Walker's assistant. Walker, who had been for a quarter of a century administrator of Tellua, was a man known in person or by report through the length and breadth of the South Seas, and it was with lively curiosity that McIntosh looked forward to his first meeting with him. For one reason or another he stayed a couple of weeks at Apia before he took up his post, and both at Chaplin's Hotel and at the English Club he heard innumerable stories about the administrator. He thought now with irony of his interest in them. Since then he had heard them 100 times from Walker himself. Walker knew that he was a character and, proud of his reputation, deliberately acted up to it. He was jealous of his legend and anxious that you should know the exact details of any of the celebrated stories that were told of him. Good news for pet shop owners. We, Able Shipping, have developed the perfect system for shipping fish to your customers. We can ship live fish across the nation, and the fish will do just fine. Are you wondering how we ensure each fish has a safe journey? Here's the secret. We pack each one in an oxygen-inflated plastic bag with enough water to keep the fish relaxed and comfortable. Furthermore, each bag is wrapped in a cushion and then placed inside a shipping box. Your fish will enjoy the journey all the way to your customers' front doors. Call us at 1-800-456-4959 or email us at fishlove@ableshipping.com, and you'll see how it works. The cold weather season approaches, and I would like to inform you that all shopkeepers are expected to keep the walk in front of their stores free of snow. 5 other merchants, myself included, have had a problem with your lack of responsibility in this matter. It inconveniences customers and merchants alike. Please help us keep the walk free of snow during the winter months by clearing off the area in front of your store. Until now, we have taken care of our own space, and when a neighbor needed help, we all pitched in. This year we are reminding you before the shovels are all sold, and the salt is all used, that everyone is expected to keep the sidewalk in front of his or her store free of snow and ice. This is not only for ease of walking, but also for safety. When you joined the Advantage Card program, you expressed a preference not to receive mail from us. However, we thought you might like to know that as a result, you're missing out on Boots Health and Beauty, a fantastic magazine mailed to our most valued Advantage Card holders. As you'll see, it's packed with inspirational features on beauty, health and well-being, and keeps you up to date with the very best new products and expert advice. Every issue contains exclusive offers, plus a personalized voucher giving you extra Advantage Card points. We'd like to give you the chance to enjoy future issues and other relevant offers from Boots especially for you. To receive your personal copy of the next issue, due out in September, just check the box below and return this letter to us in the envelope provided. When children first learn to read, they want books that immediately catch their attention. As they get older, children begin to ask questions about their world, such as how and why things happen. Young adolescents become curious, wanting to read for fun but also to discover the new, the interesting, and the exciting. Look for these elements in books for young adolescents. Revolve around a few well-defined characters, not plenty of characters, who are difficult to follow. One sign of a really good book is that characters are fully drawn, and readers are pulled to them as real people. The main characters are your child's age or a bit older. Have a straightforward plot and use realistic language. Parents who follow these tips will have a better chance of suggesting a book that their child will connect with and take pleasure in. Obviously, one of the judgments the public has of us is whether or not our telephone service is good. Technically, if they get their calls through efficiently and promptly, they get what they want. That, however, is not all they want. They want to have the service rendered to them in a manner that pleases them. They want not only efficiency but courtesy and consideration, and they are in a position to get what they want. They are in the driver's seat, they are paying the bills, and an understanding of that fact is a real and fundamental basis of public relations. In order, therefore, for a great company to satisfactorily serve the public, it must have a philosophy and a method of doing business, which will allow and ensure that its people serve the public efficiently and in a pleasing manner. I had volunteered for the charity picnic, and I needed to be there on time. Ms. Green, the charity president, was preparing this monthly event by herself. Lily complained, "Mom, I don't feel like going today." We volunteered more than 5 times this year. She was eating slower than usual. I urged her, "Lily, don't you remember we promised to help Ms. Green last month? Go and get dressed." I stood by the door and pointed at my watch. She slowly pulled on her sweater and said, "I still don't feel like going." I started losing my patience. I responded, "Don't you know Ms. Green has a lot of work to do for the picnic today? It's time you started thinking about other people." My voice was growing louder with each sentence. Bored, irritated, envious, indifferent, delighted. In the history of medical science, no virus has given doctors as much trouble as the scholastic adolescum, otherwise known as school sickness. The scholastic adolescum has been known to attack children of all ages and on every economic and social level. The symptoms are always the same. The child wakes up in the morning and says he has a pain in the stomach, a headache, a sore throat, or he just doesn't feel well. In rare cases he might also have a slight fever. What has puzzled scientists for years is that the virus only attacks on weekdays and never on weekends or during the summer vacations. It lasts only 24 hours, and while it has no serious side effects, it keeps returning during the school year, and even builds up in intensity just before test time. Witty and humorous, clear and persuasive, honest and apologetic, gentle and sympathetic, enthusiastic and cheerful. I remember walking on Christmas morning with my hand in my father's. I had been reading a book about the stars, and this early morning I had been taking a look now and then up at a sky of clear stars. I turned my face to my father's and said, pointing with the loose hand, "You know, some of those stars are millions of miles away." And my father, without looking down toward me, gave a sniff, as though I were a funny little fellow, and said, "We won't bother about that now." For several blocks, neither of us said a word, and I felt, while still holding his hand, that there were millions of empty miles between us. Jealous and upset, satisfied and pleased, disappointed and hurt, regretful and ashamed, relieved and sympathetic. Gerald? The muddy Flint River, running silently between walls of pine and water oak covered with tangled vines, wrapped about Gerald's new land like a curving arm and embraced it on two sides. To Gerald, standing on the small mound where the house had been, this tall barrier of green was as visible and pleasing an evidence of ownership, as though it were a fence that he himself had built to mark his own. He stood on the blackened foundation stones of the burned building, looked down the long avenue of trees leading toward the road, and swore lustily, with a joy too deep for thankful prayer. These twin lines of somber trees were his, the abandoned lawn, waist-high in weeds under white-starred young magnolia trees. The uncultivated fields, studded with tiny pines and underbrush, that stretched their rolling red clay surface away into the distance on four sides, belonged to Gerald O'Hara, were all his. Upset and anxious, envious and doubtful, satisfied and pleased, puzzled and confused, curious and confident. It had taken only 8 years since then for the whole countryside to glow with health and prosperity. On the site of the ruins I had seen in 1913 now stand neat farms, cleanly plastered, testifying to a happy and comfortable life. The old streams, fed by the rains and snows that the forest conserves, are flowing again. Their waters have been channeled. On each farm, in groves of maples, fountain pools overflow onto carpets of fresh mint. Little by little the villages have been rebuilt. People from the plains, where land is costly, have settled here, bringing youth, motion, the spirit of adventure. Along the roads you meet the hardy men and women and boys and girls, who understand laughter and have recovered a taste for picnics. Counting the former population, unrecognizable now that they live in comfort, more than 10,000 people owe their happiness to Elzard Bouffier. Serious and boring, humorous and exciting, pleasant and lively, gloomy and mysterious, dreary and frightening. Life can be like riding a roller coaster. There are ups and downs, fast and slow parts, bumps and shaky parts, and even times when you're upside down. You can't control which way the track, or in this case, life events, will take you. When you're at the bottom, you can see only what's right in front of you, but when you get to the top, you can see the whole picture a lot better. When you're starting out, accept how you feel and try to enjoy the ride. When you design an amusement park for children, You should carefully consider the location of the roller coaster. When it's over, you'll see that it was really cool, even if you couldn't see that when you first started. Just about anything, from miniature alpine plants to fruit-bearing fig trees, can be grown in containers, as long as you've got the right-sized pot and a place to put it. Not having a proper piece of land for a garden might seem boring, but designing a container garden can bring many benefits. All but the largest containers are easily portable, and can be moved on a whim to fill empty spaces, soften rough edges, and add instant charm. Like container gardening, raised bed gardening allows the gardener to have total control over the soil being used to grow plants. If you become bored with your garden or something just isn't working right, rearranging a few containers is a lot easier than digging up an entire garden. Containers aren't just vessels for holding soil but a key part of the design, and since they come in a wide variety of colors, shapes, and sizes, your possibilities are endless. There has been a recent shift in emphasis with regard to the information that manufacturers communicate to consumers from the back to the front of the pack. This has occurred as a direct response to the type of information that people now actively seek out. People are more conscious about their health and want to eat more healthily. They are also increasingly concerned about how products are made and the nature of their ingredients and materials. Food ingredients have been used for many years to preserve, flavor, blend, thicken and color foods, and have played an important role in reducing serious nutritional deficiencies among consumers. Manufacturers have responded to such consumer concerns by repositioning such information where it can be most easily seen onto the front label. Performing from memory is often seen to have the effect of enhancing musicality and musical communication. It is commonly argued that the very act of memorizing can guarantee a more thorough knowledge of and intimate connection with the music. In addition, memorization can enable use of direct eye contact with an audience that is more convincing than reference to the score. Those who possess the music in this way often convey the impression that they are spontaneously and sincerely communicating from the heart, and indeed, contemporary evidence suggests that musicians who achieve this are likely to find their audiences more responsive. When coordinating the sound for musicals, the team should also consider the scale of the stage and the structure of the theater, since they affect how audiences appreciate the performance. Moreover, when performers receive and react to visual feedback from the audience, a performance can become truly interactive, involving genuine communication between all involved. The area of ocean covered by ice around the North Pole varies seasonally, reaching a minimum every September. In August and September 2007, the Arctic ice cap shrank to the smallest size ever recorded. As of September 16, U.S. government scientists announced the ice was 1.59 million square miles in size, about a fifth smaller than the previous record, set in September 2005. The Arctic Ocean averages about 2 miles deep, freely circulating, connected to the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans, all cold salt water. The Northwest Passage, which is the sea route from the Atlantic to the Pacific along the northern edge of North America, was ice-free for the first time in recorded history. Although surprised and concerned by the extent of the 2007 melting, climate scientists predict increased melting of the ice due to global climate change. Thus far, Arctic temperatures have warmed twice as fast as the rest of the world. The meaning of a word is socially constructed. It is determined by people through their social experiences, as members of a specific society. It is no wonder that many different symbols are used in various societies to represent the same thing. Animals, by contrast, do not freely and arbitrarily produce different symbols to indicate the same thing, because their communication is largely determined by instinct. As a famous philosopher pointed out, it is impossible for an animal to use a symbol to represent some invisible, abstract, or imaginary thing. This is why, for example, all seagulls throughout the world make the same sound to indicate the presence of danger. Unlike humans, they cannot express a particular thought in more than one way. One surprising effect of printing was to stimulate the development of single national languages like English, French and German. In the Middle Ages, people in France, England and Germany spoke such a variety of local dialects that someone from Paris was virtually unintelligible to someone from Marseille. William Caxton, the pioneer of printing in England, told a tale of a housewife in Kent who assumed that the word egg must be French because she hadn't heard of it. In order to print books for a mass market, printers had to decide on just one dialect, and the dialect selected by the printers became the national language, such as Parisian French in France and London English in England. Printing promoted, for the first time, the expression of personal ideas and experiences to be shared with other people. At the same time, though, Latin gradually began to fall out of use for literature, and every nation began to develop its own national literature and culture in a way that would have been unimaginable before. If you mentioned India to a typical American or European in 1990, chances are that person would mutter uncomfortably about the tragedy of third world poverty. Today, that person is more likely to mutter uncomfortably about the possibility that his job might be outsourced to Bangalore. India is still poor, but it's growing at a feverish pace, and Bangalore, India's fifth largest city, is among the subcontinent's greatest success stories. Bangalore's wealth comes not from industrial might, although it still makes plenty of textiles, but from its strength as a city of ideas. Unfortunately, even if the city enhances prosperity, it still makes its people miserable. By concentrating so much talent in one place, Bangalore makes it easier for that talent to teach itself and for outsiders, whether from Singapore or Silicon Valley, to connect easily with Indian human capital. Even advocates of free market economies now realize that some regulation is desirable. But the role of government goes beyond regulation, as a few countries are beginning to realize. For example, Trinidad and Tobago has taken to heart the lesson that risk must be managed, and that the government has to take a more active role in education. Even primary school children are being taught the principles of risk, the elements of homeownership, the dangers of predatory lending, and the details of mortgages. Inevitably, the influence of already developed countries will be diminished, and Asia, where much of the world's saving occurs today, will be developing its own financial centers. In Brazil, homeownership is being promoted through a public agency, which ensures that individuals take out mortgages that are well within their ability to manage. So, when someone is threatening to go to war, or trying to convince us, and mounting a huge public relations campaign to justify it, the news media have a responsibility to question everything. It's important that the media provide us with diverse and opposing views, so we can choose the best available options. Let's take the example of going to war. War should be a last resort, obviously, undertaken when all other options have failed. They should be providing the most intense scrutiny on our behalf, so the public can see the other side of things. Otherwise, we may be drawn into unnecessary wars, or wars fought for reasons other than those presented by governments and generals. Most of the time, the media fail to perform this crucial role. Even the large, so-called liberal American media have admitted that they have not always been watchdogs for the public interest, and that their own coverage on some major issues looks strikingly one-sided at times. That is why when we approach a traffic light we do not have to think everything through as if it were the first one we ever saw. Human beings seek and require a certain degree of stability in thought and action without which we simply could not survive. Our cognitive abilities allow us to establish conditioned or learned responses to the situations we confront on a continual basis. We do not need to reinvent the wheel each time we act, so to speak. We know, or assume we know, that red means stop, green means go, and yellow means slow down and proceed cautiously. The templates in our minds also tell us that applying pressure to the gas pedal will make us go faster, and applying pressure to the brake will slow us down. We also believe from the mental pictures we have previously developed that other drivers will behave in predictable manners as well. An individual who logs on to this site looking for items may be interested in the item advertised for sale. Customer-to-customer C2C e-commerce is a business transaction in which two individuals want to sell or buy items. The items are usually used items, collector's items such as stamps or coins, or antiques. The seller posts the description of the item and the expected price of the item on a website maintained by a company, which acts as a broker. He then offers to buy the item and he may quote a price. The price is mutually settled by exchanging messages by email. The broker then arranges to collect the item from the seller and dispatches it to the buyer, and collects a fee from the buyer and the seller for his services. The primary advantage of this transaction is that the internet enables two individuals located at distant places to come together to buy and sell using an intermediary's web address. In contrast, an injunctive norm is a social expectation about what people should do in a particular situation. Norms can be descriptive or injunctive. A descriptive norm is simply what most people do in a given situation, with no necessary implication of right or wrong. For example, the majority of Mexican Americans living in New Mexico eat more spicy food than do the majority of Swedish Americans living in North Dakota. There would be nothing immoral about a Swede who ate spicy foods, or a Chicano who preferred bland mashed potatoes to salsa. Throwing litter in a trash receptacle rather than out the car window is considered right and proper, regardless of how many other people do or don't behave that way. Both descriptive and injunctive norms influence people's inclinations to act unselfishly in social dilemmas. As the heart begins beating, the head of the chicken is moved up and down in a manner that mimics the movement that will be used later for pecking the ground. It was for quite some time thought that when chickens hatched and immediately began pecking the ground for food, this behavior must have been instinctive. In the 1920s, a Chinese researcher named Xingyang Kuo made a remarkable set of observations on the developing chick egg that overturned this idea. He found that rubbing heated Vaseline on a chicken egg caused it to become transparent enough so that he could see the embryo inside without disturbing it. In this way, he was able to make detailed observations of the chick's development, from fertilization to hatching. One of his observations was that in order for the growing embryo to fit properly in the egg, the neck is bent over the chest in such a way that the head rests on the chest just where the developing heart is encased. Thus the innate pecking behavior that the chicken appears to know miraculously upon birth has, in fact, been practiced for more than a week within the egg. Equity-based approaches are controversial, however, because some students receive resources not given to all students. In an equity-based approach, actions of educational institutions are designed to correct social, cultural, linguistic, and other differences. These actions might include, for example, English as a second language ESL programs that help immigrants acquire the language of instruction, so that they can learn in English as soon as possible, while nurturing their native tongue. 2. Equity can be applied to gender gaps, economic gaps, or any other group disparities in educational outcomes created by social injustices. This raises questions about fundamental ideas of fairness understood as everybody getting exactly the same things that are deeply embedded in U.S. belief systems. However, an equity-based approach argues that fairness has to be seen in a larger perspective. A teacher made the following analogy: everyone gets a pen, but maybe some people need help using that pen, because they have only used pencils before. If society responded more adequately to people who have impairments, they would not experience nearly as many challenges and limitations. Many people find it difficult to relate to someone who has a physical disability, often because they have not had any personal interaction with anyone with a disability. For example, they might be unsure what to expect from a person who has a mobility impairment and uses a wheelchair, because they have never spent any time with wheelchair users. This lack of understanding can create additional challenges for people with disabilities. consider office workers, who happen to use wheelchairs. Provided that there is only one level, or there are ramps or elevators between levels, they may need no assistance whatsoever in the workplace. In other words, in an adapted work environment, they do not have a disability. Population outbreaks of mule deer can also change ecology in unforeseen ways, such as by killing trees, when starving deer chew on tree bark. In Europe, roe deer populations will only expand until the population reaches a certain density before numbers stabilize. Some populations of roe deer seem to have fewer offspring as resources become scarcer. North American mule deer, on the other hand, did not evolve such a self-regulating mechanism. Without predators to keep their populations under control, mule deer will reproduce until there are so many deer that food becomes scarce, and many of them starve. Populations that are unable to self-regulate depend on predators and other limiting factors for regulation. That is why it is said wolves are the enemy of deer but the friend of deer populations. Even something as basic as the position and design of a window makes a statement about the building's role with respect to the outside world. The most basic level of architectural symbolism is that of broadcasting the building's purpose. The White House in Washington, D.C., with its covered porch, curtained windows and broad wings, is clearly a home and just as clearly a magnificent one, built on a grand scale. Equally, Westminster Cathedral in London is obviously a place of worship. The more prestigious the building, the more likely it is to make a strong declaration on this visual level. At a deeper level, different elements of a building's specific design can also carry volumes of meaning. Large, expansive ground-level windows are an invitation in, and probably indicate a shop. Little slits are a warning to keep out, and most likely belong to a prison or medieval keep. We tend to perceive the door of a classroom as rectangular no matter from which angle it is viewed. Actually, the rectangular door of a classroom projects a rectangular image on our retina only, when it is viewed directly from the front. C. At other angles, the image will be seen as a trapezoid. The edge of the door towards us looks wider than the edge hinged with the frame. Slowly the trapezoid becomes thinner and thinner, and all that is projected on the retina is a vertical line, which is the thickness of the door. These changes we can observe and distinguish, but we do not accept them. Similarly, a round coin is seen as round even when viewed from an angle at which, objectively, it should appear elliptical. In the same way, we see car wheels as round, even though the retinal image is oval, when viewed from an angle other than directly from the front. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-B-C-A-B-C-A. Biological psychologists look for causes of our psychological problems within our physiology, our genetics, and human evolution. They argue that our actions and thoughts are functions of our underlying biology. B. To treat a psychological disorder, depression, for example, a biological psychologist might focus on a deficiency in the activity of certain chemicals in the nervous system, as a cause of this problem. C. Therefore, to treat depression using this perspective, the problem with a chemical deficiency would have to be rectified. How? Antidepressant drugs might be prescribed. These will increase the activity of the neural chemicals involved, and this increased activity might lead to changes in our mood. If all goes well, a few weeks after beginning treatment, we begin to feel better. Thus, our mood is at least partly a function of our brain chemistry. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-B-C-A-B-C-A. The exact sequence of mistakes by which the Titanic came to collide with an iceberg has never been fully explained. It is known that during the 12 hours preceding the disaster, messages were sent from other ships that large icebergs lay in the Titanic's path. B. However, these messages may not have reached the ship's bridge. When the collision occurred, the iceberg did not hit the Titanic head-on, but brushed the right side of the ship. However, this was enough to buckle the hull and disconnect rivets below the waterline, creating leaks into 5 of the ship's hull compartments. Although lifeboats were deployed, there were not enough to hold everyone. See furthermore, some were launched before they were full. As a result, about 1,500 people were still on the ship when it sank. Most are thought to have died of hypothermia in the ice-cold waters. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-AC-B-C-B-C-B-A. Many animals spend most of their waking hours looking for food and eating it. They search their environment for things to eat. Some animals search alone, and others search together, but in general they get their food directly from nature. See, human food comes from nature too. But most people now get their food from other people. Over the past year, how much of what you ate did you get directly from nature, by picking it from plants or hunting and killing animals? A. Probably most, if not all, of what you ate came either from supermarkets, where the food prepared by others is sold, or in dining establishments such as restaurants and cafeterias, where food grown by some people is cooked and served by others. B. If all those institutions abruptly went out of business and people had to get their food directly from nature, most of us would not know how to go about it. Many people would go hungry. A-C-B-B-C-C-AC-C-AC-B-C-B-A. According to research on wildlife damage management, the more animals are exposed to a fear-provoking stimulus, the faster they will adjust to it. B. For this reason, firecrackers should be used sparingly and propane cannons should be set, so that they fire only a couple of times per hour. Ideally, a propane cannon or other auditory stimuli should fire only when wild animals come close. C. One way to accomplish this is to have the noisemaker remotely controlled by someone, who fires it only when an animal is nearby. This, however, is too labor-intensive to be practical for most wildlife damage problems. An alternative is to connect a noisemaker to a motion detector, auditory sensor, or infrared sensor that activates the noisemaker whenever an animal is detected. It was found that deer adjusted more slowly to motion-activated gas exploders than to those that fired at timed intervals. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-AC-B-C-B-A. According to researcher Irenaeus Eibel-Eibsfeld, human babies in all societies start to become afraid of strangers at approximately 6 months of age. See? Why is that so? Our evolution gives us some explanations. By this age, in a typical hunter-gatherer or small village society, babies have usually had the chance to meet all members of their community. Any stranger, therefore, poses a threat to the baby's safety. The baby may wonder what the stranger is about to do to him, and may fear for his life. So the baby starts looking for clues from his mother. B. If the mother seems to be okay with that stranger, the baby is reassured. According to Eibel-Eibsfeld, this so-called childhood xenophobia is the first sign of a built-in tendency to see the world in terms of us and them. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-AC-B-C-B-A. The visual arts are nonverbal languages, but in more ways than one might expect. We all know that paintings communicate, and that we are able to derive some information from them more effectively than we can from words. C. A great many words would be needed to describe a miracle performed by a saint, or what the Rocky Mountains looked like in 1848 with the same degree of detail found in a painted image of such a subject. But few of us are aware of the fact that obtaining information from an image is not automatic, not even from the most realistic picture of a familiar subject. B. We have to be able to read a particular system of distortions that has been used to translate the original three-dimensional scene into a two-dimensional reproduction. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-AC-B-C-B-A. Although children watch television at various times, the programming that they view alone tends to be specifically aimed at children. B. In the United States particularly, most of the advertising during the segment consists of ads for food, particularly sugared food. During the run-up to Christmas, increasing numbers of ads concern toys and games. Such practices are believed to put pressure on parents to yield to what the media have dubbed pester power. This has led to calls for legislation to regulate advertising in Europe and the United States. See indeed, the Swedish government has outlawed television advertising of products aimed at children under 12, and recently in the United States 50 psychologists signed a petition calling for a ban on the advertising of children's goods. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-A-C-B-C-A-B-C-A. Apart from minor differences, all top-class athletes, no matter what their sport, use superior technique based on the best use of the mechanical principles that control human movement. C. But it's important to remember that the refined, polished movements you see in the technique of an elite athlete seldom occur by chance. They usually result from hours of practice, and more importantly, smart practice, the right type of practice. B. Likewise, it's virtually impossible nowadays for an athlete to reach world-class status without the assistance of coaches and sports scientists, who know why it's better to perform movements one way rather than another. Today's top athletes get help from knowledgeable coaches, who critically observe their performances, and tell them what is efficient movement and what is not. The coach's knowledge and sports science assessment, coupled with the athlete's talent and discipline, help produce safe, first-rate performances. A-C-B-B-C-C-AC-B-C-B-C-A. There is a difference between getting what you want and getting what you think you want. Technology gives us more and more of what we think we want. These days, looking at sociable robots and digitized friends, one might assume that what we want is to be always in touch and never alone, no matter who or what we are in touch with. One might assume that what we want is plenty of weak ties, the informal networks that underpin online acquaintanceship. But if we pay attention to the real consequences of what we think we want, we may discover what we really want. We may want some stillness and solitude. As an American writer once put it, we may want to live less thickly, and wait for more infrequent but meaningful. As we put in our many hours of typing with all fingers, or just thumbs, we may discover that we miss the human voice. We may decide that it is fine to play chess with a robot, but that robots are unfit for any conversation about family or friends. A robot might have needs, but to understand desire, one needs language and flesh. We may decide that for these conversations, we must have a person who knows, firsthand, what it means to be born, to have parents and a family, to wish for love and perhaps children, and to anticipate death. And, of course, we must not let the virtual take us away from the real world. That doesn't go away with a power outage. Plug in and log on, farewell to loneliness, ethical issues in the online community. Humans and robots, friends or foes, connected yet detached in virtuality, explore the net, go beyond reality. Adventurous endeavors, technological outbursts, face-to-face encounters, dialogues with social robots, supernatural interventions. Travel is a wonderful analogy to the freedom of minimalist living. Think about what a pain it is to drag around 2 or 3 heavy suitcases when you're on vacation. You've anticipated the trip for ages, and when you disembark from your plane you can't wait to explore the sights. Not so fast. First you have to wait, and wait for your bags to appear on the luggage carousel. Next, you need to haul them through the airport. You might as well head to the taxi stand, as maneuvering them on the subway would be nearly impossible. And forget about getting a jump on sightseeing. You must head directly to your hotel, to rid yourself of this enormous burden. When you finally reach it, minimalism, on the other hand, makes it easy to move from place to place. Imagine traveling with only a light backpack. Instead, the experience is positively exhilarating. You arrive at your destination, leap off the plane, and zip by the crowds awaiting their luggage. You then jump on the subway, catch a bus, or start walking in the direction of your hotel. Along the way, you experience all the sights, sounds, and smells of a foreign city, with the time and energy to savor it all. You're mobile, flexible, and free as a bird, able to carry your bag to museums and tourist sites, and keep it in a locker when need be. Less stuff, more freedom. Tips to help you pack for a trip. We all have the right to be mobile. Simple airports make travel easier. How to live meaningfully and successfully. Will be left bankrupt, collapse in exhaustion. Realize your true identity, won't regret your decision. Feel like being harsh on yourself. In 1998, when Enrique Peñalosa became mayor of Bogotá, Colombia, he began transforming the quality of urban life with a vision of a city designed for people. Under his leadership, the city established or renovated 1,299 parks, introduced a highly successful rapid transit system, built hundreds of miles of bicycle lanes and pedestrian paths, reduced traffic congestion by 40%, planted 100,000 trees, and involved local citizens directly in the improvement of their neighborhoods. Even though Colombia is a strife-torn country racked by decades of civil war and a devastating poverty rate, the streets of this city of 8 million inhabitants became safer than those of Washington, D.C. Peñalosa's views aren't applicable only in Latin America. They are deeply relevant to the quality of life in towns and cities in the United States, too. High-quality public pedestrian space in general, and parks in particular, he says, are evidence of true democracy at work. The reason that parks and public spaces are important to a democratic society, he says, is because they are the only places where parks are as essential to the physical and emotional health of a city as the water supply. Most city and state budgets, of course, allot infinitely more money and other resources to roads than to parks. Why, Peñalosa asks, are the public spaces for cars deemed more important than the public spaces for children? Citizens' power to make a difference. A strategy for preserving national parks. Live close to the places you need to go. A mayor's wrong decision. A city for cars, parks and public spaces make a big difference. There are no cars. People meet as equals. Arts and discussions flourish. People can get close to nature. Different cultures collide with each other. It was a beautiful sunny spring day in San Diego, California. As I walked down the street, noticing the landscaping of each home, a gorgeous peach tree caught my eye. Each blossom was so bright, alive, and colorful. A smile came immediately to my face. As I was admiring the tree, a young girl drove up and stepped out of her car. I told her how beautiful the tree was. She enthusiastically told me that 5 years earlier her mom had planted a peach pit in a small cup, and after it had grown a while she planted it outside expecting it to bear fruit. Her husband, however, told her that it would never bear fruit. She didn't listen and told him it would bear more fruit than he could imagine. With a big grin, the young girl confided to me, "That's exactly what happened." Hearing this was so inspiring to me that I started crying. Too often in my life I had listened to people with negative outlooks, and let them discourage me. I had stopped taking action toward my vision, and settled for what I thought I could have. At that moment something powerful happened. I made a decision to go for what I most cared about in my life, rather than listen to negative, discouraging opinions. Little by little I started to surround myself with people. Since making that choice, I have been able to see that beautiful peach tree, and taste its abundant sweet fruit over and over again. Positive thinking bears fruit. Peach trees, a symbol of youth. Try to pay attention to your family. Listening is more powerful than speaking. Success does not come as a flash of luck. Cautious, imaginative, supportive, diligent, productive. A survey conducted in the mid-1970s revealed that 85% of respondents ranked themselves in the top 50th percentile for the ability to get along well with others, and 70% did so for leadership ability. In fact, for get along well with others, a quarter of the individuals thought they should be positioned in the top first percentile. Another survey showed that 93% of the people surveyed believed they were in the top 50th percentile for driving ability. This, of course, is impossible. Most people cannot be better than most people. The data depicts a mathematical flaw. Someone has to be in the bottom half of the curve. We cannot all be in the positive tail of the distribution. We can, however, all believe that we are at high end on the most positive attributes, and indeed we do. This belief is known as the superiority bias. We are quite confident that we are more interesting, attractive, friendly, and successful than the average person. We may not admit it openly when questioned, but we have a strong sense that this is correct. If truth be told, some of us are more creative, honest, and funny than the average person, but about half of us are not. The thing is, we are blind to our own. However, while we do not recognize our own biases, we can often detect biases in others. Success lies in what you believe. How to control your overconfidence. What I believe I am, is that correct? Is mathematical data always reliable? Being humble, the most common attribute in humans. Future success, beauty, illusions, differences. Superiority bias. How much space do you need to be happy? Part of the American story is that bigger is better, and with cheap credit and tax breaks for home buyers, it's tempting to stretch one's finances, to build or buy a larger house. My grandpa Otto chose a different path. He didn't want to find himself working longer and longer hours just to pay for more space and the stuff to fill it. He grew up in a farming community and within a very large family, so living simply was integral to his life philosophy. In the 1950s, when my dad was a little boy, my grandpa built a 600-square-foot cottage. He put the 20 by 30-foot structure on a small plot of land in Pleasant Hill. Dad remarked, reusing and recycling was a necessity. In essence, he was recycling before it became cool. Grandpa got most of the materials for his little house from the Oakland docks, where he was working. It took 4 years to build the small cottage, and when they moved in, the roof wasn't even on. My dad recalled looking up at the stars in the roofless house, as a 12-year-old kid before falling asleep. Dad didn't mind living in an unfinished house. He described Pleasant Hill as open and private. It felt like all the homes were on 10 acres. Over the years, my dad and grandpa noticed dramatic changes in their community. Each year more farmland was devoured to build strip malls and neighborhoods with larger homes. As real estate prices rose, many of their neighbors sold their homes and lots. Soon my grandpa had the only small house on the block, surrounded by a sea of homes 4 times the size of his dwelling. Yet my grandpa loved his little home, and was content with what he had. Even though the house was small, it didn't feel cramped. As my dad said, everyone was happy and content. The size of the house didn't matter. My grandpa taught me that living a simple life isn't about self-deprivation. Instead, it's about giving yourself the time, freedom, and money to pursue your dreams. In many ways, I've modeled my life after that of my grandpa. I learned from him that simplicity isn't about austerity. It's a revolution in personal growth. 1AB-D-C-B-D-B-D-B-D-B-C-D-B. 2A-B-C-D-E. 3 Grandpa 1950-600. My 8-year-old daughter found a wig in the garbage dumpster this morning. I walked into the kitchen, highly irritated that I couldn't make a respectable knot in my green silk tie, and there she was at the table, eating cereal and reading the funnies, the wig pulled tightly over her head like a football helmet. The wig was a dirty bush of curly blonde hair, the kind you might see on someone who is trying to imitate Marilyn Monroe. I asked where she got the wig and she told me, her mouth full of cereal. When I advised her that we don't wear things we find in the garbage, she simply continued eating and reading, as if she didn't hear me. I wanted her to take that wig off, but I couldn't ask her to do it. I forgot all about my tie and going to work. I looked out the window, where a mist was falling slowly on the street. I paced into the living room and back, trying not to look at my daughter. She ignored me. I could hear her munching cereal and rustling paper. There was a picture, or a memory, real or imagined, that I couldn't get out of my mind. Last fall, before the accident, my wife was sitting in the chair where now my daughter always sits. She was reading the paper to see how the Blackhawks did the night before, and her sleep mask hair was only slightly longer and darker than the hair of my daughter's wig. I wondered if my daughter had a similar picture in her head, or if she had a picture at all. I watched her and she finally looked up at me, but her face was blank. She went back to her reading. I walked around the table, picked her up, and held her against my chest. I pressed my nose into that wig and it smelled not like the clean shampoo scent I might have been hoping for, but like old lettuce. I suppose it didn't matter at that point. My daughter put her smooth arms around my neck, and for maybe a few seconds we were together again, the three of us. A-B-D-C-B-D-B-B-D-B-C-D-C-B. A-B-C-D-E. As a boy, Charlie Paddock had one great burning ambition, to be an Olympic champion. It was the one thing that dominated his thinking, even as a boy. One day he went up to his coach and said, "Coach, what can I do to become the world's fastest sprinter?" His coach replied, "You've got to get your knees high. The secret of sprinting is to pick those knees high and lean forward and reach out." Charlie worked on it. He worked on it until he got his knees coming up so high that his thighs hit his chest. Whenever he would start down the track, he was a slow starter, but pretty soon those knees would begin pumping. The last 5 or 6 yards, he would leap off the track and fly through the air, knees still pumping in midair, to hit the tape. He set or tied world's record upon world's record, holding 4 world's records at one time. In 1920, he claimed the dream of his lifetime, when he won the 100 meters in the Olympic Games at Antwerp, Belgium. Charlie Paddock was not only a great sprinter but also a great speaker. He loved to talk with young people. One day, Charlie was speaking at East Tech High School in Cleveland, Ohio. He said to the students, "Who knows, but maybe there's an Olympic champion right here in this auditorium this afternoon." When he finished his speech, a number of young kids came up to talk with him. There was one little spindly-legged boy deeply touched by what Charlie had said. The boy said, "Mr. Paddock, I'd give anything if I could be an Olympic champion just like you." Charlie reached out and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said, "Young fellow, if you'll work for it, if you'll train, you can become an Olympic champion." It was the moment of inspiration. That boy was different. Every night he went out, off-season and during Season B he ran and trained and trained. In 1936 that little spindly-legged boy, although no longer spindly-legged, went to Berlin, Germany. He won 4 gold medals. His name is Jesse Owens. Charlie Paddock had inspired him. After setting 3 world's records one afternoon in 1935, he won the 100 meters, the 200 meters, and the broad jump, and led off the 400-meter relay team. A-B-D-C-B-D-B-D-B-C-D-C-B. A-B-C-D-E. Early in my career, I saw the difference a boss can make, when my friend Corey Billington went to work for an information technology company. Corey joined an internal consulting team, which uncovers and invents ways to improve the company's supply chains. The team leader, I'll call him Hector, wowed executives with big ideas and flashy presentations. Unfortunately, Hector spent hardly any time talking to his people, and showed little interest in their work or careers. Hector ignored his team for long stretches and then at seemingly random intervals rushed in and demanded that everyone work on some urgent project. To paraphrase one team member, every now and then, D. He would ride in on his white horse, lead a charge, kill the enemy, declare victory, and gallop away. Then we wouldn't see him for a while. People at the team got fed up with Hector's odd behavior, and gave him low marks on the employee attitude survey. To management's credit, they moved Hector to another job and made Corey the boss. C. Corey used a different style. He listened to his people, worked with them to uncover their skills and hopes, and labored to land projects that they would enjoy and that would bolster the team's reputation. The first years were tough. C. His team had trouble getting good work, an early project failed, Corey made a hiring mistake, and some executives questioned whether the company needed the consulting team at all. B. But Corey persisted, helping his people develop new skills, learn from setbacks, and grow a group of loyal clients inside and eventually outside the company. Under Hector, the team's consultants were paid much less than people who did similar work elsewhere, and B. He made no effort to raise their pay. Corey fought for them, because he thought not getting paid based on one's value was very bad. Life slowly got better at the team. Within 5 years, they were doing high-profile work, and were named the best strategy group by Inform's a prestigious academic society, AB-D-C-B-D-B-D-B-B-D-B-C-D-C-B. ABCDE. Corey, Amy was an artist who worked part-time at home making greeting cards. She lived with her husband in a large apartment complex. Across from Emmy's apartment lived two bright little sisters. One was 2, the other 3. While their mother worked, their grandmother looked after them, but she watched television most of the time, so the girls busied themselves elsewhere. They loved to make paper dolls. D. One day, when Emmy's door was open, the sisters noticed that her apartment was full of colorful pencils and paper. From then on, they made it a point to stand by expectantly whenever they saw Emmy entering her apartment, until the day she invited them in. The girls told her about their interest in making paper dolls, and Emmy asked the question they had been waiting to hear. Would you like to make dolls and doll clothing with the boxes of brightly colored cloth and crayon bits that I have saved? Overjoyed, the children showed up at Emmy's apartment every day. At first Emmy just helped out with little things, as the girls cut out patterns and watched them play, but soon, at their urging, she joined them on the floor, laughing and pretending. Because she was an only child and had no sibling for a playmate, Emmy was fascinated and drawn into the process. After joining in their play, she enjoyed it so much that she spent hours a week for the next year drawing and playing with the children. The year that Emmy spent playing with the sisters, before they entered nursery school, was transformative for her. Not only did playing with them end her loneliness and mild boredom, it sparked her imagination. Her own artwork began to flourish, and she took up painting, something she hadn't done in years, with success. The greatest surprise, however, was the effect it had on her 10-year marriage. Playing with the children rekindled the playfulness Emmy had once brought to the relationship, and this brought out the playful side of her husband, as well, who told Emmy, "You've turned into your old self, the person who I fell in love with." AB-D-C-B-D-B-D-B-C-D-B. ABCDE. Emmy. Zelia Maria Magdalena Nuttall? American archaeologist ethnohistorian Zelia Maria Magdalena Nuttall was well known especially for her investigations of pre-Columbian culture and her studies of Mexican peoples and native Mexican plants. Nuttall was a brilliant archival researcher and self-trained archaeologist, who very early carved a career for herself by pursuing independent research and publishing in scholarly journals. Before age 30 she became a member of several highly prestigious scientific societies on the basis of her work. She was the winner of 3 medals for the exhibits of the results of her archival work and archaeological research, which she presented in Europe and the United States. Nuttall was never a part of university teaching faculty, and indeed there is no indication that she would have accepted such a position had it been offered. Early in her career, she was appointed honorary assistant in Mexican archaeology at the Peabody Museum of Harvard University, a post she held for 47 years. 30 Harvard 47. Von Neumann? Born in Budapest to a family of Jewish bankers, von Neumann was undeniably bright. At age 8, he had mastered calculus. At age 12, he was reading works aimed at professional mathematicians. But he also loved to invent mechanical toys, and became a child expert on Byzantine history, the Civil War, and the trial of Joan of Arc. When it was time to go off to university, he agreed to study chemical engineering, as a compromise with his father, who feared that his son couldn't make a living as a mathematician. Von Neumann kept his bargain by enrolling at the University of Budapest and promptly leaving for Berlin, where he spent his time doing mathematics, including visiting lectures by Einstein, and returning to Budapest at the end of every semester to take examinations. He published his second mathematics paper, in which he gave the modern definition of ordinal numbers which excelled Cantor's, at age 19. By age 25 he had published 10 major papers. By age 30, nearly 3 dozen. The following evening another bouquet was thrown, and the dancer in compliance with their instructions stepped on it, again amidst frantic applause. When Austria ruled northern Italy, a ballet dancer in Venice, while dancing at a theater there, had a bouquet thrown at her, tied with a ribbon in the Italian colors. She immediately kissed the ribbon, which created tremendous enthusiasm among the audience. After the performance she was called to the police office and sharply criticized for this act of patriotism. She excused herself by saying that in kissing the bouquet she had only followed the universal custom on such occasions. The authorities, however, would not accept this excuse and told her that if it happened again she should not kiss the bouquet but step on it. The ribbon around the bouquet was, this time, not red, green and white, but black and yellow, the colors of Austria. Oliver Locker Lampson, British Member of Parliament from 1910 to 1945, once remarked that no MP could ever be arrested. Unfortunately for him, practical joker Horace de Vere-Cole overheard him say it and planned to prove him wrong. B. Horace de Vere-Cole promptly challenged Oliver Locker Lampson to run a race down a London street. He accepted and the MP was soon streaking ahead. He was somewhat surprised when de Vere-Cole started shouting, "Stop thief!" and the police were soon after him too. With nothing to hide, he stopped, and de Vere-Cole told the police that this man had stolen his gold pocket watch. Sure enough, when Locker Lampson's pockets were searched the watch was found on him. The MP was promptly arrested and taken into custody. See, only then did Horace de Vere-Cole admit that he'd slipped his watch into the unsuspecting man's pocket, to prove the MP wrong about something he'd said. Now he ended up being arrested too. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-A-C-B-C-A. He/him. Less than a mile from the entrance of Yellowstone I saw a bear beside the road, and it walked out slowly as though to flag me down. Instantly a change came over Charlie. He shrieked with rage. His lips flared, showing wicked teeth that have some trouble with a dog biscuit. He screeched insults at the bear, and hearing this, the bear reared up, and seemed to me to overtop our truck. Frantically I rolled the windows shut and, swinging quickly to the left, grazed the animal, then scuttled on while Charlie screamed beside me, describing what he would do to that bear, if he could get at him. I was never so astonished in my life. In his whole history Charlie had showed great tolerance for every living thing. Besides, Charlie is so deep-seated a coward, that he has developed a technique for concealing it. And yet he showed his intention of wanting to attack a bear that outweighed him 1,000 to 1. I don't understand it. A, B, C? England's plan to establish colonies in North America, starting in the late 16th century, was founded on a false valid idea. It was generally assumed that Virginia, the region of the North American continent, to which England laid claim, would have the same climate as the Mediterranean region of Europe, since it lay at similar latitudes. As a result, the English hoped that the American colonies, once established, would be able to supply Mediterranean goods, such as olives and fruit, and reduce England's dependence restriction on imports from continental Europe. One prospectus claimed that the colonies would provide the wines, fruit and salt of France and Spain, the silks of Persia and Italy. Similarly, abundant scarce timber would do away with the need to import wood from Scandinavia. In short, America was mistakenly expected to be a land of plenty that would quickly turn a profit. ABC false dependence abundant false dependence scarce false restriction abundant valid restriction scarce valid restriction abundant. In the United States, the proportion of infants who were nursed at all by their mothers, and the age at which those nurtured infants were weaned, decreased through much of the 20th century. For example, by the 1970s only 5% of American children were being nursed at the age of 6 months. In contrast, among hunter-gatherers not in contact with farmers and without access to farmed foods, infants are nursed far beyond 6 months, because the only suitable infant food available to them is mother's milk. They have no access to cow's milk, baby formula, or soft food replacements. The age of weaning averaged over 7 hunter-gatherer groups is about 3 years old, an age at which children finally become capable of fully nourishing themselves by chewing enough firm food. A-C-B-B-C-C-A-C-A-C-B-C-A. Epicurus then reasons that the soul could not be empty space, because it operates dynamically with the body, so it must be made up of atoms. One of the obstacles to enjoying the peace of mind, Epicurus reasons, is the fear of death. But rather than countering this fear by proposing an alternative state of immortality, Epicurus tries to explain the nature of death itself. He starts by proposing that when we die, we are unaware of our death, since our consciousness, our soul, ceases to exist at the point of death. To explain this, Epicurus takes the view that the entire universe consists of either atoms or empty space. Epicurus. He describes these atoms of the soul as being distributed around the body, but as being so breakable that they dissolve when we die, and so we are no longer capable of sensing anything. If you are unable to feel anything when you die, it is foolish to let the fear of death cause you pain while you are still alive. B. Historically, climate and the physical environment have exerted the greatest influence on shaping agriculture. People have had to adjust their living strategies and techniques to the prevailing regional climate conditions. Soils have played an influential role in both agricultural practices and food provisioning. Slash and burn farming, in part, reflects an adaptation to poor tropical soils, which rapidly lose their fertility when farmed. Peasant agriculture, by contrast, often owes its high productivity to the long-lived fertility of local volcanic soils. Terrain has also influenced agriculture, as farmers tended to cultivate relatively level areas. The constraints of climate, soil, and terrain have historically limited the types of crops that could be grown and the cultivation methods that could be practiced. In addition, instead, in addition, in some, in contrast, in fact, in contrast, in some, in other words, instead. People have long indulged in luxury foods from faraway places, combining the exotic with the local and purchased imports with homegrown staples. Exchange networks have long brought goods far from where they were produced for consumption. Sydney Mintz shows how the Industrial Revolution in England, supported by slave labor on Caribbean plantations, made sugar the mainstay of the masses in both locations, and linked diverse populations together through the movements of goods and capital. chocolate was brought from Mexico to colonial Spain, where it quickly changed from a medicine to an elite drink and acceptable pre-mass beverage and then to a childhood snack, while simultaneously shifting from a beverage to a solid. Coffee moved from Africa, to Brazil, to Starbucks. None of these trajectories are complex, following the movements of global products like sugar, chocolate, or coffee would create web-like networks covering much of the globe. Simple. The Rust Belt is notorious for its poor air quality. For decades, coal plants, steel production, and auto emissions have pumped particulates like sulfate into the atmosphere over the eastern U.S. Especially before air quality laws began appearing in the 1970s, particulate pollution was behind acid rain, respiratory disease, and ozone depletion. But a new study from Harvard University suggests that the Rust Belt's thick particulate fog may have helped slow down the effects of climate change, particularly when it was thickest. Throughout the 20th century, global temperatures have gone up by just under 1 degree Celsius. But in the U.S., eastern and central states haven't seen the same rise. In fact, temperatures there actually decreased over the same period. The reason seems to be particulate pollution. Instead of trapping warm air in the atmosphere like carbon dioxide, fine particles like sulfate reflect the sun's light and heat. They may even group with watery cloud droplets, which do the same thing. The effect is an accumulation of carbon dioxide and net cooling across entire regions, a steep acceleration of global warming, a significant improvement in air quality, a slow but steady increase in temperatures A, B, C. Some pessimistic scientists believe that climate change on Earth has already passed the tipping point, beyond which it is not possible to stop the slide into global meltdown. But other groups of scientists think that even if the tipping point has been and gone, there might still be hope for the planet in the form of geoengineering, which is superscale design and build work that could be utilize the effects of climate change. The ideas put forward include sending giant sunshades into space to block out some of the sun's light, building a network of industrial plants around the globe that would suck in carbon dioxide, compress it into liquid, and then pump it underground, and tipping gallons of fertilizer into the oceans to hinder the growth of marine plant life, to absorb carbon dioxide from the air by photosynthesis. ABC difficult utilize hinder difficult reverse encourage possible utilize encourage possible reverse hinder possible reverse encourage. Aviation experts are urging the more rapid introduction of more efficient jet engines that burn less fuel. This would reduce direct air pollution released per passenger mile. However, increased engine efficiency can have paradoxical results as far as global warming is concerned. More efficient engines produce exhaust with higher relative humidity, which can increase vapor trail formation. They also tend to produce more NOx, because they burn fuel at higher temperatures and pressures. To significantly reduce aviation's contribution to global climate change, radically more efficient aircraft may be needed. One such design, the SAX-40, was unveiled by the Silent Aircraft Initiative of Cambridge University in the UK and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US in 2006. The 215-passenger plane, still only a concept, featured a blended wing body design and efficient engines. Such designs, if successful, will also reduce noise pollution from aviation. A-B-C-B-C-C-A-C-A-B-C-A. Ideally, supporters of recycling would like to see a global recycling system to allow products to be recycled according to a unified system around the world. The beginnings of such a system are already taking root in Europe. Germany has developed a recycling program known as the Green Dot system, in which manufacturers and retailers have to pay for a green dot on products. The fees are charged for green dots increase with the amount of packaging, and monies from this program are used to help recycle the packaging charged. Consumers are encouraged to buy products that have the green dots. According to most reports, This system has led to a dramatic decrease in the amount of packaging used, thus creating less garbage that needs recycling. Germany claims the result has been a decline of about 1 million tons less garbage than normal every year. The improvement of the social and economic conditions of the poor in Brazil is the main concern of the government. It is clear that to diminish deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon would require enormous financial resources to compensate the laggers and give them an economic incentive to pursue other areas of activity. The Worldwide Fund for Nature has estimated that a total of approximately $547.2 million would be required from international sources to compensate the forest developers and establish a highly organized framework to fully implement forest governance and monitoring, and the foundation of new protected forest areas in the Amazon for future sustainability. Due to Brazil's need to develop economically and pay off international debt obligations, compensating the laggers over the entirety of the Amazon rainforest would require huge funding and increased interaction with the international community, and a reform of the world market system, if deforestation in the country is to be halted. Solutions to unemployment in Brazil, causes of Amazon deforestation, economic benefits of the Amazon rainforest, the impact of globalization on the Brazilian economy, the cost of saving the Amazon rainforest from destruction. A, B, C? It had long been something of a mystery where, and on what, the northern fur seals of the eastern Pacific feed during the winter, when which they spend off the coast of North America from California to Alaska. There is no evidence that they are feeding to any great extent on sardines, mackerel, or other commercially important fishes. Presumably 4 million seals could not compete with commercial fishermen for the same species without the fact being as known. But there is some evidence on the diet of the fur seals, and it is highly significant. Their stomachs have yielded the bones of a species of fish that has never been seen alive. Indeed, not even its remains have been found anywhere except in the stomachs of seals. Ichthyologists say that the sealfish belongs to a group that typically inhabits very deep water, off the edge of the continental shelf. ABC, when is have, when being have, which being has, which is has. Honey blue eye? A small and brightly colored warm water fish, the honey blue eye is found in the tropical regions of northeastern Australia and Queensland. It lives in small quiet streams and pools, along stream banks in dense aquatic vegetation, and in areas where roots from terrestrial plants hang down into the water. The honey blue eye consumes small insects and plankton, and is likely to eat small eggs of other fishes and those of its own species. The male is the flashier of the two sexes, and has large fins used for swimming and displaying to a potential mate. Honey blue eyes in breeding conditions swim closely together, as the female chooses a plant on which to deposit her eggs. She then lays a few eggs, and moves on to other vegetation to repeat the process. Scientists write chemical equations to tell what changes occur during chemical reactions. Parts of a chemical equation include symbols of elements, chemical formulas, the number of each atom or molecule involved, and signs, such as plus or minus. B. Smaller plus and minus signs used as superscripts indicate the number of electrons that can be lost, gained, or shared by an atom, when it forms a compound. Other plus and minus signs indicate the nature of the reaction. For example, 4 atoms of iron combine with plus 3 molecules of oxygen to form iron oxide. Every chemical equation must be balanced. C. That means that the number of atoms of each kind must be the same on both sides of the equation, regardless of whether the element stands alone, as part of a molecule, or as part of a formula. A-C-B-C-A-C-B-C-A-C-B-C-A. When an underwater object is seen from outside the water, its appearance becomes distorted. This is because refraction changes the direction of the light rays that come from the object. When these rays enter the eyes of an observer, nerves in the eyes send signals to the observer's brain. The brain then constructs a picture based on where the rays appear to have come from. It does this without accounting for the effects of refraction, so the object's appearance is distorted. When one looks at a straw in a glass of water, light rays from the part of the straw that is underwater refracting at the surfaces between the water and the glass, and between the glass and the air, refract. The rays appear to come from closer to the surface than they are, and the straw looks bent. If the straw were viewed from underwater, the part above water would be distorted. In the early 20th century, scientists conducting research on phenomena associated with weather and climate were just as likely to come from mathematics, physics, or astronomy backgrounds as from meteorology. One reason was that there were very few institutions of higher learning that focused on what we now call geophysics, the physics of the Earth. Consequently, individuals who had trained in other scientific and mathematical disciplines and became intrigued by atmospheric problems often attacked those problems from the distinct viewpoints they had gained while in graduate school. Although it might seem that meteorology and climatology would have advanced more quickly if this specialized training had been available sooner, that might not have been the case. Sometimes there is an advantage when people. That was true for the mathematically educated Milankovitch, and it was also true for the meteorologist scientist of the 1920s, physics-trained Wilhelm Jerkens. Have a common background, compete for limited resources, see problems in a different way, study only one subject for years, enjoy physical and mental health. In the past, many public sector recreation providers allowed people free access, or charged for permits to control the amount or season for different recreational activities, such as fishing or horse riding. However, governments and other public agencies are finding that funding to maintain sites and facilities, to cope with increased demand on the landscape, is becoming difficult to maintain. Opportunities to charge visitors for appropriate services, to help compensate for these costs, are being considered as one solution. This is a sensitive matter, as free access for all people to the outdoors is a much cherished right. There is also an additional dilemma for public agencies, where recreation facilities are already provided from public money, and it could be argued that the taxpayer is being charged twice. Thus, care is needed by public bodies to ensure that charges are only made for services that are clearly additional to the provision of free access. How to use public facilities for outdoor activities. Public recreation services, to charge or not, access to public facilities, denied or delayed, a short history of public recreation facilities preserving the landscape, torn between two demands. Survival eaters eat some dry cereal, and drink a small amount of water for breakfast, and are up and walking within minutes of waking. Food plays a large part in how much you enjoy the outdoors. The possibilities and permutations are endless, so you can constantly vary your diet. Wilderness dining has two extremes, gourmet eaters and survival eaters. The first like to make camp at lunchtime, so they have several hours to set up field ovens. They bake cakes and bread and cook multi-course dinners. They walk only a few miles each day, and may use the same campsite for several nights. They pound out dozens of miles every day. Lunch is a series of cold snacks eaten on the move. Dinner consists of a freeze-dried meal, cooked by pouring hot water into the package, or more cold snacks. A. B. Don't get so obsessed with a particular type of activity that you ignore other aspects of your fitness. Many long-distance runners, A, have a relatively skinny upper body, although their midsection and legs are usually in great shape. Even with respect to lower body functioning, running does much more for the muscles in the front than in the back of your legs. In contrast, cycling or skiing requires a different type of leg muscle conditioning, while swimming has a less positive impact on your lower body, unless you concentrate on kicking movements. Playing a lot of tennis or racquetball may be fine for aerobic conditioning, but can lead to an imbalance in strength, especially on one side of your upper body. B. Some weightlifters pay too little attention to their aerobic conditioning, having trouble jogging even short distances. A, B, thus, in addition, for example, therefore, for example, on the other hand, nonetheless, similarly, nonetheless, that is. An additional trend in consumer behavior is what is referred to as time deepening, in which the individual is involved in more than one activity at the same time. Many people in the home will combine activities such as watching television while ironing, or reading while listening to music, but there are similar trends in travel business contexts as well. An increasing number of people are seeking holidays, during which they can focus on an activity such as painting or wine tasting, while still enjoying conventional attributes such as climate, scenery and culture. Edutainment, in which entertainment is combined with educational learning, is also apparent in theme parks, heritage centers and contemporary museums and other facilities that are incorporating educational benefits into their service package, such as Chessington World of Adventures and Technic Guest. Contemporary needs for travel serving multiple purposes. Edutainment, killing two birds with one stone, affordable family vacations with self-selected activities, why multitasking may make you less productive. A complete guide to World Heritage Sites. One of the many strengths of the African American community is an intrinsic support for the athletic endeavors of African American girls and women. Since African American culture appreciates a greater flexibility of gender roles, and accepts a broader range of gender-appropriate behaviors, African American women are not as bound as white women by gender role stereotypes. Athletics for girls and women is not perceived as suitable to an African American female's gender role conflicting. Hall and Bauer's study of African American females found that African American women define themselves as softly strong, owning both strength and femininity without conflict. Welcome support from the African American community has energized many African American girls and women to participate in sports. Georgia O'Keeffe. In her art, Georgia O'Keeffe clearly showed a pioneering spirit and an intensely individual style. At age 27, while teaching art in South Carolina, O'Keeffe began a series of simple, abstract charcoal drawings that expressed her own ideas and feelings. She sent these drawings to a friend in New York, who showed them to Alfred Stieglitz, the owner of the influential Gallery 291. Stieglitz hailed them as the purest, finest, sincerest things. O'Keeffe's greatest source of inspiration was nature. Her best-known paintings are large, extreme close-ups of flowers. The simplified and magnified views compel us to look at them in a new way, and to discover their inner essence. At the same time, the paintings become abstract arrangements of color and line, light and shadow. While in New Mexico, she was also fascinated by the simple geometric grace of adobe churches and the majesty of the desert. Even though visual expressions can be traced back to prehistoric times, the meaning of the term art is defined by more recent and mostly Western values. B. In today's society, a work of art is considered special and distinct from ordinary occurrences. It is displayed in museums, reproduced in books, and discussed in lectures. It is admired and protected. C. A wide range of individuals, institutions, and factors contribute to establishing the guidelines that set art apart from commonplace manifestations. Museums are among the most authoritative, influential, and trusted forums. A. The artistic standards of these institutions are shaped by the opinions, research, and interpretations of art historians, theorists, critics, collectors, and other experts. These specialists communicate their views to both their peers and the public through exhibitions, books, articles, catalogs, reviews, and presentations. A-C-B-A-C-C-A-C-A-B-C-A-B-C-A. A. B. Music can convey the A of a film, effectively communicating whether the motion picture is an epic drama, Star Wars, 1977, Gone with the Wind, 1939, or a story that exists on a more personal scale, Ghost World, 2001. Music can convey the quality and size of a space, which Gerbman refers to as depth in space or physical volumes. For example, in Alien 1979 and Olivier's Hamlet 1948, the music serves at times to make small and/or artificial spaces seem more grand, and to enhance the sense of realism. In addition, music can establish a narrative's placement in B. Motion picture scores often serve to authenticate the era, or to provide a sense of nostalgia. Examples of the former would include Amadeus 1984 and Immortal Beloved 1995, while a sense of nostalgia is communicated through the music selected for films such as American Graffiti 1973 and The Big Chill 1983. AB Scope Time Scope Industry Creativity Time Values Situations Value Industry. Fairness in architecture, of course, does not always mean absolute equality, since people are not absolutely the same, and this is where prudence, another virtue, comes into play. Fairness in accommodating differences can lead to varied conditions in some cases, and uniform conditions in others. Building codes, for instance, have finally recognized the need for a larger number of restroom stalls for women, especially in entertainment venues, when intermissions lead to a flood of people needing such facilities. At the same time, Design for All demands that we adjust dimensions to accommodate the needs of people with a wide range of physical abilities, with many elements of buildings lower or wider than what has existed in the past. Examples like this suggest that fairness without prudence can lead, paradoxically, to unfair conditions, and that true fairness comes only from imagining ourselves in the place of those often treated unfairly, and responding to their needs accordingly. Architects should be mindful of the environmental effects of their buildings. Building more female restroom facilities is contrary to gender equality. Fairness in the workplace is a right to which everyone is entitled. True fairness in architecture means caring about the different needs of people. Accommodating the physically disabled is not as costly as many assume. If ballroom competitions are a spectacle of sights, sounds and movement, they are also performances by dancers, officials and audience members alike. Unlike many other Western dance forms, ballroom dancing is not a staged dance style. Ballroom audiences are not seated at a distance from the dancers. Similarly, their seating area is dimmed relative to the competition floor, but not in the dark. This means that the dancers can easily see and interact with the audience, and such interaction is regularly part and parcel of ballroom competitions. Spectators stand as well as sit, and most events sell standing room-only tickets as well as specific seats. Applause and cheering during the dancing is not only expected but actively encouraged and appreciated, and still photography during the competition is typical. Distinctive performer-audience connection in ballroom competitions. Diverse types of dress codes and etiquette for ballroom dancing. Effects of lighting and music on the quality of dance performance. Benefits and costs of ballroom dancing as a social encounter. Influence of audience responses on the judges' evaluations in the contest, but the ones in which he could get up and do things like industrial arts, drama, science projects, or PE were always his favorites. Jason always seemed to have a tough time in classes, except in the ones where he could do something. In the classes in which the teachers just stood and talked, or told everyone to read, he seemed to get bored and restless. He soon realized that he was not a slow or unmotivated learner, he was a kinesthetic learner. Once he figured this out, he started to use this information to his advantage. He would draw out what he learned from class on notes, posters, and doodles. He would act out things and work with other students on projects using role play and drama. This helped his learning come alive, and he was less bored. As a result, he not only enjoyed school more, but his grades also went up. When you are first establishing yourself as a writer, it makes sense to figure out your niche and stick to it. If you hop from novels to film scripts to poetry collections, for example, you are splitting your energy and effort into 3 parts. The most important step is to give careful consideration to what sets you apart from other writers. That's fine if you want to write as a hobby, but if you want to have a career, it means you're only exerting 33% of your available energy on each genre. It takes a lot of work to establish yourself in any market, so it's a good strategy to pick one and focus your efforts on it. If you feel that giving up the others will stifle your creativity too much, then do those in any spare time you have left. A, B, C? Visual aids must support psychological learning processes. Visuals that aid, disrupt, individualize these processes have been shown to depress learning. For example, Harp and Mayer found that adding visuals and text that were topically related to the lesson but irrelevant to the learning goal depressed learning. They created two versions of a lesson that taught the process of lightning formation. The basic lesson version used words and relevant visuals to depict the process. The B-enhanced simplified lesson version added short narrative vignettes with visuals such as a video of lightning striking trees, an ambulance arriving near the trees, and a lightning victim being carried in a stretcher to the ambulance. At the same time, the narrator said, approximately 10,000 Americans are injured by lightning every year. Learning was about 30% better for students using the basic lesson version C accompanying lacking the graphic enhancements. The enhancements actually depressed learning because they distracted attention from the main content aligned to the learning goal. ABC disrupt simplified accompanying individualize simplified accompanying disrupt simplified lacking individualize enhanced accompanying disrupt enhanced lacking. Our expectations are constructed through our value systems, upbringing, and past experiences and can be very different from those of others. These expectations can become major sources of frustration when not met by others' behavior, such as that of our tutees. The best thing to do is to try to enter tutoring without any expectations at all. This, of course, includes giving up expectations you may have of your future students and their personalities, their academic skills or progress, and their motivation and attitude toward you. All children are different. They have different backgrounds, different strengths, and different weaknesses. Some may be thrilled to be tutored, others may be suspicious. At the first meeting, a tutor's conception of a student should be a blank slate. Tutors must be prepared to accept and to work with any students to whom they are assigned. Benefits of a group-based tutoring program for children. Necessity for a tutor to accept a tutee, as is advantages of having tutees of diverse backgrounds. Ways to get students to take responsibility for their own learning. Importance of hiring and training qualified tutors. As A.S. Neal wrote in his influential book Summerhill, a child is innately wise and realistic. If left to himself without adult suggestion of any kind, he will develop as far as he is capable of developing. Neal and his colleagues of the 1960s and 1970s argued that schools should do away with examinations, grades, curricula, and even books. Though few schools went that far, the movement left a mark on educational practice. In the method of reading instruction known as whole language, children are not taught which letter goes with which sound, but are immersed in a book-rich environment where reading skills. In the philosophy of mathematics instruction known as constructivism, children are not drilled with arithmetic tables, but are enjoined to rediscover mathematical truths themselves by solving problems in groups. Both methods fare badly when students' learning is assessed objectively, but advocates of the methods tend to disdain standardized testing. Lead to the development of critical thinking build based on the learning of grammar are expected to blossom spontaneously become crucial when understanding textbooks are not required to do the class activities at hand. A.B. A narrative is not a myth the first time it is told, but only a story or an account. What makes a story a myth is the fact that it is received by a given society, and that a given society participates in its transmission. Obviously, it is difficult to determine just when any story becomes a myth, but it is clear that a narrative is not a myth when it is first told. The intentions of the first narrator and the last narrator can be the same, but this still does not give any special status to the creator of a myth. It is far more important to realize that the intentions of a given society, in transmitting a narrative, may have nothing to do with the purposes of its author. Thus we can never identify any individual creator of a myth. So long as myth is a collective narrative by definition, the only relevant consideration are the mentality and purposes of the society for which the myth is a myth. Given the nature of a myth, a narrative becomes a myth only when a given society accepts and be it, regardless of the intentions of its author. A collective transmits creative, distributes mental, modernizes primitive, circulates social, evaluates. It is widely known that Shakespeare's writings have influenced a large number of notable novelists and poets, including Herman Melville and Charles Dickens, and continue to influence new authors even today. What is less well known is, however, Shakespeare's influence on the English language itself. His entire work contains over 20,000 different words, and some authorities reckon that 1 in 12 of these was an invented word, or gave a fresh meaning to a current term. Shakespeare made up words, added prefixes and suffixes to existing words, combined words and changed nouns into verbs. Given that the first known use of around 1,700 words or meanings is in Shakespeare, and that his works have been so widely read, it's not surprising that many of the terms we use every day come from him. When we say something is fashionable, marketable, obscene or flawed, when we say someone is critical, generous, lonely or useless, and when we talk of accommodation or a bump, we are using words that Shakespeare originated: fashionable, marketable, obscene, flawed, critical, generous, lonely, useless, accommodation, bump. His influence is unparalleled. Shakespeare's contribution to the English vocabulary. The most famous quotations from Shakespeare's plays. Shakespeare's influence on British literary traditions. The untold stories of Shakespeare's love poems. The fundamental perspective of Shakespearean tragedies. But sometimes, on the other hand, we distrust fluent people. They speak with lively fluency, but they are somehow too smooth. The distinction between voice and real voice helps us understand the tricky relationship between verbal fluency and verbal power. Sometimes they go together, but sometimes they are reopposed. That is, on the one hand, sometimes fluency is a sign of power. A truly good speaker is never at a loss for words, because she has found the door to her best insights and her convictions. She spoke so expressively and well, but I didn't really believe her. Such people are good at finding a gear and generating words that fit the situation and the audience. They are never at a loss for words. But somehow all these words, however lively and fluent, don't give us any sense of making contact with the speaker or any sense of knowing her real feelings, attitudes or point of view. The ideal ending is surprising, yet makes sense based on what has gone before. Masterful mystery writers do this really well, causing us to feel we should have guessed the identity of the murderer, had we only paid attention to the clues that were there all along. Even if you don't write mysteries, that's a good model to use for many kinds of books. Give the reader enough clues to justify how the story ends, but does it so subtly that we didn't see it coming. Of course, some genres, like romantic comedies, are formulaic, so we do know the inevitable ending, and your cleverness has to be applied to making the journey enjoyable even though your reader or audience knows the exact destination. The most important episode in Mark Twain's travels was unplanned. In May 1866, the clipper ship Hornet caught fire near the equator. The crew divided into 2 lifeboats, and 43 days later one of those boats carrying 15 wasted men landed in Hawaii. Twain was bedridden at the time, but a friend, Anson Burlingame, made him aware of the event, and helped him get a record of the nightmare. The resulting piece was published on July 19 in the Sacramento Union and reprinted widely. After gathering more information, Twain expanded the piece, and submitted 43 days in an open boat to Harper's Monthly. It was published there in December. The story is a fine piece of writing, and Twain knew enough to avoid joking about so serious a matter. But he must have also known that one crew's misfortune is a consequence of another's envy, can be another man's opportunity, can lead to another crew's paycheck, is the reason why he traveled is more serious than another crew's misfortune. What's dangerous about the internet is Because it has the aura of technology around it, it has a totally undeserved instant credibility. The fact that information is conveyed in this high-tech manner somehow adds authority to what is conveyed, when in fact the internet is a global conveyor of unfiltered, unedited, untreated information. It is the greatest tool we have, not only for making people smarter quicker, but also for making people dumber faster. Rumors published on the internet now have a way of immediately becoming facts. This is particularly true among people who might not themselves have access to the internet, but hear a piece of news or gossip from the people around them who do have access. The robotic teddy bear Huggable, built as a companion for children and the elderly, has 2,000 sensors under its fur-covered silicon skin that can measure temperature, force, and electrical fields. Embrace it, and it hugs back. Put it on your lap, and it looks up at you with video camera eyes, and nuzzles into your arms. Set it on a table, and it can look around, catch your gaze, and gesture to be picked up. All the while, the robotic bear relays audio, video, and other information wirelessly to a nurse, tutor, babysitter, or parent. Is the Huggable being hit or ignored? Has the child fallen or gotten distracted? The Huggable knows, and can tell. A Huggable can strengthen family ties, enabling a soldier, business traveler, or faraway grandparent to be with a child virtually. The Huggable, an affectionate robotic companion. Try making your first robot with the Huggable. Advantages and disadvantages of using robots. Are we safe from robots that can think for themselves? Improve productivity by innovative application of industrial robots. A new medium is never an addition to an old one, wrote McLuhan in Understanding Media, nor does it leave the old one in peace. It never ceases to oppress the older media until it finds new shapes and positions for them. His observation rings particularly true today. Traditional media, even electronic ones, are being refashioned and repositioned as they go through the shift to online distribution. When the net absorbs a medium, it recreates that medium in its own image. It not only dissolves the medium's physical form, it injects the medium's content with hyperlinks, breaks up the content into searchable chunks, and surrounds the content with the content of all the other media it has absorbed. All these changes in the form of the content also change the way we use, experience, and even understand the content. Discourse is referring to the media production of reality TV seen to resemble reality. Simulations of space and time, the uncontrolled actions of participants, real-life events, ordinary people participating. Everything seems to be real enough. The frequency of the broadcasts in weekly TV programs and the closeness and familiarity of audiences with the TV characters create this hyperreality, and ultimately, yes, the simulacrum is true. Media reality has succeeded over time in being totally incorporated into society. In the era of media realities, the prototype, the mediation and its reflection are inseparable. There is a unique inversion going on that is no longer understood as such. Instead of questioning media reality, and to what degree it is objective, we question whether our empirical reality complies adequately with its media equivalent. This alone is sufficient evidence that media are in a prominent position to define truth. Factors that give birth to reality TV. The most common lie on reality TV programs. Changes in media related to technical progress. Reasons for people to be fascinated by reality TV. The acceptance of media realities and its consequence. There is a real threat to the security of systems when a user leaves a terminal logged into a system and the terminal is left unattended. This terminal can then be used by an unauthorized person. In such a circumstance, the unauthorized person can use the terminal and access the system, just as if the authorized user were present, without having to know or guess the authorized user's sign-on or password. For this reason, users must be advised not to leave a terminal logged in without use of a password-protected screensaver. Some systems may themselves have a process whereby an activity of the keyboard or mouse will automatically prevent use of the terminal, unless the authorized user enters a password. If such a process exists, the policy should be written to require its use. A. B. F. Scott Fitzgerald thought that the test of first-rate intelligence was the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still function. The ins shaped our brains in the A direction. Confirmation bias is a term for the way the mind systematically avoids confronting contradiction. It does this by overvaluing evidence that confirms what we already think or feel and undervaluing, or simply disregarding evidence that refutes it. Testimony from members of the Crow tribe about the destruction of their culture provides an extreme and tragic example of this. A man named Planikus reported that when the buffalo went away, the hearts of my people fell to the ground and they could not lift them up again. After this nothing happened. He was not alone in describing the depth of despair as the end of history. Nothing happened after that, another Crow warrior said. We just lived. The emotion was so strong that the brain be evidence of the continued existence of normal, everyday life, that might have eased it. A. B. Opposite retained opposite rejected wrong validated same falsified same overlook confirmation bias. One aspect of familiarity is knowing that something is familiar and accepted by others. This is often called social proof. You see that others find something credible. The logic of this is easy to appreciate in purchasing decisions. For example, one of the drains in my house sometimes becomes clogged. So I'm an occasional buyer of drain cleaner. When I'm in the store, confronted by half a dozen brands, how am I supposed to choose? I could pick the cheapest one, but a clogged drain is such a nuisance that I don't want to risk buying an inferior product. There's Liquid Plumber, a familiar brand. I've seen ads for it since I was a kid. It's not only familiar, but I can infer that people must use it. At the very least, it can't be terrible. If the stuff didn't work, surely the company would have gone out of business. So instead of buying the brand, I pay more for Liquid Plumber. The store makes I've grown to dislike. My friends have bought I've seen on TV I've never heard of. Generally, we expect children to explore realities as a regular part of their normal development, fantasy. In their play, kids often imitate people who are entirely different from them. They dress up in costumes and act out a range of dramas depicting imaginary scenarios. This doesn't seem strange to us. It is a logical way for children to learn, that is, to try out different aspects of their personalities and see which ones serve them best. By the time we reach adulthood, this idea of exploring our alternative selves is frequently discouraged. It is expected that we should already know who we are. However, even as adults, exploring our alternative selves in a thoughtful, measured way can be useful. It helps us to try on different aspects of ourselves, to play out different scenarios without risking a full-scale upheaval. You don't have to completely shift your personality in order to explore some of the more hidden parts of yourself. Sugar's effects are ironic, that is, they have the opposite effect from the one you intended. You wanted to feel less hungry and nasty, and you ended up feeling more hungry and nasty. TV has a similar effect, but on happiness instead of hungriness. You watch TV because you want to be entertained, relaxed, involved. You want to feel happy. Unfortunately, although TV can be relaxing, it is only occasionally entertaining and very rarely involving. So, you end up bored, which makes you think you should watch more TV, and you can guess the consequences. Everyone needs a little time to watch TV or just do nothing, just like everyone needs a little sugar now and then. A problem arises when you assume that. I guarantee that prolonged periods of sitting in front of the TV and eating sugary snacks will not make you happy in the long run. If a little is good, then more must be better. Happiness can be achieved in a few easy ways. When sugar is consumed, your body energy increases. There is an interaction between happiness and health. If you change your lifestyle, you will change your life. Individuals who produce a lot of the hormone that this gene codes for feel good toward others, even when they are not treated well, and act in more trusting ways than people who produce less of it. Scientists have found some people tend to act selfishly when making decisions, while others tend to act selflessly. While there are a number of reasons why these differences exist, researchers have recently discovered a genetic explanation. Approximately 20% of the difference between people in selfless behavior is innate, and 42% of the variance in the willingness to give up financial gains to punish unfair behavior is genetic. Moreover, the tendency to make benevolent decisions depends, in part, on which version of the altruism gene you have. Thus, some people may be born predisposed to make decisions more selflessly than others, at least in part, because they have a version of a gene that stimulates greater production of a hormone that generates feelings of emotional attachment. B. All human societies have economic systems, within which goods and services are produced, distributed, and consumed. In one sense, the economic aspect of culture is simply the sum of the choices people make regarding these areas of their lives. These choices critically determine much of people's lives. Choosing to become a farmer rather than an insurance broker may determine where you live, who you are likely to meet, the sorts of behaviors you will expect in your spouse and offspring, and so on. However, such choices are not unlimited. Rather, they are limited by our cultures, traditions, and technologies. B. Our environment set the boundaries within which choices about the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services are made. To the extent that economic systems are part of culture, people in different cultures have different sorts of economic behavior. B. By contrast, consequently, conversely, furthermore, similarly, instead, similarly, nevertheless. In poor countries, many children die young, so mothers have more babies. As countries get richer and fewer children die, fertility rates drop and, eventually, so does population growth. As women have fewer children, more of them go to work. This demographic dividend delivers a one-time kick to economic growth. For example, it was a major contributor to East Asia's growth from the 1960s onward and to China's after the introduction of its one-child policy in 1979. But a country only gets to cash in its demographic dividend once. Eventually, as population growth slows, it ages and each worker must support a growing number of retirees. If fertility drops much below 2.1 babies per woman, the population will shrink unless offset by immigration. A historical overview of world population growth rates. Population drop leading to a short period of economic growth. Women's rights, a key to slowing population growth. Economic measures to embrace an aging population. The facts on immigration today in Asian countries. We often consider ourselves to be the authors of our destinies, and so have the power to act in determining our conduct and controlling our lives. We thus have both the ability to monitor our actions and the capability to determine their outcomes. See? Yet is this really how life works? It might, for example, be claimed that being unemployed is entirely the fault of the individual concerned who, if they tried hard enough, could earn a living. People might retrain themselves and look for work, but the area in which they live has high unemployment, and so despite constantly seeking employment, there is none on offer. There are many such situations in which our freedom to act is limited by circumstances over which we have no control. It is, therefore, one thing to have the ability to change or modify our skills and quite another to possess the capability to reach the goals we seek. A-C-B-C-A-C-AC-A-C-B-C-B-A-A-B. Before law enforcement personnel can search or seize private property, they must have probable cause to believe a crime has been committed or that the owner of the property has been involved in criminal activity. There must also be probable cause to believe that a search of the property will result in evidence that will assist in proving this. Whenever possible, the law enforcement agency must seek approval of the search and seizure by obtaining a warrant from a judicial officer. The basis for the warrant must be probable cause. Although it is much debated, no absolute formula has ever been developed to determine what constitutes probable cause. B. Probable cause falls within a range that, when examined by a neutral observer, would be considered more than bare suspicion but less than evidence which would justify conviction. AB however rather instead in addition further for example instead for example further rather. Before a new idea is tried, it is difficult to tell if it is a good one. From the standpoint of economic growth, it is vitally important that entrepreneurs have a strong incentive to try out new ideas, but it is also important that wasteful projects that reduce the value of resources be brought to a halt. In a market economy, profits and losses achieve these objectives. New ideas that increase the value of resources by creating enough value to consumers to offset the opportunity cost of production generate economic profits for the entrepreneurs who discover them. In contrast, ideas that drain resources away from other more valuable uses and turn them into something not as valuable to consumers result in losses, which will provide entrepreneurs with a strong incentive to continue such projects, discontinue. Thus, the market process promotes both the discovery of better ways of doing things and the termination of projects that reduce the value of resources. Even when scientists are able to identify seemingly beneficial nutrients, they cannot always understand how those nutrients will operate in a real-life context, in the course of our daily meals. Fruits and vegetables are believed to help prevent cancer. Scientists have believed that it is the antioxidants in these foods that make the difference. Compounds like beta-carotene, lycopene, and vitamin E. Yet when these molecules were extracted from fruits and vegetables and made into supplements, they did not reduce cancer. The beta-carotene supplement actually increased the risk of certain cancers. In other words, scientists thoroughly misunderstood the causes of complex events. They identified one element engaged in the process of nutrition without fully comprehending how the system, as a whole, truly functions. Nutritional scientists pursuing the hot paradigm of isolating nutrients failed to see a multitude of links in the complex chain that leads to good health. Problems of making nutritional supplements out of plants needs for an alternative scientific method for isolating nutrients, insufficient understanding of how nutrients work in the whole system, potential benefits of extracting molecules from fruits and vegetables, challenge of finding beneficial nutrients that may help prevent cancers. Contemporary parents almost universally feel it is important to teach their children about healthy and unhealthy foods. But what do children actually learn? Leanne Birch and her colleagues have studied how children eat when their parents are not present by leaving them alone in a playroom containing both toys and snacks. They report that the children most likely to overeat or to eat when they were not hungry right after a meal were those whose parents were the most controlling in regard to what, when and how much they should eat. Giving a child formal instructions or rules about eating has the long-term negative consequence that the child does not learn to recognize and respond to the internal cues that say I'm hungry now or I'm full now. What tastes good is good. Early eating habits last long. Keep a record of what your child eats. Don't try to control your child's eating. Never leave your children alone when they're eating A, B, C. Greater health knowledge among users and higher expectations for improved quality of service may pressure hospitals, like other service providers, to do more diagnosis and treatment, and to improve what they provide care. This is obvious in a number of ways. The growth of consumerism in industrialized countries means that shared facilities, with little privacy, that might have been acceptable to patients in the past do no longer so. Patients increasingly demand to be seen at times that are convenient for them rather than for health professionals. Access to clinical information via the internet means that some patients may be better informed about their diseases than their physicians. This does not necessarily mean that patients will demand more health care, but rather that they may be more likely to reject interventions where the evidence is not clear. In some parts of Europe, however, the concept of patients' rights is still extremely poorly developed. ABC how do is how are is, what are what do are. In addition to the many physical benefits that eating a healthy diet offers to people of any age, there is also the matter of dollars and cents. As you move toward a whole foods, plant-based diet, there will likely be changes in your body that will begin to save you some money. We're talking about fewer trips to the doctor, numerous procedures that you may never need, fewer illnesses requiring treatment, and fewer routine medications that some people take for their entire lives. In addition, the food itself will cost less money. By eliminating meat, dairy and eggs from your shopping list, you'll likely lower your total grocery bills. You are also likely to find that the healthy meals you order in restaurants cost about half as much as the meat-based entrees. Saving money while getting healthier, not a bad combination. Short-term side effects of low-fat diets, causes of increases in healthcare costs, financial benefits of eating whole plant foods, common myths about getting healthy through diet, health risks from consuming processed red meats. When antibiotics were first introduced in the 1940s, everyone thought that they would finally solve the problem of infectious disease caused by bacteria. B. The drugs worked so well that nearly everyone with tuberculosis or pneumonia could be cured with a couple of simple injections or a bottle of pills. But we forgot about natural selection. C. Given the brief generation times and huge population sizes of bacteria, the chance of a mutation producing antibiotic resistance is high. And those bacteria that are resistant to a drug will be those that survive, leaving behind genetically identical offspring that are also drug resistant. Eventually the effectiveness of the drug wanes, and once again we have a medical problem. There are now strains of tuberculosis bacteria, for example, that have evolved resistance to every drug doctors have used against them. After a long period of medical optimism, tuberculosis is once again becoming a fatal disease. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-B-C-A. To our patrons, we have been happy to offer our free Saturday afternoon children's craft classes for the past 5 years. It has been a joy to get to know the young people of our community. We hope we have launched the career of a few great artists of the future. In this economy, though, we could no longer afford the cost for an instructor and supplies. We considered charging a fee rather than canceling the classes, but in calculating the actual cost of the classes we came to the realization that we would have to charge a fairly high rate for the class, which is impossible. We are looking at ways to obtain sponsorship from some of our suppliers as well as from community organizations that would allow us to resume the classes. We now only wish to be able to offer them for free to all children from all circumstances. Beverly Higbee, President, Higbee's Toy Store. People with plenty of money are happier than people who don't have much money, but the difference is quite small. Apparently money can buy happiness, but not very much of it. There is only one objective circumstance that has been shown to make a big difference in happiness, and that involves social connections. People who are alone in the world are much less happy than people who have strong, rich social networks. This strong link shows that inner processes, in this case happiness, are linked to interpersonal relationships, in this case forming and maintaining good connections to other people. The human emotional system is set up so that it is very hard for a person to be happy while alone in life. For all other circumstances, even including health, injury, money, and career, the differences are small. Money is one of the big factors in happiness. Some people can live quite happily in solitude. Happy relationships are based on shared values. Happiness rarely comes without social connections. There are many variables that determine happiness. In free choice situations, non-entertaining educational television is likely to compete very poorly. Producers need to catch, focus, and sustain the children's attention, given the other competing choices today such as other programs, the internet, and video games. The major difference between classroom teaching and educational television is that schools provide a captive audience. With educational television, it is much more critical to be able to attract and hold an audience that is free to choose, while still being concerned with the acquisition of educational information and a relaxed and joyful learning environment. Humor can help those not so eager students who, if humor were not offered, would turn to another program. When humor is offered, these students are likely to process educational messages, while waiting for another episode of fun and laughter to appear. Effects of humor on the classroom atmosphere. Humor, a useful ingredient for educational television, creating an effective lifelong learning environment. The Internet, the main source of educational information. Differences between entertainment and educational programs. That first location shoot was memorable, because it placed me back in my father's orbit. I had put off telling my father about my modeling, and when I finally got around to it he seemed unmoved. He hardly ever told me that he was proud of me, that he thought I was beautiful, or that it was a good thing large-size women were being depicted in such a positive way. Nothing. And yet when I stopped in for a surprise visit on my way back from Laredo, I was treated to a heartening surprise. There, on my father's coffee table, was a pile of my magazines, laid out for any visitor to see. I could have cried. I'd always thought the reason my father never said a word to me about modeling was because he didn't care, and yet he cared enough to collect my magazines, and leave them on display. Family and friends had always told me my father was proud of me, but I'd never seen any evidence of that. Here was the confirmation I'd sought from him for so long. Depressed and sad, happy and touched, bored and indifferent, concerned and nervous, surprised and frightened. Him. Baseball manager Larry Gilbert of the Southern Association was known for his many good deeds during the first half of the 20th century. Once, a man who had played baseball for him, and who was almost always short of money, got in a jam, and asked him for a loan of $100, a lot of money back then. Mr. Gilbert gave him the money. Later, a friend of his told him, "You know you'll never get that back, don't you?" Mr. Gilbert replied, "That's all right. He played mighty good ball for me, better than I expected. Maybe I owe him a little something." In addition, a number of untalented young ball players showed up each spring to try out for his team, and spent all their money without making the team. Mr. Gilbert always gave them railroad fare so they could get home. Some runners come to realize their creative potential while running. This is when running becomes art. There is clearly a point beyond what running the exercise becomes running the art, which it varies for everyone, but there's no mistaking it once creative running occurs. Such creative running occurs when the runner has become so relaxed that he is only barely aware of the physical act of running. Then, running, unlike any other activity, becomes a means towards solving problems and curing depression. Many runners report that they are able to solve the problems of their work, and that they are able to see their potential even while depressed, because of running. This usually occurs only when the runner is relaxed, and doesn't carry any great expectations into the run. The apparent magic that running sometimes provides occurs almost inevitably as a surprise. A, B, C? Whether artificial sweeteners are harmful to human beings has been a controversy for decades. The case of saccharin, the first artificial sweetener, provides a good example of how complicated this issue is. Studies in the 1970s at the University of Wisconsin and the Canadian Health Protection Branch suggested a link between saccharin and bladder cancer in male rats. Critics of these studies pointed out that humans would have to drink 800 cans of diet soda per day to get a saccharin dose equivalent to be what that given to the rats. Furthermore, they argued this response may be unique to male rats. In 2000, the U.S. Department of Health concluded a study that found no association between saccharin and cancer in humans. Congress ordered that all warnings be removed from saccharin-containing products. Still, some groups, such as the Center for Science in the Public Interest, consider the sweetener C dangerously, and urge us to avoid it if possible. ABC has what dangerous has that dangerous has that dangerously have that dangerously have what dangerously. Hal Moore? Hal Moore was born in San Francisco in 1894, and he was already behind a camera when he was only 16. First, he was a film carrier for a firm that rented films to cinema theaters. He built a camera with discarded pieces from a projector. Sometime later he built another improved version. This led him to become an independent cameraman, and as such he managed to film an important official ceremony featuring President Taft. He immediately managed to sell it. Later on he joined a small motion picture company as cameraman, where he learned more. The seed of his trade was sprouting, and he decided to go to Hollywood, where he got a job at Universal Studios. The experience of this sphere opened doors for him to direct single-reel films with the famous Harold Lloyd. This work was interrupted by World War I, when he was transferred to the Signal Corps in Paris. You might think that people surely would refrain from using peripheral or non-central cues when the stakes are high. But they don't. Even when we're picking a president, we care very much about the candidate's attractiveness, and how he or she makes us feel more than we care about his or her ideas. Another example comes from higher education. Selecting a college is certainly a high-stakes decision, and presumably it's one that people would consider carefully. But comparing candidate colleges is complicated, so parents and kids use peripheral cues, some global sense of reputation and, curiously enough, price. When we are sure of the quality of a product, we use price as a guide. If it's expensive, surely it's good. Unsure. Traditional economic theory would indicate that raising tuition would decrease the number of people wanting to go to a college. In fact, the opposite is true. Raising tuition increases the number of applicants. A, B, C? When viewed through the lens of the retailer, the passion for cheap is both a blessing and a curse. The simple fact is the majority of shoppers respond very strongly to the sales lure. As shoppers learn more about the markdown communication tactics of retailers, however, they come to expect deeper and deeper discounts. Where 10 or 20% off might have given shoppers a thrill before, today they want 50 or even 60% off. Shoppers have been forbidden trained to expect deeper discounts, so they are discouraged from ever paying full price except in very rare circumstances. Retailers need to explore other ways to stimulate the shopper beyond the dumbed-down 50% off sales approach. Inevitably, retailers and manufacturers pay the price for an overstocked selling floor and deep discounts. They need to tap into other emotional intelligent drivers, and there are many, besides just offering a sale, that stimulate shoppers and get them in the mood to spend money. ABC Markdown Trained Intelligent Markdown Forbidden Emotional Markdown Trained Emotional Communication Forbidden Intelligent Communication Trained Intelligent. Time factor is the essence of history. It deals with a series of events, and each event occurs at a given point in time. It is time, which affords a perspective to events, and lends a charm that brightens up the past. Human history, in fact, is the process of human development in time. If time were to stand still, writes historian V.H. Galbraith, history would soon cease, once the existing evidence was fully sifted. Time means change, and the entire world of nature, no less than human beings, is in constant change. History is a subject which reveals that no ideal or institution has unchanging eternal value. As a matter of fact, in a world, history has no meaning. Static, chaotic, scientific, wealthy, globalized campaign officials want to encourage their supporters to vote. How can they do that? One obvious method is to emphasize the stakes. Another is to decrease the cost and burdens by making it easier for people to get to the polls. But there is another way. It turns out that if you ask people, the day before the election, whether they intend to vote, you can increase the probability of their voting by as much as 25%. Or suppose that the goal is to increase new purchases of a certain product, such as cell phones or automobiles. A study of a nationally representative sample of more than 40,000 people asked a simple question: do you intend to buy a new car in the next 6 months? The very question increased purchase rates by 35%. Or suppose that an official wants to encourage people to take steps to improve their own health. With respect to health-related behavior, significant changes have been produced by offering a variety of options, improving the service quality, measuring people's intentions, giving people equal opportunities, stressing the harmful consequences. Typically, we don't make social comparisons randomly or on some absolute scale. Meaningful evaluations are based on comparing yourself with people of similar backgrounds, abilities, and circumstances. To illustrate, let's ask a student named Wendy if she is a good tennis player. If Wendy compares herself with a professional, the answer will be no. But within her tennis group, Wendy is regarded as an excellent player. On a fair scale of comparison, Wendy knows she is good and she takes pride in her tennis skills. In the same way, thinking of yourself as successful, talented, responsible, or fairly paid depends entirely on. Thus, a desire for social comparison provides a motive for associating with others and influences which groups we join. How often comparisons are made, whom you choose for comparison, why you want to make comparisons, whether or not you need to compare, what to measure on an absolute scale. Workforce diversity has important implications for management practice. An important management challenge will be valuing the uniqueness of each employee, while forming cohesive work groups and teams with people of different backgrounds and values. Managers and their organizations will need to shift their philosophy from treating everyone alike to recognizing differences and responding to those differences in ways that will ensure employee retention and greater productivity, while at the same time not discriminating. This shift includes, for instance, providing diversity training and revamping benefit programs to make them more family-friendly. Some organizations are not only changing the range of benefit choices they offer, but also changing the basic structure of their benefits, as they recognize that the approach to employee benefits does not always work. Step-by-step, newer, better one-size-fits-all do-as-you-wish carrot and stick human beings are quite different from other animals. In particular, the conscious human mind can form ideas about the distant future, and current behavior can be changed on the basis of those ideas. Going to college for many students. A young person can earn money right away by getting a job right out of high school rather than going to college, which typically costs money rather than earning any. College students often have to live in crowded dormitories with rickety furniture and unappealing food, whereas if they dropped out and got a job, they might be able to rent a nicer apartment and eat better. In the long run, however, college pays off. The U.S. Census Bureau reported that people with advanced degrees earn, on average, 4 times as much as those with less than a high school diploma. Going to college thus sacrifices some immediate pleasures for the sake of a better future life. Means being free from life's problems is the satisfaction of intellectual curiosity can be a great way to build social networks, as simply the pursuit of fun and excitement is partly an exercise in delay of gratification. B. Most buildings were built for a particular purpose, which may not always be evident at first glance. The exterior is what we usually see first, and it is easy just to concentrate on the front. This can lead to a rather understanding of buildings, particularly if the focus is on one's personal reaction to its form and decoration. We build for many reasons: shelter from the weather and protection from noise, security against theft, damage or fire, and privacy. Different activities such as work, recreation, bringing up a family and worship require different kinds of buildings, perhaps in special locations, with varying spaces, environments and forms. The B of buildings are often complex, and not all are utilitarian, in the sense of serving a practical purpose. Many are designed to express emotions or to symbolize ideas, and this may influence the final form of the building. A. B. Profound functions, complete structures, imperfect restorations, superficial functions, comprehensive restorations. Hoverbike? Hoverbike, the world's one and only. Break a world record and win $1,000. Want to try something absolutely unique? Then get your race face on, lie down and pedal as fast as you can. The hoverbike is one of the world's most efficient human-powered machines, suspended monorail racing pods. You can race at up to 50 km/h against the clock or your friends in a 600-meter race. The bullet-shaped pods run under two inverse tracks that weave 200 meters long and ride 5 meters high. The pods swing freely from left to right, so as your speed picks up you can swing wildly around the corners. Hoverbiking is an all-weather activity. The clear pods protect you from the rain and the metal roof keeps the sun out. Race and win $1,000 prize money, if you can beat the current world record. If that's too much like hard work, just experience a gentle cruise, and see the world from a different angle on the pedal-powered system that was selected in 2010 as the most innovative in the world for future eco-friendly public transportation. 50. A. B. Meat, poultry, and fish require special handling because they often harbor high levels of bacteria. A. They provide a moist, nutritious environment just right for microbial growth. Wash anything that has come into contact with such foods to prevent cross-contamination. For instance, after marinating raw meat in a dish, don't put the meat back in the same dish after cooking it. Wash the dish in hot, soapy water before reusing it, or the bacteria inevitably left in the dish from the raw meat can contaminate and grow in the cooked product or other food, a classic example of cross-contamination. B. Wash a cutting board and your hands after, say, skinning chicken on it. If you don't, and you use the contaminated board to chop raw vegetables for a salad, the vegetables can pick up the bacteria from the poultry. Because the salad won't be heated, the bacteria won't be killed. A. B. In addition, similarly, in addition, nevertheless, as a result, nevertheless, in contrast, similarly, in contrast, consequently. Getting help from a neutral third party is often the most immediately available option when discussions break down. During conflict, people can become frustrated, feel that they are constantly being interrupted, feel that they have repeated themselves over and over without being heard, and so on. A third party can help guide people out of this situation by facilitating the conversation, creating some neutral ground, ensuring that everyone involved has a turn to speak, and reframing what each person says in order to help everyone feel understood. The real cause of a conflict is rarely the problem the disputing parties are arguing about, and the foundation of a dispute has often been laid long before a particular argument arises. The third party could also talk to each person separately, to try to understand any unspoken feelings that may be affecting the dispute. If a third party is able to understand and empathize with both sides, the dispute is much more likely to be resolved. Ecosystems are generally very efficient in cycling matter, in that most matter is cycled over and over within the ecosystem itself. For example, the carbon atoms in a plant will be incorporated into a deer. B. These, in turn, will be incorporated into the tissue of a wolf that eats the deer. When the wolf dies, decomposers will incorporate the same carbon atoms. All of these changes take place within the ecosystem. Nevertheless, a small amount of matter will be lost from the ecosystem over time. Leaching from rainfall will carry off carbon from decaying organic matter, leaves, and so on. In undisturbed ecosystems, this output loss is roughly balanced by an equal input gain of similar materials. See, for instance, carbon enters the ecosystem via weathering of rocks, and is carried into the ecosystem by rainwater. In undisturbed natural ecosystems, both the input and the output are small relative to the amount of matter locked up and recycled within the biomass of the ecosystem itself. A-C-B-A-C-C-B-A-C-B-A-C-A. If a person called himself Peter of London, He would be just one of hundreds of such Peters, and anyone searching for him would be at a loss. A curious fact about names based on places is that they are so often obscure, mostly from places that few people have heard of. Why should there be so many more Middletons than Londons, so many Worthingtons than Bristols? The main cities of medieval Britain, London, York, Norwich, Glasgow, are relatively uncommon as surnames, even though many thousands of people lived there. To understand this seeming paradox, you must remember that the purpose of surnames is to distinguish one person or family from the great mass of people. Peter of London, Peter. So as a rule, a person would become known as Peter of London only if he moved to a rural location, where London would be a clear identifying feature, but that did not happen often. In the same way, those people named Farmer probably owe their name to the fact that an ancestor left the farm. A.B. There are a wide variety of behaviors that are considered appropriate in various circumstances. Sometimes we are expected to compete with each other vigorously. Other times we are expected to be highly cooperative. Sometimes the point of a group is to make a lot of noise. At other times we are expected to maintain a respectful silence. When our own expectations are violated, we may feel resentful, angry, or afraid. When we violate what we later find to be the expectations of others, we may feel embarrassed or resentful. A lack of understanding of expectations not only tends to produce negative emotions, it also can directly and negatively impact productivity. We don't want to be the only person at a party to show up in a tuxedo, while everyone else is in blue jeans, or vice versa. Negative effects may arise due to a A of expectations, when people involved fail to understand the B. A-B collision. Individual differences. Revision. Available resources. Revision. Situational context. Betrayal. Individual differences. Betrayal. Situational context. Plants need metals if they are to grow and develop properly. They need more of some metals than others. Metals such as potassium and calcium are required in relatively large amounts, and an excess of either does no harm. Other metals, such as copper and zinc, are essential for the activity of vital enzymes, but any more than a trace amount damages these enzymes irreversibly. Soils that contain high concentrations of such metals are usually extremely toxic. Some plants can grow on these toxic soils. Either they limit their uptake of the metal, or they have an internal mechanism that renders the metal A. Tolerant plants have high concentrations of metals in their tissues. Clearly, they must have evolved a way to protect their life processes. No one knows precisely how they do it, but physiologists have proposed a number of mechanisms. Tolerant plants might have evolved specific mechanisms whose only function is to detoxify the metal, or they might have modified a normal metabolic pathway to deal with the metal. Some researchers suggest that enzymes in tolerant plants are modified so that they continue to function in the presence of high concentrations of metals. This would require such extensive changes to so many proteins that it seems unlikely, and most experiments to test the possibility have ruled it out. Another suggestion is that once the metal gets inside a plant cells, they produce compounds that bind to the metal in the cytoplasm. Once bound, the metal complex may stay in the cytoplasm or move to another part of the cell, be further contact with metabolic processes. In either case, the toxicity of the metal is greatly reduced. Some plants survive an overdose of metals, indispensable nutrients for wild plants. Effects of toxic metals on plant-eating animals. How to grow plants in metal-contaminated soils. Toxic substances used in plant defense. A. B. Harmless. Securing. Harmless. Preventing. Beneficial. Enhancing. Poisonous. Reducing. Poisonous. Avoiding. A. At the time of the intense Gluck-Piccinni rivalry in Paris, there came to the city from Belgium an awkward youth, who had determined to gain a musical education at whatever hazard, although he had no money to speak of and no immediate prospect of obtaining any. The rivalry between the two great composers, Gluck and Piccinni, was every day growing more intense. Our young musician was an ardent disciple of Gluck, and was determined to see the representation of his opera Iphigenia in Tauride, which was soon to take place. c. With the assistance of a friend he managed to gain admittance into the theater, where the final rehearsal was held. So enchanted was he by the beauty and nobility of the music, that he resolved to hear the public performance as well. But alas! The wherewithal was not forthcoming. He had no money to purchase a ticket. As he sat listening to the rehearsal, a happy thought occurred to him. He would hide in one of the boxes and remain there until the performance. D. Unfortunately for D, his plan, he was discovered at the close of the rehearsal by the employees of the house, who proceeded to promptly throw him out. But the young man's spirit was aroused and he resisted. Gluck, who had not left the house, heard the disturbance, and coming to investigate it, was told that a young man from the country was so anxious to hear his music, as to take this method of securing the opportunity. Be pleased with the youth's eagerness for musical instruction and enjoyment, and perhaps somewhat flattered as well, Gluck ordered his release, gave him a ticket to the performance, and later sought to know more of his ardent admirer. This was the beginning of a lasting friendship between the two composers Gluck and Mayhel, for the young man later achieved great prominence in the musical world. Mayhel composed 25 operas and numerous other works, and was paid the highest honors the French nation could bestow, A B-D-C-C-B-D-B-B-D-B-C-D-C-B. ABCDE. Our gorgeously designed program goes straight into the hands of every one of our visitors, as they enter the site, and stays with them throughout the festival, as they plan their day out. We'd really like to encourage local businesses to promote their products with our Edinburgh Mela program, and reach out to our large and diverse audience. It's a great chance to appeal directly to Edinburgh's most committed, diverse audience, within the context of a beautiful piece of print. If you visit our website, you can see what last year's program looked like. 2014's will be even prettier and run over 8 pages. 8. Our rates are extremely reasonable, too. Interested? Have a look at information about our audience and artwork, and then drop press and marketing assistant Laura Dorothy an email, pressassistant@edinburgh-mela.co.uk. When you're trying to have a conversation with someone who isn't revealing much of their thoughts and feelings, it may help to make empathic guesses about what's going on inside them. Comments like "tough day" or "is something bothering you" may show enough awareness to make the other person feel that you're really interested. But it isn't any particular comment or technique that gets people to open up. It's taking a sincere interest in what they have to say. Listeners who pretend interest don't fool you for long, even though they sometimes fool themselves. The automatic smile, the hit-and-run question, the restless look in their eyes, when you start to talk, all these are giveaways to the fact that they're more interested in being taken for good listeners than in really hearing what you have to say. Real listening means setting all that aside. Good listeners don't act needy. They don't charm, flatter, provoke, or interrupt. They suspend the self and listen. Asking many questions will make someone open up to you. Good conversation partners are genuinely interested listeners. It is easy to feign interest when you're listening to someone talk. Smiling and nodding often encourages conversation partners to talk. There are specific rules one should follow when talking to someone. If it is true that there is always more than one way of seeing things, then the difficulty is to find other points of view from which to choose. One's own perspective is bound to feel most convincing, especially in the heat of the moment. Try to step back from your viewpoint and see the facts clearly, to give yourself a choice of perspectives. As you shift your perspective, you will find that your mood also shifts. Looking for new and wider perspectives prevents you from getting trapped in a one-sided view, and gives you more control over the way you feel. The spectacles through which you see the world are so familiar that you hardly notice that you are wearing them. By taking them off and trying out others, you can discover which things were out of focus, and whether you have been looking through distorted or colored glass. You know that at some future time we'll be flying from place to place on this planet in moments rather than in hours, and interplanetary travel will be a fact of life. The capability to do so is already here. That is, the universal force, that is timeless, already exists, only the technology is missing. Do you believe in this possibility now, or must you wait until the technology arrives before you can believe it? Only 20 years ago, the idea of a remote control that would allow you to switch television stations was an impossibility. Renting a movie was unthinkable. Microwaving meals in a few moments at home was not at all a part of our consciousness. Although the capacity to create these miracles was available even at the time of Hannibal, the devices came along at their own pace. Be a person who accepts no limits in your mind. None. Never escape from reality, believe it. Before you see it, technology creates a possibility. Dream big but embrace limitations, still waiting for a bright and shiny future. Hee. James was talking to Harry after work about starting to feel burned out. He was working long hours, losing interest in the job, and getting too little opportunity to meet new people. Harry knew exactly what James was talking about, but he suppressed the impulse to say so and continued to listen. After complaining for a while, James shifted to thinking out loud about what he could do to make life more interesting. "What I need," he said, "is something that turns me on. It doesn't have to be work. It could be getting reinvested in a hobby." By listening instead of interrupting to say "me too," Harry felt that he'd allowed James to think about doing something more than just complaining. And James is saying that he needed to rediscover something that turned him on, made him realize that the same thing was missing in his life. Self-fulfilling prophecies can have a positive side. We know that students introduced to their teachers as intellectual bloomers often do better on achievement tests than are their counterparts, who lack such a positive introduction do. But why? In a study of Army tank crews, one set of tank commanders was told that some members of their assigned crews had exceptional abilities, while others were only average. In reality, the crew members had been assigned randomly, so that the two test groups were equal in ability. The commanders later reported that the so-called exceptional crew members performed better than the average ones. The study also revealed the commanders had given more attention and praise to the crew members, for whom they had the higher expectations. The self-fulfilling effects in these cases strongly suggest that managers adopt positive and optimistic approaches toward others at work. A, B, C? When it's really hot, keep your hair wet and wear a wet wrung-out shirt. Before you dismiss this as odd or not worth what you might think is a fashion mistake, A. Considering that wearing wet clothes is amazingly effective at cooling the body, especially in dry climates. I've lived in a home that wasn't insulated at the peak of boiling hot summer heat, B. where indoor thermometers registered well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and been totally comfortable with wet hair and wearing wet clothes. My clothes would dry fairly quickly, so I needed to re-wet them frequently. For modesty's sake, some people prefer to wear two shirts, the inner one wet and the outer one dry. My son used to call this a secret air conditioning system. ABC. Consider which it, consider where them, consider where it, considering where them, considering which them. Early Apache contacts with Nan Indians were friendly. The Spanish explorer Francisco Vázquez de Coronado called Apache people he encountered in 1540 the Quericos. Yet by the late 1500s, Apache bands were sweeping southward in raids on Spanish settlements. During the 1600s, the Spanish established a line of forts across northern Mexico to try to protect their settlements from Apache attacks. The Apache continued their raids, disappearing into the wilderness before the soldiers could rally an effective defense. The Spanish tried to convert the Apache to Christianity and move them into missions, but with little success. However, the Apache did not mount an organized rebellion, as the Pueblo Indians did in their successful revolt of 1680. Instead, the Apache preferred to raid the Spanish settlers for plunder, especially horses and cattle. The Apache kept up their raids against the Spanish throughout the 1700s and into the 1800s. Like ideas about gender roles, ideas about race affect human relationships everywhere on Earth. However, according to the science of biology, all people now alive on Earth are members of one species, Homo sapiens sapiens. Biologically, race is a meaningless concept. The characteristics we popularly identify as race markers, skin color, hair texture, face, and body shapes, have no significance as biological categories. For any supposed racial trait, such as skin color, there are wide variations within human groups. In addition, many invisible biological characteristics, such as blood type and DNA patterns, cut across skin color distributions and other so-called racial attributes, and are shared across what are commonly viewed as different races. In fact, over the last several thousand years there has been such massive gene flow among human populations, that no modern group presents a universal set of biological characteristics, discrete. Although we may look quite different, from the biological point of view, we are all closely related, A, B, C? On the path to excellence, some obstacles may initially seem overwhelming. Every performer experiences this feeling, even the greatest performers in the world. If you believe that the obstacles are too great to overlook, you will prove yourself right even when you are wrong. Most seemingly impossible obstacles can be defeated by seeing possibilities, focusing on what is within your control, taking the first step, and then focusing on the next step and the next step after that. If your argument commitment becomes weak, remember your dream or mission and why it is important to you. Find simple joys in your daily pursuits, rejoice in the little victories or small steps forward, and embrace the process of ongoing learning. With a conservative positive perspective and persistence, you will get through, focus through, and find a way through all obstacles. ABC: overcome argument, positive, overcome commitment, conservative, overcome commitment, positive, overlook argument, conservative, overlook commitment, positive. Is it possible that people would punish an accident? To put that question to the test, I conducted an online survey of more than 1,000 adults. They were asked to read a number of hypothetical scenarios, and make a moral judgment after each one. Some were asked to make judgments about moral wrongness, and others were asked to decide the punishment deserved. Their judgments of moral wrongness depended almost exclusively on intent. An attempt to harm was judged very wrong whether or not it succeeded, while accidents were fully excused. But judgments regarding punishment were strongly influenced by attempts to harm were punished more severely when they succeeded than when they failed, and accidental harm was not fully excused. Legal tradition, prior experience, social conformity, cultural difference, causal responsibility. The marked increase in the use of English throughout Europe in recent decades makes the practical value of learning English undeniable. No fewer than 70% of respondents in a survey by the European Union agreed with the proposition that everyone should speak English, but nearly 70% also said that their own language needed to be protected. A representative of the European Bureau for Lesser Used Languages in Europe sees a clear danger to European languages if English were to be used in economic and educational activities. If you start to eliminate the intellectual language community and the economic language community, you can eventually kill off a language. Concerned for national identity, a newspaper editorial objecting to English being the first foreign language taught to young Swiss children went one step further and suggested that the school superintendent, who instituted the policy, will go down in the history books as the friend of Swiss children, disruptor of the Swiss economy, pathfinder in language education, troubleshooter of language policy, gravedigger of the Swiss identity. Although there is not always only one morally acceptable way of acting, in every moral situation there are always morally better and morally worse ways of acting. However, there is not always a unique morally best way of acting. Unlike law, morality is not a formal system. That morality is an informal system, like a neighborhood game, in which there is agreement on how the game is to be played in the overwhelming majority of cases, but in which there are some cases about which there is some limited disagreement. In these disputed cases, the players may reach some negotiated compromise, make an ad hoc decision, or simply stop playing. When it becomes important for a game to continue to a conclusion, as in professional sports, the game becomes a formal system with judges or umpires, who are given the authority to make the final decisions. Solves real problems by defining what's logical and what's not, has procedures for determining a unique correct answer in every case, aims to strengthen the relationship between individuals and institutions, has a unique mechanism for preventing the rise and spread of unethical behavior, responds to alleged violations of law by initiating standard investigative procedures. When people think of conserving energy, they often think of turning off lights and other appliances when they are not in use. But conserving energy, selecting the appropriate building materials in the first place, can do far more to conserve energy than all of the things a person can do to try to save energy afterward. In fact, researchers indicate that state-of-the-art energy-efficient houses require only about 25% as much energy for heating and cooling as most existing houses. Although such houses can cost thousands more to build, they save money on fuel and electricity expenses in the long run. Households that use Energy Star products save an average of $600 a year in energy costs. A recent State of California study reported that a 2% additional cost in a green building's design translates into savings of up to 20% in energy costs over the lifespan of the building. Is harder than this can be done instantly, begins long before this must be done continuously, needs patience and cooperation. In a series of experimental studies with young children, feeding practices commonly used by parents have been shown to accidentally promote behaviors. For example, restricting access to tasty foods promotes children's preference for and intake of these forbidden foods. Forcing or pressuring children to eat certain foods decreases the preference for those foods. Rewarding children for eating a disliked food led to a decline in the preference of that food. On the other hand, if children are given both sweet and non-sweet foods as rewards for approved behavior, the preference for those foods is enhanced. In American society, high-fat and sweet food items are used repeatedly in positive child contexts for rewards, thus further reinforcing the preference for these foods. It was also found that when children were offered food items that were initially neither liked nor disliked, but were then used as rewards or associated with positive parental attention, the preference for these foods increased. Directly confronting their authority contrary to children's rights, leading to healthy lifestyles counter to their intentions against the cultural norm. Most organizations want to grow, and as they grow, the organizational design of the firm needs to be attuned to its size. For many reasons, large organizations, when the number of individuals in a firm is increased arithmetically, the number of possible interconnections between these individuals increases geometrically. In other words, the direct interpersonal contact among all members in an organization must be managed. The design of small firms is directly influenced by its core operations technology, whereas larger firms have many core operations technologies in a wide variety of much more specialized units. In short, larger organizations are often more complex than smaller firms. While all larger firms are bureaucracies, smaller firms need not be. In larger firms, additional complexity calls for a more sophisticated organizational design. Such is not the case for the small firm. Are too big to operate with efficiency can serve as a model for small organizations require a larger staff than most smaller organizations cannot be. Bigger versions of their smaller counterparts are just a bureaucracy and must be treated accordingly. Exploring Work Motivation and Motion Film Festival. Exploring Work Motivation and Motion Film Festival. Why do some people love their job and some others hate it? A short comedy film festival about work motivation. Date: Thursday, October 27, 2011. Time: 10:15 a.m.-11:45 a.m. Session I 11:45 a.m. L 15 p.m. Session I Place Hind Auditorium, California State University. Registration CBA Film Festival Calm. To register for this free event, please email the above address to indicate which sessions you would like to attend. Since space is limited, registrations will be confirmed on a first-come first-served basis. Research suggests that employee motivation has been gradually decreasing in many U.S. organizations. This festival addresses a timely topic by bringing together short comedy films that explore work motivation from multiple lenses. A total of 111 students have produced these films under the guidance of the professors of organizational behavior in the College of Business Administration. Each session will feature 9 different short films, followed by a discussion, where field experts and the audience will analyze and integrate these films to draw fresh insights about work motivation. A jury panel will choose the best film in each session. Complimentary beverages will be served during intermission. B. The geographical diversity of the value given to metals and fuels has been reduced by modern communication systems and expanding world trade. Generally, the global value of such resources is determined by the demands and technologies of advanced nations. There is much less international consensus over the assessment of environmental resources such as air, landscapes, wilderness areas or plant species. To a Brazilian peasant farmer, for example, the tropical rainforest may simply be an obstacle, which must be removed before the valued resource, land, can be utilized. The notion that the forest itself is a vital resource, either through its contribution to the global carbon cycle or because of the diversity of tropical forest species, is unlikely to mean much to the farmer. B. The long-term possibilities of global warming of the climate are of little concern to those living on the edge of starvation. B. However, on the contrary, however, similarly, in addition, instead, in other words, moreover, in other words, nonetheless. Despite the very real problems in the traditional society and the equally real improvements brought about by development, things look different when one examines the important relationships to the land, to other people, and to oneself. Viewed from this broader perspective, the differences between the old and the new become obvious and disturbing, almost black and white. It becomes clear that the traditional nature-based society, with all its flaws and limitations, was more sustainable, both socially and environmentally. It was the result of a dialogue between human beings and their surroundings, a continuing dialogue that meant that, over 2,000 years of trial and error, the culture kept changing. The need for wild and undisturbed nature and the need to design nature and the environment are deeply rooted in humans, both must be valued. The traditional Tibetan worldview emphasized change, but change within a framework of compassion and a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all phenomena, life circumstances, that bring about a mismatch between your biological clock and your sleep cycle affect how you feel and act. C. For example, individuals who work night shifts often experience both physical and cognitive difficulties, because their circadian rhythms are disrupted. Even after long periods on the night shift, most people are unable to adjust their circadian rhythms to overcome these negative effects. B. People also experience disruptions when they engage in long-distance air travel. When people fly across time zones, they may experience jet lag, a condition whose symptoms include fatigue, irresistible sleepiness, and subsequent unusual sleep-wake schedules. A jet lag occurs because the internal circadian rhythm is out of phase with the normal temporal environment. For example, your body says it's 2 a.m., and thus is at a low point on many physiological measures, when local time requires you to act as if it is noon. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-A-B-C-A. Artillery shells would be fired into empty ground or at regular times, riflemen would shoot high or wide. Trust can even be achieved between parties who are at war with each other. On the Western Front in the First World War, where armies were stopped up in immobile trench lines for years, units facing each other negotiated covert truces. These were covert because they had to be concealed from the high commands on each side, and they were often negotiated by gunfire. Observing such signals, a soldier could come to believe that the man facing him across the lines isn't a bad fellow. Soldiers came to trust their opposite numbers not to attack them unless forced to do so by senior commanders. These informal arrangements were possible when units faced each other long enough for relationships to develop, even though these were relationships based on exchanges of fire. A.B. The elements of the palace gardens, their fountains, water channels and pools, and the raised and sunken flower beds, exhibited in miniature the collection and distribution of water essential for the development of the land for agriculture. The gardens were simultaneously an abstract representation of the landscape over which they looked, and an important element in the recreation of that landscape. The garden exploited the techniques of agriculture, plant species, water, soil and climate, and in its turn contributed to the development of agriculture, both as a kind of nursery for exotic plants and new species to be cultivated, and as a testing ground for new techniques and the acquisition of botanical knowledge. It was a diagram of the productive landscape, and a laboratory for its further development. It was a political statement of the control of land and nature, and at the same time a setting for a luxurious and sensuous courtly life. Not only was the palace garden an A version of the landscape, but it also served as a B site for the development of agriculture. A.B. Original construction, original testing, updated demonstration, miniature testing, miniature construction. During the 1970s, a series of experiments were conducted on humor and laughter by Anthony Chapman at the University of Wales. In one study, 7-year-old children listened to a humorous audio tape on headphones by themselves alone condition, with a non-listening companion of the same age and sex audience condition, or with another child who was also listening to the same tape coaction condition. The participants in the coaction condition laughed and smiled more frequently and rated the tape as funnier than did those in the audience condition, who in turn displayed more mirth and higher funniness ratings than did those in the alone condition. These results indicate that the perception and enjoyment of humor are facilitated by the of another person. A subsequent study showed that the amount of laughter exhibited by children while listening to a humorous audio tape was directly related to the frequency of laughter in a companion. Other experiments revealed that children laughed and smiled more frequently at the tape when they were sitting closer to the companion, and when they were sitting face to face with the companion rather than back to back. Another experiment showed that children in small groups laugh and smile more at a humorous audio tape when their companions look at them while laughing as compared to when they look at someone else. These studies provide further evidence that laughter is primarily a form of social communication, and that sharing the social situation with others facilitates the enjoyment of humor. Causes of laughter in children. The importance of social context in performances. Milestones in children's developing a sense of humor. The role of face-to-face contact in facilitating enjoyment. Effects of social context on humor appreciation and laughter. Funny idea, warm smile, mere presence, practical joke, timely response. One night Trevor was doing what a lot of other 13-year-old kids would be doing. He was watching TV. On the news he saw a story about some homeless people sleeping out in the cold on the streets, in a downtown area of Philadelphia where he lived. Trevor had never really stopped to think how fortunate he was to live in a fairly well-to-do suburb of the same city. The story of the homeless people touched his heart, and he began to wonder what he could do to help these people. He remembered there were some spare, unused blankets in their garage. So he went to his father and asked if he could take them to the people downtown, who had no homes to go to for the night. Trevor's dad was a kind-hearted person. He drove Trevor downtown to hand out their few extra blankets to some of the people on the streets. When it came time to curl up and sleep, That night the people were pretty happy for the added warmth of the new blankets. See, Trevor was happy, too. He felt good about giving out the blankets. He felt an inner warmth, almost like he had been wrapped up in an emotional blanket himself. But he realized there was a risk it might feel so good that he'd want to do it again. The next day Trevor went to his local grocery store and other public places in his neighborhood where there were notice boards. See, he put up signs asking for people to donate any spare blankets or food they didn't need. The result was surprising. Kindness was infectious. Trevor found so many people were willing to help that within a week he had filled his dad's garage with food and blankets. What Trevor had started with his kindness grew and spread throughout the community. It wasn't long before people's generosity overflowed from his dad's garage, and Trevor and his dad had to look for a bigger building to house all the gifts being donated. Eventually, they ended up with a number of special warehouses throughout Philadelphia that stocked food and blankets to feed and warm the homeless. ABCDBDCC-D-B-C-D-C-B. Just yesterday in the Washington Post, a special advertising section on Russia had a front-page story about its growing investment in human spaceflight. The headline read, "American astronauts are hitching a ride with the Russian space program." Russia makes space for the U.S. Additional comments in the story included, Russia will fuel space exploration once again, while the U.S. vision appears dampened. As the United States reprioritizes its programs, the country will rely on Russia to take its astronauts into space. No matter how much truth is behind this advertisement, under the president's proposed budget, the Russians will be the only game in town for getting our astronauts to and from the International Space Station. The United States of America should never have to depend on another foreign nation to make space for our astronauts to get to the space station that the American taxpayer has largely paid for. That should be a concern to all Americans. Bill Gates, in Business the Speed of Thought, said that he always signed off emails with a smile, as there were too many other emotions flying around the internet. And this brings up a big issue. I have yet to meet someone in the modern world who has not lost several days of productivity because of an upsetting email. And it's not as though people get a little annoyed. They get really angry, then spend hours writing an email back, then they get another back in return, that's even more nasty in its tone, and on it goes. The technical term for this is flaming, and it's a nasty business. It weakens the energy of both parties, of the people around them, and it's often completely avoidable and unnecessary. If the same people had covered the issues by telephone, the emotional impact would probably have been far less. Email is a confidence builder for interaction. Simple methods that help enhance email security. Email, as a fast communication tool for employees. Negative effects of email communication on emotion. Impacts of excessive use of email on work productivity. We are obsessed with having as many irons as possible in the fire, ruling nothing out, and being open to everything. However, this can easily destroy success. We must learn to close doors. A business strategy is primarily a statement on what not to engage in. Adopt a life strategy similar to a corporate strategy. Write down what not to pursue in your life. In other words, make calculated decisions to disregard certain possibilities, and when an option shows up, test it against your not to pursue list. It will not only keep you from trouble, but also save you lots of thinking time. Think hard once and then just consult your list instead of having to make up your mind whenever a new door cracks open. Most doors are not worth entering, even when the handle seems to turn so effortlessly. We are not yet advanced enough to be able to measure the bliss in every one of the billions of cells in your body that comes from even small amounts of exercise. However, you can feel the benefits if you pay attention. With every little movement that you do attentively, you will feel the joy in your body, the feeling of all of the water molecules moving around, the bliss of experiencing a mindful being in a miraculous body. A nice stretch here, a little bend there, a glass of water now and then during the day, a short shake in between tasks. Everything adds up, so that you feel lighter and more flexible. Your blood will flow more easily, and you will feel the warmth arriving in your fingertips and toes. Done regularly, these little movements will build up strength and health, increase flexibility and speed. How to exercise more efficiently. A little exercise brings big benefits. Water molecules play a role in our bodies. How to regulate blood flow for a healthier body. Lord Mountdrago almost failed to become Dr. Audlin's patient. A secretary rang up the doctor and told him that his lordship, wishing to consult him, would be glad if he would come to his house at 10 o'clock on the following morning. Dr. Audlin answered that he was unable to go to Lord Mountdrago's house, but would be pleased to give him an appointment at his consulting room at 5 o'clock on the next day but one. The secretary took the message and presently rang back, to say that Lord Mountdrago insisted on seeing Dr. Audlin in his own house and the doctor could fix his own fee. Dr. Audlin replied that he saw patients only in his consulting room, and expressed his regret that unless Lord Mountdrago was prepared to come to him he could not give him his attention. In a quarter of an hour a brief message was delivered to him, that his lordship would come not next day but next day, at 5. In my experience, local papers are generally very approachable when it comes to finding some free publicity for your business, provided your offering has an interesting twist, or your business is unique in some way. There's little point in phoning up the editor of your local paper and telling him you're about to launch your own gardening business. His only action will be to pass you on to the classified sales section, to sell you some advertising space. But were you the local council's head gardener, either leaving or retiring from your post, to start up your business, then in all probability the editor would be interested in your story. If you're stuck for ideas on what would make your business newsworthy, then think about the reasons why you're starting it. There's a news story hidden there somewhere. All you have to do is to dig it out. A, B, C? Cultural changes affect not only what Americans eat but also where they eat and how their food is prepared. Increasingly, Americans have time-pressured lifestyles. Saving time and effort in shopping for and preparing food will continue to be important for many Americans. Households with a single parent or two working adults often face particular pressures in food shopping and meal preparation that can affect food selection and safety. Cookbook sales and television cooking shows demonstrate that what cooking is popular, but there seems to be decreased interest in ordinary daily home food preparation and, with most adults working, a lack of role models in the kitchen. Reductions in time for and interest in home food preparation also results in changed food patterns, fewer homemade dishes, more reliance on leftovers, increased purchase of prepared or convenience foods, and frequent eating away from home. ABC prepared that results prepared, what results preparing that results preparing what results preparing that results. Donnie? The outside world may not have known of the Balium Valley, but people have settled there and cultivated gardens for at least 7,000 years. At present, the patrilineal Donnie numbers some 60,000, and display the highest levels of cultural intensification and political integration of any group in the New Guinea highlands. For their food staple, the Donnie rely on root crops such as the sweet potato, introduced about 300 years ago, and the indigenous taro, which women cultivate in gardens on the valley floor and mountainsides. Women also raise pigs, which men strategically exchange to promote their status, and to strengthen their political alliances. People identify themselves by membership in a totemic clan. In the past, clans grouped into multi-layered political units, and large-scale pre-contact warfare dominated political activities. Even after peace was achieved in the 1970s, clan groups still aligned to form large political alliances. leadership is achieved through prowess in politics and exchange relations. Over the course of a year, a psychologist conducted an observational study of males playing floor hockey, a rough sport involving quite a lot of verbal and physical aggression. He found that, while engaging in overly aggressive actions, middle-aged players, who were more concerned with establishing and maintaining friendships with each other, were more likely to display humor, as compared to adolescents and young adults, who were more concerned with competition. In addition, humor was more apt to accompany aggressive behaviors between players with marked differences in skill level, as compared to those of equal skill. This is presumably because confrontations between individuals with gaps in skill present more potential for one person being hurt or embarrassed. Thus, the use of humor with what would otherwise be interpreted as aggressive or offensive actions is probably a way for participants to communicate that the action was not to be taken seriously, and to deprive each other of the friendly nature of their relationship. Reassure. A, B, C? A major obstacle to discovery is not ignorance but a indifferent knowledge. Because Aristotle was so comprehensive, logical, and brilliant, his writings became the ultimate standard of truth for 2,000 years. A major portion of Galileo's works was devoted to disproving Aristotle, so that the reader would be able to grasp his arguments. The difficulty was that a single authority, Aristotle, was held in such high regard that the alternative established views could not get a hearing. In more recent times, the work of Freud has had a similar effect. Freud's system of analysis assumed certain mental constructs a priori, so it was very difficult to revise or improve his theories. The result was that a fairly good number of psychoanalysts remained Freudians, though many psychologists began to see defeat, ignore Freud altogether, to make progress in their work. ABC indifference, alternative ignore indifference, established defeat knowledge, alternative defeat knowledge, alternative ignore knowledge, established ignore. Creativity will inevitably come about as a combination of. The work that I do now as a writer and teacher is not a separate entity from my earliest career as a dancer, and from the music and art which surrounded me in my youth. Dance, art, music and books all feed into every creative piece on which I spend time, and, indeed, into my work as a teacher as well. Although I would often be hard put to specify exactly how and where they are influencing my creativity, I can certainly guarantee that they do so in some subconscious and indefinable way. I suspect that a sense of movement plays a key part, those aspects of flow, pace, rhythm and space which are so integral to dance feeding into the way in which I write and teach. New ideas, career skills, social interactions, artistic expressions, previous experiences. Cold and hunger made cave dwellers roam the fields. Food had to be gathered, picked, collected, trapped, hunted, preserved, and stored. For this active life our bodies were made for movement, not for just opening the refrigerator when we're hungry. The rewards of civilization may be comfortable, but they can also ruin our health. On the one hand, we are overstressed from trying to do it all in the modern world. On the other, we are not exposed to dirt anymore, so our immune systems cannot learn how to fight infections. Since we can just pop in a car and go wherever we want without really moving, our muscles wither and cannot heat up our body, make our blood circulate, and eliminate toxins. Too little is asked of us. Basic tasks are accomplished by us. Survival instincts are not vital any longer. We are overly ambitious for meaningless achievements. We are products of industrialization, and overwork ourselves. 2 centuries ago, farmers told time by observing the position of the sun. They organized their work by the seasons of the year, sowing in the spring, harvesting in the fall. If their schedule was off by a day or an hour, it didn't make too much difference. But with the rise of the factory system, notions of time and work changed. Large numbers of employees had to be organized to manufacture products. This meant that their work had to be. All of them started their jobs at the same time, worked together as a team throughout the day, and finished when the factory whistle blew. Thus, time management became an essential part of the workplace. completed at a fast speed timed precisely by the clock, organized into smaller groups, checked repeatedly each hour, controlled by an automation system. The supply of electricity is always tight, and the properties of transmission and distribution mean that an imbalance of supply and demand at any one location can threaten the stability of the entire grid, and disrupt delivery to all suppliers. Because there is very little demand elasticity, and other supplies are unable to increase their output quickly or easily, even small generators can. For instance, on a hot summer afternoon, when a system operator needs 97% of all generators running, a firm that owns just 6% of capacity can exercise excessive market power. Given extreme inelasticity of supply and demand, any supply shortages, real or imagined, can potentially drive prices up many thousands of times higher than their normal level. Thus, the electricity industry represents a peculiar instance, where all parties can exercise excessive market power during times of peak demand, even when the market is operating perfectly. Promote flexible pricing of electricity, exert undue influence over the market, produce tremendous amounts of energy, hedge against the risk of product shortages, foster consumer convenience and fair competition. Sometimes, buried in the headlines that proclaim disasters, there's little doubt that the level of consciousness is increasing around the globe, despite pockets that seem to be retrogressing. Only 150 years ago, it was common for some human beings to owe another human beings, a concept that is detested by most people today. There are organizations like the United Nations to ensure that the needs of the poorest people are met, no matter how ineffectual such organizations seem to be. There's support, at least vocal support, for environmental safeguarding, the abolition of child labor, the banning of landmines, and many similar issues. Granted, there is also hypocritical posturing and not much action in proportion to the talk, but the very fact that these issues are being debated is a huge step forward from 100 years ago. Forget that we are lucky just to be alive, forget how far we've come, as a species have trouble maintaining our cultural identity, flatter ourselves that we are very progressive, realize how indifferent we are about key social issues. A central feature in the long-term development of world food systems has been a parallel trend toward both uniformity and on the one hand, modern human migrations and the associated redistribution of plants and animals have given a substantial portion of the world's people access to a wider range of foods than they knew 5 or 10,000 years ago. This means that people can now choose between a much extended range of possibilities, but, at the same time, their experience is repeated across the globe to a significant extent. It is also repeated across seasons and climatic zones, thanks particularly to rapid and cheap transportation technologies and methods of preservation. There are still significant regional and ethnic variations in food cultures, but many items have come to be beat to such an extent that they are no longer thought of as having their origins far away in different places. Stability, transformed stability, naturalized diversity, individualized diversity, naturalized specialization, individualized. Hakalau bird watching adventure. Hakalau bird watching adventure. Hakalau Forest National Wildlife Refuge, Hawaii. Saturday, November 22, 2014, 6:30 to 18:30, $179 per person. Where we'll go. This 12-hour round-trip tour departs from Hawaii Forest and Trail Headquarters at 6:30 a.m. During the 2.5-hour drive to the refuge, our guide will explain elements of Hawaii's remarkable natural, cultural, and geological history. We'll spend approximately 5 hours in the refuge, searching for birds and learning more about the plants and animals of the refuge. What to expect? This hike is of moderate difficulty, and is appropriate for ages 8 and over. We'll cover 2 to 4 miles, while at the refuge with an elevation gain of 650 feet. Guests should be comfortable hiking on uneven, rocky, or muddy terrain. What's included? Transportation and expert interpretation. Fresh continental breakfast and deli-style lunch. Walking sticks, binoculars, day packs, and warm wear. What to bring? Sturdy closed-toe shoes or boots, long pants, and your camera. Call today, only 14 seats left. For more information, call the Hakalau Forest National Wildlife Refuge office at 808-848-4172 or visit www.gov/HAKALAUFOREST. 14. A. B. The goal of an economic theory is to predict the impact of an economic event on economic choices and, in turn, the effect of these choices on particular markets or on the economy as a whole. Does this mean that economists try to predict the behavior of particular consumers or producers? Not necessarily, because a specific individual may behave in an unpredictable way. But the unpredictable actions of numerous individuals tend to cancel one another out, so the average behavior of groups can be predicted more accurately. A. If a hamburger shop cuts the price of its popular cheeseburger, the manager can better predict how much sales will increase than how a specific customer coming through the door will respond. The random actions of individuals tend to offset one another, so the average behavior of a large group can be predicted more accurately than the behavior of a particular individual. B. Economists tend to focus on the average behavior of people in groups, for example, as average cheeseburger consumers, rather than on the behavior of a specific individual. AB for example, consequently, in contrast, furthermore, consequently, furthermore, in contrast, nevertheless. In other words, it has been proven, time and again, that a physical barrier creates a mental barrier, every time. If you walk into a room to meet with someone and that person is seated behind a desk, it is more intimidating than if that person gets up from his desk and comes and sits next to you. Once the barrier, the desk, has been removed, the situation becomes less intimidating. If you listen to a speaker who stands behind a podium, it does not feel the same, as if that speaker actually walks out into the audience and interacts with the participants. Additionally, speakers who tell jokes that do not evoke laughter from the audience tend to get nervous. Sitting across the table from someone at a meal is not as intimate as sitting next to that person at the table. Early in their lives, children are eager to find out why and how people do what they do. And children take things in with surprising sophistication. B. Here's an example. When 1-year-olds watch someone use a novel tool or press buttons on a fancy apparatus, that creates a startling effect. They can tell what the person did on purpose and what was an accident, which is often accompanied by surprise, whoops. A. When it's their turn to wield the tool or press the buttons, they don't copy everything the person did but only what the person intended to do. Children are intention readers, not just behavior copiers. See, this intention reading capacity comes in handy. When children learn by observing others, they separate the wheat from the chaff, and imitate only those aspects of another person's behavior worth copying. A-C-B-B-A-C-C-A-C-A-BC-A. Non-human infant primates take a shorter time to produce adult-like calls, but never progress beyond the use of a fairly limited vocabulary, or surpass the single call level. One reason why humans take much longer than other species to produce their species-specific calls is that at birth the vocal tract of the human infant is disproportionately short compared to the rest of the articulatory system. The oral cavity is broader, the larynx is higher, and the tongue is more forward than later in development. This significantly limits the infant's ability to vocalize. It is only at around 6 months that the vocal tract will become more adult-like, and allow the baby to begin babbling language-like sounds. So in humans, the physical capacity to produce language is not present at birth. Human infants, in contrast, show sophisticated sensitivity to language structure prior to production, and quickly surpass their primate cousins at every level once production begins. A.B. People use music with a great variety of goals in a large number of different contexts. For example, music is used to pump up one's attitude during aerobic workouts. or to communicate one's gender identity to significant others. When music is used this way, it works as a tool, a technique, a strategy for the satisfaction of goals other than enjoyment from music listening itself. When we understand music as a means to an end, we can conceptualize it as a technology. Of course, the technological function of music does not prevent aesthetic appreciation of music itself. For example, you may get both a better workout and a deeper respect for the band out of a Metallica soundtracked weightlifting session. But the point here is that music can become functional, rather than good or bad in and of itself. Because music has this flexibility, it can be sold as commodity with little or no apparent regard to the aesthetic ideal of originality or genuine artistic self-expression. Although music is generally conceived as a form of entertainment, it can also be utilized as a and that allows for the fulfillment of a certain goal. A common lesson, intriguing experience with aesthetic technology, popular stimulation, instructive tool. When her teen daughter was depressed and experiencing a negative perspective on her life and abilities, Nancy was actually struggling to see the positive herself. In her desire to parent intentionally and build positive resilience, she went into her daughter's room and noted one positive accomplishment she had observed. "I know you've been having a hard time lately, and you aren't feeling really good or positive about your life. But you did a great job cleaning up your room today, and I know that must have been a big effort for you. That's a great quality, to be able to persevere and get something done even though you don't want to, and it takes effort." The next day, to Nancy's surprise, the teen girl seemed somewhat cheerful. In passing, she said, "Mom, thanks for saying the positive thing about me yesterday. I was feeling so down and couldn't think of anything good about myself. After you said that positive thing, it helped me see one good quality in myself, and I've been holding on to those words." This is a perfect example of how, when teens notice the positive outcome of their efforts and competence, it reinforces their strengths and confidence. They no longer see themselves as losers or damaged goods. The emotional pain no longer dominates their awareness. By taking pride in your teen's courage and determination, no matter how small a step, and letting her know about it, you help her develop authentic self-esteem. Essential virtues and strengths for resilient living. Causes, symptoms and treatment of low self-esteem. The praise paradox. Good intentions can hold people back, allowing your child to create a hassle-free zone at home. The power of affirmation. Tell your teen what she is good at. Distorts, replaces, reinforces, measures, challenges. There was once a captain who named his ship after his wife. He had the figurehead of it beautifully carved, just like her, and the hair of it gilded. But his wife was jealous of the ship. "You think more of the figurehead than of me," she said to him. "No," he answered, "I think so highly of her because she is like you. Yes, because she is you yourself. In a way she is really even kinder to me than you are. She gallops along where I tell her to go, and she lets her long hair hang down freely, while you put up yours under a cap. But she turns her back to me, so that when I want a kiss I come home to Elsinore Sea." Now once, when this captain was trading at Trankbyre, he chanced to help an old native king to flee from traders in his own country. As they parted, the king gave him 2 big blue, precious stones, and these he had set into the face of his figurehead, like a pair of eyes to it. When he came home he told his wife of his adventure, and said, "Now she has your blue eyes, too. You had better give me the stones for a pair of earrings." She said, "No," he said again, "I cannot do that, and you would not ask me to if you understood." Still, the wife could not stop worrying about the blue stones, and one day, when her husband was with the captain's corporation, she had a glazier of the town take them out, and put 2 bits of blue glass into the figurehead instead. The captain did not find out, and sailed off to Portugal. But after some time the captain's wife found that her eyesight was growing bad, and that she could not see to thread a needle. She went to a wise woman, who gave her ointments and waters, but they did not help her. In the end the old woman shook her head, and told her that this was a rare and incurable disease, and that she was going blind. "Oh, God," the wife then cried, "that the ship was back in the harbor of Elsinore. Then I should have the glass taken out from her, and the jewels put back. For did he not say that they were my eyes?" But the ship did not come back. Instead, the captain's wife had a letter from the consul of Portugal, who informed her that she had been wrecked, and gone to the bottom with all hands. And it was a very strange thing, the consul wrote, that in broad daylight she had run straight into a tall rock, rising out of the CAB-D-C-B-D-C-D-B-D-C-B-D-C-B.